Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
The Amazon Fallout series has come and gone, and with it, the last of any value Fallout had as a serious world or franchise. Despite what anyone new to the series with this show may think, and despite what some people are almost certainly going to cope about in the comments, Fallout wasn't the utter unserious clown show that we saw in the Amazon series until Bethesda had gotten a hold of it. Yes, Fallout 2 had more than its fair share of out-of-place pop culture references, but those were mostly contained in random encounters and weren't examples of serious lore, despite what certain disingenuous actors may tell you. The biggest redeeming quality Bethesda Fallout had was that it didn't screw up the originals or New Vegas directly. Yes, there were some really bad retcons and lore changes, but otherwise you could separate the two sections of the series. Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas were on the West Coast, and Fallout 3, 4, and 76 were on the East Coast. This acted as a separation between the games with more serious storytelling, and the games that treated the setting as a little more than an apocalypse-flavored theme park. As long as these two portions of Fallout remained apart, there is some semblance of the originals, and what they built not getting absolutely destroyed. Well, no more. Now not only is the West Coast infected with the same idiotic writing as the East Coast, but this show destroys and retcons nearly everything the original two games built up, as well as New Vegas. When criticizing Fallout 4, a very common sentiment that arose was that it was a good game, but a bad Fallout game. I reject this notion outright and in its entirety, as if you were to remove every Fallout element from Fallout 4 and treat it as its own standalone product, then it's still a terrible game, especially in terms of writing. The same goes for this show. Amazon's Fallout as a standalone product is rife with obnoxiously stupid writing and absurd convenience for the characters and plot. To make this point clear, I'll be doing two passes over the show in this video. The first covering the elements of the show as a standalone product, and the second, and much shorter, going over it a second time taking the lore of the games into account. Oh, and before I go any further, it is not a valid argument to say that it's just like the games, because everyone's luck stat is 10, or whatever other stupid contrived garbage you want to argue. A Stimpack magically healing you doesn't work as an argument. Stimpaks healing you in the game is a mechanic. It would be like demanding Phoenix Downs revive dead people in Final Fantasy during serious story moments. The fact they revive people in battle is a game mechanic, which is clearly separate from the story. Any arguments otherwise are stupid beyond belief. There's 4 main characters we follow in this story, despite most of the marketing showing only 3. These characters are Lucy, the plucky, innocent, naive vault dweller going out into the wasteland; Cooper Howard, a pre-war actor and soldier turned ghoul, an expert bounty hunter; Maximus, an inexperienced member of the Brotherhood that wants to help people; and Gnorm the Gnome, Lucy's younger brother who is shown to be intelligent and suspicious of the goings-on within the trio vault of 31, 32, and 33. At least that's what the show wants you to think about these characters. The reality is that these characters are all poorly written jokes. Lucy's reactions to most events happening around her don't match her experiences with the world, such as saving the man who just sold her off to be harvested for organs, but in her very next scene needs convincing to save the man who had saved her previously and is offering to save her again as she's suffering from radiation sickness at this very moment and could die. The Ghoul is a character that survives because the script says he does, and because everyone else around him is inept and stupid. He even takes a couple bullets to absolutely no effect. Maximus is an impotent and inept pathetic loser who looks down upon the abuse of power, but the very moment he gets such power himself, he starts abusing it to do to someone else what had been done to him. His entire story is failing upwards and being an utter moron every time the opportunity arises, as well as hard raging against people who don't deserve it, because he either fails to learn basic information about the situation repeatedly before acting, or because he fails to explain himself properly. Norm is the smartest character in the show purely by virtue of everyone else being irredeemably stupid. Every step he takes towards learning the truth rests not on his intelligence and ingenuity, but on everyone else's sheer ineptitude and utterly moronic decisions. One last thing I wanted to talk about before I really get started is the importance of canon, continuity, and consistency. See, every moment in a piece of media establishes information about the worlds and characters we see. We're told and shown how parts of the world work and function, what the characters are like, what their beliefs are, and what their morality is, and so forth. A single line of dialogue can hold immense meaning, or be an amazing payoff to many hours worth of setup. But a single line of dialogue also has the power to destroy years or even decades of established lore and world building. The reason this is so important is because what we're shown and told by the media we consume establishes the rules by which these fictional universes are bound. It establishes our understanding as the audience as to how everything works, so we can form our expectations of how events should play out, and even form fan theories and the like. When this information is needlessly contradicted, it disrupts the believability of these fictional worlds. There's a dissonance with what we understand to be true about these works of fiction. As humans, we generally look for some semblance of logic in the world around us. It's practically hard-coded into us to seek logic behind events happening around us as a survival instinct, even if that logic, or the information we base our logic on, can be flawed. When the things we're seeing on screen don't make sense, when they don't adhere to their own rules, when blatantly illogical things are happening, it can take the audience out of the experience. It can break the suspension of disbelief. In the real world, when someone gets shot, we know this isn't a minor injury that can be walked off or ignored. Guns are deadly weapons, so it's bizarre to see a man get shot a few times in the back to no effect. This isn't an appeal to realism, but to believability, and audience confusion due to the inconsistent information. Is the ghoul a creature that could take gunshots to the back with no issue? If yes, then how and why? If not, then why do they have no lasting impact or consequence for him? The real answer is that according to the established lore, ghouls are just people with no special resistances to bullets and can be killed without a headshot. In fact, Bethesda's own game has a quest dedicated to mocking the idea that ghouls are zombies that can only be killed with a headshot, so the ghoul should absolutely be severely wounded, or even fatally wounded by these shots to his back. Knowing the lore established in the game breaks the scene. My suspension of disbelief has been shattered. There's something blatantly wrong that is taking me out of the experience, and asking questions where the only answer leads me to incompetence or apathy on the part of the writers. Further, it tells me that the information about the world provided by this show is dubious. What else did they get wrong? What else contradicts what has been previously established? Critique like this often gets comments essentially excusing problems due to the fact that it's a work of fiction. It is fantasy, so any stupid and absurd nonsense writing is perfectly fine. You can accept dragons, elves, and talking trees, but you can't accept a 2021 BMW 5 Series 530i with optional heated seating? Why are you so bigoted?
What a blithering idiot.
It's an extreme example, but it makes the point quite well. Many modern writers seem to treat their job as though it's a total free-for-all with no restrictions or limits, and this is especially true with Bethesda, who have said on record they won't be beholden to something someone wrote 20 years ago, as if something written 20 years ago is somehow lesser, or it's acceptable to contradict and destroy what has been written before. And this utter disregard and lack of respect for what has been established leads to problems like what we've got with our friend here, the ghoul. Ghouls are highly irradiated people, susceptible to damage and death as any other human would be, aside from being healed by radiation. Bethesda's own game mocks the idea of only being able to kill them by shooting them in the head. Then the show comes along and the ghoul takes bullets to no effect. We see one ghoul get killed by getting shot in the head, and another ghoul gets killed by being shot, but it's unclear where she's shot. So, how do ghouls die? We've got 5 whole games saying one thing, and the show now saying another. Which is it? More importantly, what will it be in the next entry of Fallout, whether it's Fallout 5 or Season 2? Do ghouls need to die by headshot, or can they be killed by normal means? If they need to be shot in the head, can you decapitate them and have the head remain alive? If they need to be shot in the head to be killed, then why didn't you need to do this in any of the previous games? Were they just wrong, despite one of these games being where the entire franchise started and established the lore? Were they wrong despite Bethesda's own game having a quest mocking the idea of needing headshots to kill ghouls? Or is the show wrong, and the ghoul just survived and was unaffected by these shots for no reason? Keep in mind, this is just one of a vast many problems with this show and the knock-on effect it has, and I'll be going through everything I can find throughout this video. Starting off with what is easily the worst character in the entire show, Maximus is first shown being hazed by fellow initiates. This seems to be done to cast Maximus in a sympathetic light. He's being unfairly targeted, and that sucks. We want to see our hero succeed. Except for the rest of the first episode, and for the rest of the season in fact, every opportunity to do anything interesting with him is squandered, only for him to be shown time after time to be a pathetic moron. He's shown in class to be unable to identify what a circuit is, which is insane for someone in the Brotherhood of Steel, as later on in the show it's explained that the Brotherhood's whole thing is hoarding advanced technology.
So, you guys use pre-war technology to find and collect pre-war technology to make sure no one has pre-war technology?
When his only friend gets a promotion to be a squire, he's jealous. He doesn't celebrate for his friend, and even throws an actual temper tantrum shit fit at a toilet. His friend is then horribly injured by some unknown individual, and he goes over to help, only for the higher-ups in the Brotherhood to for some reason assume he's the one who did it, which makes no sense whatsoever. He's then interrogated about his friend's injury, which he denies responsibility for, but then says that he did wish for it to happen, and is that so wrong?
I wanted it to happen, is that wrong?
Yes.
All this, by the way, is in the first episode, and these are among his best moments. There is literally one moment in episode 3 where he saves someone, and besides that, it's all downhill from here. Oh, and by the way, he gets a promotion from this. The Brotherhood thinks he did it, but has no proof. He admits to wanting it to have happened, and he's so inept that he doesn't even know what a circuit is, but he gets the rank of Squire and gets assigned to Knight Titus, a wonderful character who isn't terrible whatsoever. Maximus does visit his injured friend. I guess that's his other best character moment, and should be acknowledged. But otherwise, this first episode only manages to portray him as a petty and pathetic stupid loser with impotent rage. This isn't a character made for you to root for, this is a character that is made to be despised. He's only portrayed to be a terrible person that you should hate. By the end of episode 1, his single redeeming quality is going to help his injured friend, then going to visit said friend in the infirmary. By the way, when asked if Maximus was the one to injure her, she told them that he wouldn't hurt a fly. That's not exactly a glowing recommendation for someone in a military organization. He gets sent out with Knight Titus to find an escaped Enclave scientist by the name of Wilzig. During the flight, he asks a question about the power armor, only for Knight Titus to take the codpiece of the armor off, throw it at Maximus, and tells him to clean it. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. Hopefully they don't turn Titus into a stupid cartoon character. While Maximus awkwardly tries to put it back onto him, Titus gets up and demands the pilot set him down in the middle of nowhere because he wants to shoot something, which Maximus questions because they're going off mission. Titus ignores him. Despite being dropped in the middle of the desert, next time we see them they're in the middle of a forest. In fact, they just so happen to be where Wilzig was not moments ago. What an insane coincidence. Maximus also just assumes that this was the target because the script told him so.
They were here, a man, and a dog. The target!
The only evidence he has is a white shirt and a can of cram, which means little to nothing on their own. Realizing that this cave is likely a den for a Yaogwai, they start to search it for the target while ignoring all the radiation signs and toxic waste barrels. Rather than going in all the way himself, Titus tells Maximus to go in, and when he hesitates because of course an unarmored person who has never seen combat and is being told to enter a heavily irradiated bear den is going to be nervous, Titus tells him that you earn the suit through acts of bravery, and this is an act of bravery, and tells him that this is an order. Maximus takes a few steps forward. Titus asks if he sees anything, and when Maximus doesn't answer within a few short seconds, he says,
What's the problem, dipshit?
Okay, so Titus is just kind of an asshole, I guess. It raises questions about how the Brotherhood operates, that a squire is effectively sent in to die. Or is it just this one guy being an asshole? Either way, while this exchange is going on, a fucking Yaogwai manages to sneak up on Titus. Like, Seriously, how the fuck does that happen? It even starts making sounds right behind him, and Titus just starts slowly turning, only to get reset in the next shot and start turning again. He doesn't react immediately to clear and obvious sounds behind him, he just does a slow turn, like it's a fucking horror movie that's about to jump scare you. Except there's no jump scare, and the audience can already see what's there. What we get next is so cartoonish and stupid, I'm still in utter disbelief they actually wrote this into the show, as something that we're supposed to take seriously. The Yao Guai destroys Titus's gun, and he gets into a fist fight with the bear. He manages to stagger it, and he decides to run away and fucks up so badly that he dies. Well, not immediately, it's somehow even more stupid. While all of this is happening, he's doing his best impression of Saints Row 2022, and saying fuck over and over again. The bear then swipes at him and bites at his armor, and Maximus one-taps the bear, apparently saving Titus. Max then helps Titus take his helmet off, and Titus starts blaming Maximus and saying the Brotherhood will execute him for this, while simultaneously demanding Maximus get him a stim pack.
Give me a stim pack! What the fuck are you doing, man? Can you give me a fucking stim pack instead of just standing there? You stupid motherfucker, you know this is all your fault. You know what they do to squires that don't do their fucking job? They string you up, Maximus, by your lungs, and they hang you and let the vultures come get you. That's what they're gonna do to you.
Maximus then refuses, resulting in Titus dying from his injuries. There's so much wrong with this I don't even know where to begin, and this scene will be retroactively made worse in a matter of moments, as well as further made worse by the end of the episode. So first off, what wounds does Titus have that are so grievous that he'll die without immediate medical aid? But also, how is the Yao Guai even able to cause this vague and unknown injury? The armor only has superficial damage, and the bear clearly couldn't get through to injure him directly. I could buy sprained or broken bones at the joints or even a neck injury, had his head been wrenched hard, but we don't see that happen. We see it throw a bad CGI model of the armor barely a foot away, and it paws uselessly at the chest and bites the helmet. But otherwise, it just doesn't seem to do much that could actually fatally injure the man inside. Next is the fact that Titus is being a cartoonishly stupid asshole here. He requires Maximus to get him a stim pack, or he'll die apparently. I guess stim packs are just magic healing items? Wait, why didn't Dane get one of these earlier? I wonder if this is going to be an insanely inconsistent thing across the rest of the season. Anyways, Titus needs a stim pack or he'll die. He doesn't want to die. Like most people, he wants to live. So in order to complete his goal of continuing to live, he proceeds to berate, blame, and tell the only man who can save him that he'll be executed for... I'm not actually sure what he's supposed to be executed for. Yes, Maximus dropped the ball fucking hard, and to give the show the benefit of the doubt that it does not deserve, it could be argued that it was simply an issue of nerves for him, that he froze up in his first real combat encounter. Now the show doesn't deserve that benefit of the doubt, because it clearly shows him raising his gun to shoot numerous times, but he never takes the shot, and instead watches as Titus flees like a coward and gets attacked by the bear, and only when Titus begs for him to shoot does Maximus finally shoot, at which point he instantly kills the bear. So with his life on the line, Titus essentially presents Maximus with a choice: save the man that will haul his ass back to the Brotherhood to be executed, or let him die and take his power armor. So Maximus just sits there and watches him die like a fucking psycho. Now it's obvious what the writers wanted. They wanted our guy Maximus to get a suit of power armor so he can be a hero, but they also wanted him to be young and inexperienced so he can learn and grow throughout the series. But the way they do it here is completely unearned and unsatisfying. The best way to have done this would have been to have him earn it over the course of the season, to commit acts of bravery and heroism to show he deserves power armor, or maybe you could just have him start off as a bad apple, and through the season he can learn and grow, become more mature and responsible, and redeem himself. Alternatively, while much less satisfying, they could have had Titus die early as he did here, but in a far more heroic way, maybe even with him telling Maximus to finish the mission and imparting some words of wisdom with his dying breath. But no, instead what we get is a pointless throwaway absurd cartoon character who exists to die, so Maximus can take his stuff with no challenge, no guilt, and no lost karma. And in order to make this work, they made this character an extreme asshole, idiot, and coward, a pathetic fool whose entire point is to upjump a character into an unearned position of power, because the writers apparently couldn't think of a better way to do this, or because they didn't care to do anything better. Taken in this light, it becomes clear why Titus demanded to be set loose to roam off and shoot something. Because otherwise the vertebrate would have gone all the way to the mission objective. None of the scenes between Titus's death and Maximus's arrival in Philly could have happened, so the script needs Titus to be a psychotic, cruel, cowardly moron. Titus isn't even a character. He's a literal plot device that the writers kill off as soon as humanly possible to make way for Maximus. Next time we see Maximus, he's getting into the armor. No idea how he got it into position to get into, or how he hauled Titus's corpse out, but whatever. He then proceeds to take it on a joyride, running through the desert, punching the air, and key among what he does here, he launches a cinder block about a mile away, and he kicks a rock so hard that it causes a building to collapse. So, it's Halo Spartan armor now? This is utterly farcical. But hold on, if he can kick a rock through a building, or hurl a brick into the distance because power armor is that powerful, then why didn't Titus liquefy the Yao Guai's organs when he punched the bear? One punch from that thing should not only be extremely physically damaging, but outright fatal, even to a bear. There are many instances like this throughout the show, where the abilities of something just changes on a whim, and this isn't even the last time this happens with power armor in episode 2. After kicking the rock through the building, screaming can be heard from the other side. One would be forgiven in assuming that this is the consequence of an action taken without thinking, but it just so happens to be unrelated. Maximus is playing with his power armor right behind some dude's house, without either that dude or his guest noticing him, and screaming only starts after Maximus destroys what I presume is part of this guy's house, only to find the conflict is entirely unrelated. Seeing one man attack another, Maximus jumps into action without learning the details. He grabs the attacker by the scalp and holds him there, as the victim mocks the attacker and runs away. Maximus then releases the attacker, who explains that the men Maximus just helped had been fucking his chickens. No, I'm not joking, this is actually what is said.
I'm sorry, okay? Don't murder me. It's just, the guy was fucking my chickens.
This whole scene is presented as a joke when this is a pretty bad mark against his character. He can still be redeemed at this point though. Maximus seems to have a moment of realization that he'll surely learn from, and nothing like this will ever happen again in the rest of the season, right? He quickly gets distracted from this when he realizes his power armor has jets on it, allowing him to fly. Moving on to Lucy, she's introduced having an interview for the Triennial Intervault Marriage Program. Vaults 31, 32, and 33 were built to be together, but for some reason these vaults remain entirely isolated from one another, aside from the marriage exchange program once every 3 years. Apparently the population of the vaults are so low that there are no suitable marriage candidates for Lucy, who aren't people she's related to, and so she has applied to this program. Having been accepted, the show jumps immediately to the wedding day, where Lucy prepares for the wedding and meets her soon-to-be husband for the first time. It's a whole big ceremony that the whole vault seems to take part in, with a large number of people traveling to the door. Doorkeeper Chet delays on opening the door because he's in love with Lucy, to which she says,
"Messing around with your cousin, it's all well and good for kids, but it's not a sustainable long-term sexual practice, you know?"
Well that's a bit fucking weird. This isn't even the second time incest is referenced.
After 10 years of cousin stuff, I'm definitely excited for the real thing.
No, seriously, what the fuck is this? Mentioning it once at the start makes sense as far as explaining that the population of the vault isn't sustainable long-term, as well as explaining why this marriage trade happens every few years. But to bring it up repeatedly, and even tell us that kids, or more accurately teenagers, were having sex but were also cousins is just really fucking weird and unnecessary. It's out of place and doesn't serve any kind of purpose, besides to say that our main character has been fucking her cousin for... how long now?
After 10 years of cousin stuff?
Christ almighty, what the fuck is wrong with you? This also has a side effect of making it appear as though Chet is depressed for the rest of the season because he can no longer fuck his cousin.
First I lost Lucy, and then I lost my job as the gatekeeper.
Now to make the painfully obvious reference here, Jaime and Cersei Lannister fucking each other was critical to the plot. The fact they had 3 kids together and Robert Baratheon had no legitimate heirs is among some of the biggest reasons for why the events we see play out are even happening in the first place. Much of the Seven Kingdoms believe Cersei's children to be legitimate, or otherwise pretend to believe for their own sake, and so they don't make enemies of the Lannisters. The rumor that they're not legitimate is damaging to their reputation and legitimacy. This is worse for the Lannisters than the children simply being illegitimate, because incest is rightfully looked down upon. In Fallout it's brought up because... I don't fucking know, it's just kinda there for some reason. Anyways, a bunch, or presumably all of the residents of Vault 32 come over to Vault 33 for the wedding ceremony. While we're told there was a blight on their crops, that doesn't explain some of the odd behavior and shifty eyes from the 32 Vault dwellers. While Lucy goes off to get fucked by someone who isn't her cousin for the first time, her brother Norm wanders over yonder to Vault 32 to find that the actual residents of Vault 32 are all dead, and have been for quite a while. While that's weird, I sure hope this gets explained. Lucy also makes a realization that her new husband is an outsider when she realizes she hears fighting, and when she points her Pip-Boy at him and is detecting radiation on him from across the fucking room. Alright, so numerous problems. Why did no one in Vault 33 realize that these guys had tattoos and did not at all look like Vault dwellers? Wait, scratch that. How did no one realize that these people weren't from Vault 32? Like, yeah, once every 3 years is a pretty long time, but it's not long enough for everyone in 33 to just forget what everyone in 32 looked like. Even when I was a kid, there were family members I saw extremely rarely, and I recognized them years later, and I don't even have a good memory. Yes, that's anecdotal, but we're talking about a vault full of people here. I'm sorry, I'm just not buying that not a single 33 resident connected the dots that none of these people are actually from 32. Worse yet, shouldn't there be some former 32 members in 33 and vice versa, due to the marriage exchange program? Meaning they should have living relatives in 33? Norm only checked 32 because he felt something suspicious was going on, and by the time he found out, it was too late. Why did the raiders not have anyone at all guard the door to 32, to prevent someone like Norm from going over? If one person goes over there, the jig is up and you're exposed. In fact, the raiders are super lucky no one went over there first, and it's also lucky considering that this was their plan, that the wedding reception was held in 33 instead of 32. It's also just weird that Lucy wears a dress, but no one, not even Hank the Overseer, questions why her husband isn't wearing anything other than a vault suit. It seems like a small thing, but everyone wears a vault suit. Lucy is the exception for the wedding, so shouldn't her husband be an exception as well? I guess not. Also, if he's that irradiated, his skin should be liquefying and falling off his body. Also, if him and presumably all the other raiders are this irradiated, then how did no one's Pip-Boy pick up on this until now, when we get this big reveal, and when all the raiders decide to start their attack? They had dinner together, there was a whole ass wedding ceremony, and this doesn't get detected until the fighting breaks out? Lucy gets into a fight with him, and he's very clearly trying to kill her for learning the truth. He eventually stabs her in the gut, but she manages to take him out by smashing a glass jug on his head, and using the remaining shard to slash at his face, seemingly taking him out. She then uses a stim pack, and I guess she's just not in danger of dying from her wounds now? Lucy makes it to the armory to find it has apparently been raided, with the only weapon of value left being a dart gun. So she equips herself and goes to investigate the sounds of fighting, only to find her friends and family, people she's known and lived with for all of her life, being slaughtered by the raiders. Much of the scene is in slow motion with an oldie song playing, which undermines the tone of the brutal slaughter that's happening. In fact, while everyone is getting brutally killed, we see this man get some focus, as he's terrified of the death and fighting around him. You may not like it, but this is what peak male physical performance looks like.
Get that jelly mold out of here!
Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up, you absolute waste of oxygen. This is one of the extreme few lines of dialogue we get during this entire fight, and it's inane and utterly stupid. How do these people not hear the fighting that's happening? One of the raiders literally just did a barbarian scream. Hell, Lucy heard this shit from her room, which is a few hallways away. Why did these fuckers not hear the fighting when 30 feet away from it? Why, when people are dying all around you, is your priority getting the fucking jelly mold away from the combat, as opposed to trying to get these people away from the fighting before they get killed? Are you retreaded? Among the amazing shots in this wonderful fight is one of the raiders shoving a gun into someone's mouth and shooting through their head for some reason, and one of the raiders getting gutted and his gun firing up into the ceiling, only to cut to a guy in front of him getting shot, as if he's getting shot from the gun pointing at the ceiling. This is not the only time something like this happens in the show, by the way. Eventually, Lucy's husband shows up with some bacon face going on. He's ready to kill her again, but her father shows up to save her and drowns him in pickle brine, which is a pretty fucking brutal way to go. While all of this is going on, by the way, Norm is hiding in a maintenance hatch. They realize something is going on at the vault door, and both Lucy and Hank go to investigate. The leader of the raiders, Moldaver, has several of the vault dwellers captive and has set up a bomb. She offers Hank a choice: Lucy's life or theirs. Hank heroically chooses his daughter, locking her in a supply closet and condemning the captive vault dwellers to death. Except no, because Moldaver just kinda lets them go after Hank is taken out with a dart gun, and they take him captive. The bomb goes off and the entrance to Vault 32 collapses. Why have Hank make the choice between his daughter and the captives if she was just gonna let them go later on? This is made worse with context we learn much later on too. Why collapse the entrance to 32 when Vault 33 has its own surface access, and if anyone wanted to come after you, they could have done so that way? Sometime later, Lucy staples her wound and ventures off into the wasteland, with her only weapon being the dart gun. She wanders, seemingly at random, through the wasteland. I guess she just picks a direction and starts walking. As we learned from Max's point of view in episode 1, there's an escaped Enclave scientist on the loose, and he's got some kind of valuable tech they want. This is the MacGuffin for Season 1. This is the thing that everyone is after. Wilzig is shown to be a good person, saving a puppy from being killed and personally taking care of it, apparently against Enclave rules. He's also shown to be an idiot because some Randy walks into his lab and sees that Wilzig is up to something he shouldn't be and pulls an alarm before getting killed by dog meat. Why didn't he lock his door? So something like this couldn't happen? He clearly wasn't ready to leave and was forced to do so early, or else he'd have done so already. Wilzig grabs his shit and somehow escapes. How does he manage this? I don't know. This doesn't appear to be a simple fire alarm. There's no guards that stop him, nor are there checkpoints or anything of the sort. He just manages to kind of walk out of the place without anyone giving a shit, despite the fact that the incident alarm was pulled, and this appears to be a military organization of some kind. Are there no checkpoints or lockdowns for such a situation? He also injected something into his neck in order to smuggle it out, and it has a pulsating light on it. Did he expect no one to see this? Anyways, as he's leaving, a turret rises out of the ground, and rather than running, he just kinda stares at it for a moment. Then he briskly walks forward through the gunfire from the turret without him or his dog getting hit once. You even see bullets sparking off of the bush between him and the gun, but despite firing hundreds of bullets at him, not a single one hits him. The reason stuff like this is important is because it damages the believability of the world. Why would the Enclave, whatever they are, have no security during a security alert? Why is their defense turret so shit that a brisk walk is enough to thwart it and make it entirely useless? This essentially means that it's only effective on stationary targets, and someone getting shot at will be anything but stationary when out in the open. Lucy, having explored the wasteland for a bit, sets up a campfire only to be awoken sometime later to a dog staring at her. The dog attacks and kills a rad roach, and she notices Wilzig sitting there at her fire. He then ominously explains how roaches have changed due to mutation in the apocalypse. then explains that making a campfire at night is dangerous, because people could see it at a distance. If campfires are dangerous because it could attract raiders, or rather ne'er-do-wells, then why the fuck are you sitting here like it's not a problem? You're not equipped to handle a single raider if one happens along, let alone a group. He explains that the surface is no place for vault dwellers, and if she's going to survive up here, she's going to have to change. Overall, it's not an entirely terrible scene. I'd have changed many aspects of it, but I also like that he's trying to warn her about the world she's in, even if the way in which he does is immensely stupid. This, unfortunately, is where Wilzig stops being a character, which sucks because he's one of 2 characters that's even remotely likable in this show. He walks off to leave Lucy alone in the night. When we next see Lucy, she gets directions from a weirdo, and those directions happen to be that there's a town just over the hill. This looks like it's less than an hour walk from where she is. This is important to point out, because she had no direction or lead from her vault. She picked a random direction and started walking, and she made it near all the way to Philly, where she's going to meet Wilzig again, who is going to Moldaver, and that is just an incredible coincidence given the fact she had no leads and stumbled into exactly what she needed, as opposed to wandering the wastes until she dies. A group of bounty hunters approach a grave with an IV bag running down into it. They explain that someone is buried alive here, and he's dug up once a year to have a part cut off, then buried again. They dig him up to hire him as help for a job they want to do. One last bounty. In short order, the ghoul kills all 3 and is free to hunt the bounty himself. Multiple questions. If he's a prisoner, why isn't he tied up? And no, I won't be accepting the argument that he was stiff and needed to stretch before killing these guys. He's a prisoner of some guy who clearly hates him. He is also apparently an extremely skilled killer. There is zero reason to not have him restrained in some way. Further, he's dug up every year to have a piece cut off of him. Which pieces have been removed? He looks fully intact. Aside from him missing his nose, and judging from other ghouls we see later on in the show, this is a normal thing. They tell him about the job they've dug him up for, thinking he'd be interested in going back to California, as that's where he's from, and he seems to take issue with them claiming to know anything about him, to which their leader says he doesn't sound grateful and they should put him back in the hole, resulting in the ghoul killing all of them with ease. This conflict just feels forced. It's as though the whole scene just exists to show off what a menacing badass the ghoul is. I suspect they're trying to emulate the Man in Black from Westworld, but this is a poor man's counterfeit. Now that we've met all the major players, it's time to talk about the big boss fight where they all meet up in the town of Philly. Lucy, looking for a lead on where Moldaver went, checks a local shop. The owner, Ma June, laughs at Lucy being a real vault dweller, having assumed they all died off years ago, but loses all interest when Lucy mentions she's looking for Moldaver. Ma June tells her to get out. Outside, she runs into Wilzig again, and they have a quick chat, only for Ma June to come out for Wilzig. Apparently there's some kind of deal planned for her to get Wilzig to his destination. At this point, the ghoul calls out Wilzig, and mentions all 6 agencies have a bounty out for him, and he's here to collect. His opening move is to blow Wilzig's foot off. Ma June offers 1,000 caps, the currency being used in this world, to whoever can kill the ghoul. This starts one of the most ridiculous fight scenes you will ever see. This almost plays out like a parody, where the ghoul one-shots everyone with his insane gun that shoots these bizarre capsule things that look like a super miniaturized Fat Man bomb, but without the square thing on the back. What these are and why he's the only one with them is never explained. They appear to exist purely to make him look super badass or something, as he becomes a force of nature destroying everyone around him with extreme ease. He even takes a few bullets to the back, to apparently no effect. He's in no rush to get behind cover, and for most of the fight he's just standing out in the open without a care in the world. This man is not immortal. He can be killed. Even if he is extremely skilled in combat, he takes no measure to protect himself, except slowly walking behind a wooden stand, which wouldn't protect him from bullets, then sitting down to reload. Let's just be honest here. He's winning purely because the writers want him to. Now this can be said about pretty much any story, but the difference is in how it's handled and portrayed. The art of writing a good story is making the events of the story satisfying and make sense. In Star Wars, when Vader is about to shoot Luke's X-Wing, Han Solo comes out of nowhere to save Luke. Except, we know why Han decided to do this. It was set up previously that Han was kind of guilt-tripped for taking the money and running, rather than staying to help. You could tell before the end of the scene that he wasn't comfortable with this, and based on what we've learned of Han at this point, it makes sense that he'd have this change of heart. It makes for a satisfying character arc for Han, and for a satisfying conclusion to the movie. Everything slots together and works well, and the whole movie is like that. Yes, the writers got what they wanted with the destruction of the Death Star, but it was done in a way that makes sense for the world we see. Here in Fallout, you have the Ghoul nonchalantly shooting people, as if it's little to no effort for him, and not taking cover for a majority of the fight, as if none of these people pose a threat to him. Remember that one bullet is all it takes to kill someone. Even he is not immune to such a weakness. This just comes across as cartoonish and stupid. This doesn't make him appear impressive as a character, because like the entire rest of the show, the scene is driven by absurdity and everyone else's stupidity. If they really wanted to establish him as a badass, they'd have had him use the environment to his advantage, take cover, take potshots at his attackers, to show he has deadly accurate aim. He could even one-shot them all this way, if it at least looked like it took some effort, and in the process showing how skilled he is, rather than just winning because the script said so. I have to stress this point. He took a few bullets to the back, and they did nothing to him. What was even the point of this, when it only makes the show worse? We then get the scene that was released standalone before the show released. I don't normally mention such things, but I felt this was significant enough to point out, because this clip is actually worse in context. Lucy goes through an overly long and cringy bit of dialogue, to eventually reason out that the Ghoul is the aggressor here, which... no shit, Sherlock. You were standing right next to Wilzig when the Ghoul vaporized his foot, and that as the aggressor, use of force against him is justified. Out of context, the assumption would be that she was trying to rally people against him. In context, people did rally against him already, and it was an absolute bloodbath. No amount of her being a naive vault dweller excuses the fact that she just saw him kill at least half a dozen people without a second thought, and he clearly doesn't give a fuck about rules or law, and she should realize that given the massacre he just committed. Especially considering she's already lived through a brutal and traumatic fight herself, as well as seeing her vault come under attack just a day or two ago. This is a constant problem with Lucy throughout the show. She keeps flip-flopping between going through shit that should harden her and change her worldview, then she goes back to being a naive vault dweller who has never experienced any hardships, or when she does learn, it results in situations even more stupid. But I'm jumping ahead. The Ghoul starts to walk forward, and because he doesn't see her as a threat, she shoots him with her dart gun to no effect. Apparently he's got a lot of drugs in his system, so I guess that negates the dart. I'll give it a pass. It's also worth noting that he kills everyone else who raises their gun, but he just stands there and listens to her prattle on, instead of just killing her too, at least until she shoots him. Despite the fact that she clearly doesn't pose a threat to him, and her weapon is totally ineffective, he's now finally going to kill her, except our noble hero Maximus shows up and tells the Ghoul to stand down. This is where the scene gets bad. Yes, it was already awful, but it gets worse here. For some reason, the Ghoul prioritizes killing Lucy, rather than dealing with what is very obviously the immediate threat. Against all logic, Maximus somehow manages to get to Lucy faster than the Ghoul can shoot and for the bullet to reach her. He then tells her that Wilzig is important and to keep him safe while he deals with the Ghoul. Now we get the boss fight itself. The Ghoul has been shooting at Maximus for a while now to no effect. No idea why he'd waste bullets, they're clearly ineffective, but whatever. Maximus pulls his gun and fires a few shots and immediately fumbles the gun, losing it forever. Good job. I don't know, maybe it clipped through the ground or something because he never tries to retrieve it. Also, he domed a bear in one shot at a greater distance earlier, but apparently missed all his shots against the Ghoul at close range before he lost his gun. Good job. Not to let Maximus hog all the stupidity to himself, The Ghoul lets him close distance when the last thing you'd want is power armor getting in close if you don't have any way to deal with it in close quarters. Good job. Maximus then punches the Ghoul hard enough to send him through a set of stairs. He should have multiple broken bones. In fact, he should be dying or dead. But this doesn't affect the Ghoul at all. Yes, the power armor we've seen kick a rock through a building, causing it to collapse, as well as having the ability to throw a cinder block off into the distance, can now only give the Ghoul a love tap that doesn't injure him at all, but also hits him with enough force to destroy a staircase. Rather than going for his gun, Maximus goes towards the Ghoul who climbs up the crap shack out of reach of Maximus. Even though Maximus won't get his fucking gun, he still has options here. He could rip out a plank of wood from the broken stairs and throw it at the Ghoul. We know he can do this. He does end up tearing out the support under where the Ghoul is standing, causing him to fall to the ground. Alright, so your enemy is on the ground, stunned for a moment, and at your mercy. Do you A, kill him immediately, or B, throw him uselessly away? Remember, power armor is heavy. It would have to be based on the fact that it's a powered mech suit. Just falling on the Ghoul would kill him. Now granted, throwing him into a wooden stand like that should kill or at least cripple him as well, and it doesn't. But we also just saw the Ghoul get punched through stairs. All Max had to do was dead space stomp this cunt's head and the fight would be over. And no one would ever have to worry about him again. But no, instead of taking the most logical choice, he does the stupid movie trip of throwing someone uselessly across an area. Good job. Maximus then goes after him again, trying to punch him, only to get his foot stuck in a piece of wood. Yes, the power armor that can kick a rock through a building has been completely foiled by a plank of wood. Good job. The Ghoul gets behind him, slices a hose with a knife, causing the power armor to go haywire. Max tries to fly for some reason, only for the Ghoul to throw a hook onto Max's armor, and this somehow causes him to lose control, and he blasts off into the distance like fucking Team Rocket. Needless to say, this entire fight was beyond pathetic, and it's a good little microcosm of this entire show. As mentioned earlier, the Ghoul just wins because the writers want him to. He takes numerous hits that should cripple him or even kill him outright, and he might as well have not gotten hit at all. It's like he's being hit with a wiffle bat.
Ow! What the hell are you doing, Cartman? I'm killing you, but unfortunately I could only afford a wiffle bat, so it's gonna take a while.
As a result, it feels like there's no stakes in this fight. It's just two action figures being haphazardly slammed together until the writers decide one of them won the fight. The Ghoul winning the fight outright relies on bad writing. In particular, the insane inconsistency of power armor. You could be mauled to death by a bear, despite it not actually being able to do anything to you directly, due to the armor. But Maximus can crash land fucking hard and be totally uninjured. Power armor has insane strength when the writers want it to, and it can do incredible damage, except when it doesn't. Effectively, power armor is only useful when the writers decide it's useful. This is what I mean when I say there are no stakes. The stakes are typically what the audience is supposed to care about, what they're supposed to be invested in, what is at stake. We want to see the One Ring get destroyed, so as to destroy Sauron forever. We want to see the crew of the Nostromo survive against an alien creature that is stalking and killing them one by one. We want to see John McClane stop the terrorists and save the hostages. We want to see the Terminator fail its mission to kill Sarah Connor, so her son can lead the human resistance against the machines. When the power levels or capabilities of characters or equipment change without reason, that can affect people's investment in what's going on. A lightsaber is a deadly weapon. It can cut off limbs or kill with extreme ease. That is, until we've seen multiple characters get stabbed through with it, only to survive. No, not him. They become a joke because the writers of much of Disney's Star Wars have made them inconsistent. Fights that once had deadly consequences, or at least life-altering consequences, are now apparently only a minor hazard. As a counterexample, returning to the Terminator, aside from one moment where the Terminator somehow vanishes from a scene, the entire rest of the movie is really fucking solid. When it's attacking the police station, it makes sense that the cops would fight back. They don't know they're fighting a robot that is unaffected by their bullets. No one single thing kills the Terminator. It's a matter of doing damage to it using what resources they have in a desperate situation. Sarah Connor manages to finally kill the Terminator in a hydraulic press, but it's in a factory where it might make sense for such a machine to exist, and by this point, the Terminator has been heavily damaged, so it makes sense that this machine would be able to finally kill it.
You're a terminated fucker.
The writers wanted her to survive, but they did the work to make the Terminator a believable threat, put the characters into realistic situations, and finally took it down in a believable way, and it is all very consistent. This is what makes it such a satisfying story. With Fallout, rather than a story being artfully woven or skillfully crafted, with satisfying events, moments, and payoffs, you instead have the writers drunkenly stumbling towards the outcomes they want, and everything to get there is total contradictory nonsense. This style of writing persists through the rest of the show. They want Maximus to be an underdog and get power armor, so the knight he's assigned to just dies, because reasons, also he can just get it. They want a big boss fight between all the main characters, but they also want everyone to survive, because they're the main characters. So the capabilities of power armor is nerfed, the fight between these two utter clowns is enough time for Lucy and Wilzig to escape, and Maximus is sent flying off into the distance like a cartoon, while the Ghoul apparently just has God mode on. The only significant consequence from this fight is that Wilzig will eventually die from his injury, and that's because everyone involved is stupid. To jump ahead to give another example, in a later episode Lucy is tranquilized and strapped down to have her organs harvested, only for the robot to not trank her again, and not strap down her legs, so she can kick its saw-blade arm in such a way as to cut her binding to free her, but also not injure her severely. I'll have a section for all the absurd conveniences later, but you get the point. The writers seem to have a vague idea of what they want to happen, put a character into a situation, make some references for those member berries, then have our heroes win or escape danger, but instead of the characters being skilled or intelligent and using their resources to their advantage, shit just happens. This isn't just bad writing, this is outright incompetence. Either that or a total lack of care. Speaking of which, there's the other half of this scene to contend with. Lucy helps Wilzig into Ma Jun's store, where she gives him a prosthetic leg, but not just any prosthetic leg, one with a fucking meat grinder on it that chews up the stump and leaves an open wound to bleed out and fester. What in the fuck mothering Christ is this monstrosity? Why would this ever exist? This only makes a bad problem worse. It seems as though it's just absurd for the sake of being absurd. I don't even have to explain how this would never work, because the show itself repeatedly shows he's still bleeding out, and even Wilzig himself realizes he's not going to survive. Were there no other options? I have to stress how fucked this is. We see the Ghoul stab the dog at the start of the fight, only to give it a stim pack after the fight, and it's just fine again immediately. Could they have not given Wilzig a stim pack? Yeah, it wouldn't grow his foot back, but they could have wrapped it in gauze and given him a crutch. Anything would have made more sense than the fucking insane meat grinder prosthetic. Wilzig tells Ma Jun to have Lucy take him to his destination. He manages to convince her, then she convinces Lucy by telling her that Wilzig is to be brought to Moldaver, the woman Lucy's looking for, who kidnapped her father.
Well, what does Moldaver want with you? I mean, she steals dads.
For some reason, this show hardly has any serious moments that aren't immediately undercut by either the stupidity of this world, or by insufferably stupid dialogue like this, or both. Why does Ma Jun need to rely on Lucy to get him to Moldaver? Did she not have a plan in mind for this when she took the job?
You have anyone else you can trust in this town?
Apparently not. While Maximus and the Ghoul are busy being completely retreaded outside, Lucy and Wilzig take the chance to escape. Sometime later, off in the desert, Wilzig tells her that he's not going to make it, revealing that he took cyanide. He explains what Lucy needs to do, but he dies seemingly before he's finished telling her something. It's a good thing he didn't die before telling her to cut off his head, because the important part is in there. Seriously, he took the cyanide before he even explained anything to her. What if he died sooner? After traveling for a bit, Lucy puts a tracker into the head. Why does she even have a tracker? What do Vault Dwellers need to track? She just has it because the plot needs her to have it. There's two big things to note about this scene though. She's having a campfire at night after she's already been told not to do this because it's dangerous. A light in the darkness is a beacon to anyone out in the wastes that someone is there, someone that could potentially be taken advantage of or killed. She knows this now thanks to Wilzig himself, and she either forgets or ignores this advice. More importantly, however, is in how inconsistent her character is again. Despite living in a vault all of her life, and repeatedly shown to be a naive and innocent person, she's treating this severed head as though it's a toy. She has no problem handling it, and she even starts petting it. This is a dead man's head, a man she knew briefly, and was clearly uncomfortable with having to cut the head off in the first place, but now it might as well be a fucking ball with the way she's treating it. Being this desensitized to death would make sense for a much more hardened character like the Ghoul, Moldaver, or the higher-ranking members of the Brotherhood who fight and kill their enemies. But not a character like Lucy, who has only ever been in 2 fights within the past week, and got scared by a tumbleweed. She should be disturbed by it, but isn't in the slightest. It's fucking weird. Later on, she reaches Hollywood Boulevard, which is now a lake. She sees a baby deer somehow get ninja killed by this thing. Yes, we're supposed to believe that this massive creature, big enough to swallow a human whole, is able to stealth kill a baby deer just because there's some weeds in the way that would absolutely not obscure it. The Gulper then attacks Lucy from behind, and manages to take the head and swallows it. I referenced it earlier, but back in Philly, the Ghoul used a stim pack on Wilzig's dog, and for some reason the dog was just fine with him now, even though he severely wounded his master and stabbed him. I'm sorry, but dogs don't work like this, and no, I don't care about your edge cases or personal anecdotes. Dogs are typically smart enough to recognize people who have hurt them, and will remember those individuals. The Ghoul then uses the dog to track down Wilzig, who is dead. In fact, for some reason the Ghoul waits until nighttime to follow them, by which point Wilzig is already dead. And no, I'm not buying any argument that he survived the night like this, only to randomly kill himself the next day. Anyways, the Ghoul then follows the trail that Lucy left behind, and eventually catches up with her, literally seconds after she lost the head. When she tells him she lost it, the Ghoul quickly deduces that it was a Gulper and uses her as bait. This does eventually lure in the Gulper, which for some reason bites the hook instead of the bait. Do I really have to explain the basics of fishing now, in a fucking breakdown for a TV show? While it can happen on rare occasion, fish don't tend to go for empty hooks because it doesn't look or smell like food to them. Lures have hooks, and live bait are put onto a hook because the fish try to eat them, and that is how you hook a fish. The Gulper also appears to be somewhat intelligent, as we'll learn later, as it can distinguish individuals and target someone who has attacked it. So why, when there is bait that is away from the hook, does it bite the hook? The Ghoul is also dumb enough to leave his bag of stuff within reach of Lucy, who uses it to uselessly slap the Gulper's head when trying to get it to leave her alone. The Gulper flees, and the Ghoul is pissed that Lucy broke his vials, which is a plot point I haven't discussed yet. The Ghoul, and seemingly ghouls in general, need to take a vial of stuff. What this stuff even is never named. It just kinda exists, and it prevents ghouls from turning into Walking Dead zombies. This is effectively the difference between life and death for him. Why in the world would he not keep them in a more sturdy container? And why would he leave his bag in the middle of this dock rather than stowing it somewhere more secure? This is so important to him that he abandons the bounty based on the super convenient fact that apparently these things digest slowly, so the head is relatively safe. Also, he can go get more vials, which is implied to be quite the walk away. Lucy is also pissed with him and brings up the golden rule: do unto others as you would have done unto you. She acts like it's ridiculous that he wouldn't even know what the golden rule is, despite her vault having been raided, and further having seen the Ghoul will kill people in Philly. He takes Lucy with him and abandons the dog. On their journey, they run into an old friend of the Ghoul's, another Ghoul who is going feral due to a lack of the vials. After a bit of a back and forth, the Ghoul distracts his friend, only to kill him. Initially, I really liked this moment because he had given his friend a good memory to think on before putting him out of his misery, to prevent a fate worse than death. He then starts harvesting his friend and cannibalizing him. Lucy is shocked and horrified by this and criticizes him, but he gets the bright idea to give her the knife and have her harvest the ass jerky. What was at first a really good scene with an impactful moment has been undermined by both the Ghoul stupidity and the fact that it was kinda treated like a joke. Rather than explaining that the wasteland is harsh and sometimes you have to do things you don't want to survive, rather than having any kind of somber or serious tone, the Ghoul is practically jovial about it.
It ain't all canned peaches and marmalade left up here, sweetheart. Sometimes, a fella's gotta eat a fella.
Same goes for the ass jerky comment. There's no respect for the dead. This isn't treated like an unfortunate reality that he doesn't take pleasure in. In fact, it's kinda shocking that he's doing this at all, considering at the start of the show we've been told that he was buried alive for years, and he's only dug up once per year to have a part cut off. So he could go at least a year without food, but probably a lot longer, but now he needs to cannibalize his friend? He's certainly not doing this for Lucy's sake. That, combined with the fact that he isn't treating this seriously, makes it come across as though he's only doing this to fuck with her, as opposed to any actual need for him to do it. The other part about this that makes him look as dumb as a brick is that he gives Lucy his knife so she can harvest the meat for him. She's your prisoner and you don't know what she's capable of. Even if he assumes she's harmless because she's a vault dweller, that's not a good assumption to make because you don't know what she's been through, you don't know if she'll do anything to survive or not, and probably worst of all, she already fucking shot you. What if she stabs you in the throat immediately? What if she tries to blindside him later or try something when his guard is down? If he really wanted her to do this, you could have had him draw his gun, keep it trained on her the whole time, toss a knife on the body and tell her to do it, and when she's done, have her toss the knife out of reach so you can collect it and her safely. Even then, that's taking an unnecessary risk for no good reason, but at least it's better than directly handing her the knife up close. During their traveling, the Ghoul refuses to give Lucy any water, and he eventually fills his canteen that he had previously dumped out when she was asking for water. Wait, why does he need to drink water when he was buried alive for years? Oh, fuck it. He fills it up from a pool of radioactive water, and Lucy, being so dehydrated, gives in and drinks from the pool herself. He mocks her golden rule, to which she angrily asks, "What are you?" for him to say,
"Oh, I'm you, sweetie. You just give it a little time."
Ah, we get a lame, "we're not so different, you and I" moment. This is the closest Lucy has to an arc in this show. It was alluded to earlier when she first met Wilzig, that she'd have to adapt to the wasteland or be destroyed by it, and that once she does make that change, will she want the same thing? Which of course plays into the final episode where her goal changes, but this show doesn't seem to realize what it's done. Lucy changing her goal at the end of the show isn't due to her adapting to the harshness of the wasteland, but because she learned something about her father that makes her hate him. The implication here in this scene is that much like how Cooper Howard became the Ghoul, Lucy too will change to be violent, unforgiving, and cruel. Now you can do this arc where rather than becoming like the Ghoul, she might instead become like the average survivalist, who can handle themselves in dangerous situations and navigate life in the wasteland, but the problem is that we get neither really. This whole arc doesn't seem to go anywhere. She does manage to survive the super duper mark coming up, and it initially appears as though she's become hardened to life in the wasteland, but then she's just more or less the same as she was before after this. She's hesitant to help Maximus, which is dumb and nonsensical, and she's suspicious of Vault 4, which during their entire time there is intentionally made to look suspicious, and she mentions that she had a dumb plan for dealing with Moldaver in the finale. Is this the growth she's supposed to have had? The Ghoul then falls into a coughing fit, and Lucy uses this chance to escape. And by escape I mean she runs 30 feet and stops like a moron so she can get caught again. This actually plays out like a cartoon. The Ghoul pulls out a lasso, throws it around her, and she looks down before being yanked off her feet and pulled back to the Ghoul. For some reason, as he's grabbing at her, he puts one of his fingers in her mouth, which she bites off. The Ghoul then says his line from the trailer.
"There you are, you little killer."
But in context, this doesn't make sense. Taking it literally, she hasn't killed anyone yet. If we're to take it just as a phrase to refer to the fact that just about anyone has the capacity for violence, there's probably a better way to phrase it than calling her a killer. Also, if he thought or knew she could reach this point, then this makes the situation with the knife earlier even worse. Why would you risk this if you thought she was capable of this? This really does feel like a trailer line, and they had nowhere else to put it that made sense. In the trailer, you see her with a shoulder pad and blood on her, and it feels as though he's caught up to her after she's killed someone, which would actually make a lot more sense than what we got.
There you are, you little killer.
The ghoul takes revenge upon Lucy by cutting off her finger, to which she barely reacts. No screaming or anything, just some grimacing, as though she's being made to be slightly uncomfortable as opposed to having a part of her body cut off. Sometime later, they reach the Super Duper Mart, where the ghoul sells Lucy to whoever dwells within. He's doing this to get more Zombrex. This whole entire sequence is exceptionally stupid, and it would win the crown of some of the worst writing I've ever seen on its own, if it wasn't for the rest of this show existing. First off, as soon as Lucy goes inside, the ghoul collapses. This is apparently due to a lack of the ghoul juice, and he doesn't get up until he gets more juice, even though his friend didn't suffer anything like this. He was just losing his mind. Next, Lucy runs into an apparently friendly robot who offers to fix her up. In the operating room, it opens a drawer full of severed and rotting fingers, and he picks up a particularly nasty one and just grafts it onto her hand. She even says it feels good, and the finger just works with no issue. This is utter insanity. That thing is rotting. It should give her necrosis. It should kill her. It should not be functional, and it certainly shouldn't feel good. Infected wounds are no joke. In the olden days, battle wounds that weren't cleaned and taken care of oftentimes led to death. Hell, it's still a big risk today. Even with all of our medical advancements, plenty of people still die from serious wounds due to infection. The difference is the methods of cleaning are more well known, and necessary cleansing materials are far more common than they used to be. There were even procedures to take care of particularly bad wounds by putting maggots on them that eat the dead flesh, as they wouldn't eat living flesh, so they would effectively remove the dangerous tissue. What we have here is simply sheer stupidity on a level that simply should not be possible. Severed fingers turning blue and green are not a cosmetic feature, it's a sign of active decomposition. This is one of the more frustrating parts of the show, simply for the fact that a 5-second Google search and extremely basic knowledge would have prevented this utter stupidity. She has this finger for the rest of the show, by the way, and they're sure to make sure it's discolored the entire time. The discolored finger is probably the most consistent continuity throughout all of the show, and Bethesda Fallout in general. But why did the robot have a drawer full of fingers?
I'm simply going to harvest your organs.
Oh. So this whole thing is an organ harvesting operation? I thought this was an adaptation of Fallout, not RimWorld. But this just raises so many more questions. First of all, why even replace the finger if you're just going to harvest her organs anyways? Some people write this off as the robot being quirky, but the same exact thing happens to the ghoul near the end of the show. He's captured by people who intend to execute him, but they allow him to sew Lucy's finger onto his hand, where she bit off his finger earlier. This is just another example of the writers getting what they want, despite the fact it makes no sense. We need this moment of conflict between Lucy and the ghoul, so he can see the error of his ways when she helps him anyways later on. But we also can't have any long-term consequences, such as missing body parts, so she just gets it back immediately, despite the fact there's no good in-world reason for this to happen, and the ghoul gets his finger back the exact moment he needs it, despite the fact there's no good in-world reason for this to happen. It's a major injury that is immediately negated, because we can't have these characters suffer long-term consequences. Back to the organ harvesting operation. Would there really be such a market in a post-apocalypse world, where there is no society of any kind, doctors appear to be rare, and you wouldn't even have the capability to actually check one's organs to see if they need to be replaced? Further, how are they preserving the organs they steal? The drawer of fingers makes me assume they have no method to preserve them, which means they would just go to waste, like the fingers. If there's a means of preserving the organs, then why did they not do this for the fingers? So the robot uses a tranquilizer on Lucy, so it can go cut her up and take her organs, but she's already awake again, and has been for a few minutes. How weak was this tranquilizer, and why didn't it trank her again? Or alternatively, why the fuck did it not strap her legs down so she can't move? It had two options to prevent her from fighting back, and took neither. In fact, this scene is so absurd and ridiculous that Lucy manages to kick it with her free leg, the saw conveniently cuts her binding without injuring her at all, and she takes it down with a defibrillator before jury-rigging it into a weapon for herself. This is one of those things that is so exceptionally and obviously bad, it shouldn't need to be explained. As a reminder, this is the whole point of the operation they've got going here, and the robot they're using can't even properly restrain or tranquilize their victims. It's a wonder they ever successfully harvested anyone's organs. As a reminder, these people thought they weren't being paid enough. They went on strike to get more pay, and this is the quality of what they write, where every major element in a scene is broken beyond belief and beyond what is ever reasonable. Lucy holds the robot hostage and threatens to hurt it if the two stoners are just kinda hanging out and apparently overseeing this place don't do what she says, to which they respond,
"It's a fucking robot."
I get that it's a haha funny joke and all, but this is actually valuable equipment that does a specialized job that I doubt these two could do. They also have guns and don't do anything to stop her at any point here. She tells them to release the ghouls. Why do they have a bunch of ghouls locked in fridges? Both regular ghouls and these feral ghouls who have lost their minds? This is never explained, it's just kinda there. They flip one switch to release all the regular ghouls, who take their chance to escape. She tells them to release the rest. They start to argue vaguely that you don't want to do that, but she shoots a dart into the couch they're on, which immediately starts melting due to the contents of the dart. I love when my household cleaner melts anything it touches as though it's acid. They know the second set of ghouls is feral and will attack them, but they don't try to explain beyond this weak, vague muttering I mentioned, and they don't try to get away from her or anything of the sort. They just open the doors. Well, what are they supposed to do? Get shot? They're releasing multiple feral ghouls. They know they're dangerous. That's why they're scared of doing it. They have a better chance of dealing with Lucy than multiple feral ghouls, and her only weapon is a big unwieldy robot. They could just explain that the ghouls will attack them. They can get up and run, take cover behind something. Releasing the ghouls is the worst option, so naturally that's what they do.
Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
Lucy realizes the ghouls are going to attack, and she gets out of the way. The stoners get killed and kill a couple of the ghouls in the process, and Lucy kills one without getting injured. This scene brings up the issue from episode 2 again, because now we have contradictory information. The ghoul takes several body shots to no effect. His friend is killed with a headshot, but the first ghoul here is hit with a body shot and he goes down, never to be seen again, which implies he died. The second ghoul takes a body shot to no effect, then is killed with a body shot. The third ghoul is killed with a headshot, then Martha appears to be killed by a body shot. This is exactly what I mean about needing the rules to be consistent. Do they need to be killed by headshots, or not? Episode 2 says they can take body shots with no problem. Episode 4 says body shots kill them. Which is it? In case I can't make this any more clear to people, imagine if it was Lucy who got shot several times in the chest, and she just walked it off without issue. That's exactly what is happening here. It also appears to be very lucky that Lucy manages to hit the ghoul lady mid-air, and the shot is so powerful it manages to knock her off course. Also, one of the ghouls attacks the immobile robot on the floor for some reason. Anyways, we do get one of the few kinda decent moments in the show, though it still has problems in addition to what I just mentioned. Lucy had seen a ghoul woman going feral, much like the ghoul's friend from earlier, and she was let out with the second group. In fact, she seems to be the primary reason Lucy demanded the stoners let them out. The ghoul slowly shambles her way towards Lucy, clearly barely holding on to her sanity, and Lucy tries to encourage her to hold on, while at the same time eyeing a gun on the floor in case she needs to defend herself. The ghoul lady can't hold on and goes feral. Lucy dives for the gun and manages to shoot her out of the air. I do like that they're trying to do something here, but there's no time to really linger on it, and there's those problems I mentioned. First, and by far most importantly, Lucy clearly didn't want to kill this woman, but was forced to due to circumstance. But we don't see Lucy coming to terms with what she was forced to do, or even sitting there for a moment to process that she was just forced to kill an innocent person, who only attacked her due to her own deteriorating mind. The scene shows her sitting there for a second, has a joke with the robot, then just cuts. I think it would have been far more impactful to linger on the scene a bit, as Lucy has to come to terms with what she was forced to do, then steeling herself and becoming a slightly more hardened character, who at least somewhat knows what you need to do to survive in the wasteland. It's also weird to me that there's just a whole case of ghoul juice right next to Lucy and she doesn't attempt to get any for the ghoul lady. Now it is a risky situation, and she doesn't know when or if the ghoul lady is going to attack, but it strikes me as weird that she doesn't at least glance at the box of ghoul juice and consider that as an option. Ultimately, this isn't the biggest issue in the world, and it doesn't break the show or anything, but I feel it could have been handled a bit better. Finally, with all that out of the way, Lucy puts on a single shoulder pad for armor, and gives the ghoul a bunch of vials of ghoul juice because of her golden rule. Keep this in mind for later. The bigger question, though, is why did she not take any supplies besides the shoulder pad and the gun? I think it's safe to assume that this isn't a legitimate business, with people locked in fridges and an organ harvesting operation going on. Surely there's some meds as well as food and water you'd need, right? Apparently not. This is especially ridiculous considering the next time we see her, she's dying from radiation sickness, which is worse given the fact she knows she was dunked in radioactive water, she knows she drank radioactive water, and there's a Radaway just sitting there that she doesn't take. Saying this character is dumb as a brick would be an insult to bricks. Last we saw Maximus, he was blasting off again at the end of the fight in Philly. He lands quite a distance away and hits the ground hard. I'm going to say it again, how the fuck did Maximus survive this? But Titus didn't survive a bear scratching at his super armor. Next time we see Max, he's hauling the armor up by a chain on the outskirts of Philly. It's implied the armor isn't really functional right now, or else he wouldn't need to haul it up with a chain. But it raises the question of how did he get it back to Philly if it was non-functional? This thing just teleports as the script needs it to, and there's a far more egregious instance of this later on. If the armor is functional, then it raises the question of why he would leave it unguarded. There's no reason he should have left it alone, and if he really needed to, then he should have hidden it somewhere where people won't mess with it. Also, the Brotherhood contacts him through comms the suit apparently has. He lies and pretends to be Knight Titus while telling them that Maximus died honorably. They say they're going to send another squire out for him, and not knowing what to do, he tears the comms out and destroys them like the moron he is. Apparently it's that easy to trick the Brotherhood. Apparently they can track where the suit is, because the squire gets dropped off here shortly, which just raises the question of why did they not ask what the fuck Titus was doing going off mission, and later, what would have been assumed to be Titus fucking around off mission. This is also just stupid for Maximus to do because his whole goal is to collect a target and complete the mission, and this actually kinda raises a point I hadn't thought of previously. Part of the problem with Maximus throughout this entire show is that I don't know what he wants. I don't know what his goals are, I don't know whose side he's on, and I don't know what he's going to do at any given moment. He seemingly changes on a whim, betraying the Brotherhood repeatedly and doing horrible things, despite wanting to be a hero who helps people, and he never seems to learn any kind of lesson. At one point near the end of the show, he even has to have it explained to him that an entire vault of people will die out due to his actions if he does not return a vital piece of equipment to them, and he doesn't want to because of the fucking power armor. I'd call him a directionless character who only does what's convenient for the story the writers want to tell, but that's every character in this show. See, a well-written and developed character would have inherent attributes and beliefs, by which you can judge what they would do when you put them into almost any situation. A story can almost write itself at that point if you're a decent writer. To use an easy example, we all know Batman wouldn't just start slaughtering innocent people. The vast majority of the process of writing a story is establishing characters, and putting them in situations to deal with, while trying to keep those characters consistent, or challenging their beliefs. If Batman has a no-kill rule 1 minute, and then violates it for no good reason the next, it makes for an inconsistent character, and the audience doesn't know what he'll do next. It doesn't make for an intriguing character, because the no-kill rule would become the no-kill suggestion, that gets violated the moment the challenge arises. Part of what's interesting about Batman is seeing him overcome situations while adhering to his no-kill rule. Put Batman into Die Hard, and every one of those terrorists would survive. He would use stealth to his advantage. He would use his gadgets to incapacitate the terrorists. He would defuse the bomb. He would talk to Alfred or Lucius or Oracle to find out more about Hans Gruber and his men. Put Batman in Alien, and he would formulate a plan based on what knowledge they have and try to destroy the alien with as few casualties as possible, preferably none. He would rig traps, try to lure it out. He might try to find a sound frequency that irritates the alien to either drive it away or to draw it out. He would either lock the crew of the Nostromo somewhere safe, or he'd have them stick together as a group with strict rules, such as no one going off on their own for any reason. The characters in Fallout just do whatever is convenient for the writers. They don't even attempt to challenge themselves and their characters, they all just win because that's what the writers want. This bit requires me to skip ahead again, but it's necessary. Maximus is a member of the Brotherhood, but why? After his hometown was destroyed, he saw a Brotherhood knight. Best faith interpretation, it's implied their heroism inspired him to join them. But he doesn't put in an effort to learn something as basic as a circuit. He's jealous of a friend's advancement, and pledges he'd do anything for the Brotherhood, only to stand around slack-jawed as the knight he was assigned to was mauled.
Yeah, thanks for the warning, asshole. I really appreciate how you stood there staring at me, not doing a goddamn thing. You're like a cat watching a mouse die.
He then waits for that knight to die to steal his armor and take it for a joyride under the idea that they won't execute him if he completes the mission, but I still don't know why he wants to be a part of this organization that has only ever treated him badly, and he clearly has no loyalty for. He lies to the Brotherhood, cuts off communications, seemingly abandons them completely to join Vault 4, then suddenly cares about helping people with his power armor again after being exiled from Vault 4, then betrays the Brotherhood again by giving them a fake head, having given Lucy the real one, only to betray her.
Everybody betrayed me. I fed up with this world.
And put her in danger by telling them where she went with it, and tells Dane that he's going to live with Lucy in her vault. What would Maximus do if he were in Die Hard? I genuinely don't know. I guess it depends if he had the power armor or not. Considering how utterly stupid he is, he might openly attack the terrorists and get the hostages killed in the crossfire. What would Maximus do if he were an alien? He'd probably shoot the alien, and the acid blood would eat through the hull, resulting in everyone dying. The only things I can imagine Maximus doing in any given situation is either the most self-serving thing or the most stupid thing you can do in those situations, because that's all we get from him for the entire show. I guess you could say he's impulsive, but even that isn't done in a satisfying way, because he just comes across as an inconsistent mess of a character with no real goals or direction. The idea that he wants to help people isn't worth jack shit when it's handled poorly, let alone as bad as this is. This isn't even a case of good intentions gone wrong, it's just an exceptionally poorly written character that exists for no other reason than to have a major Brotherhood of Steel presence in the show, and as a result of the awful writing, he is one of the most insufferably stupid characters I have seen in a long time. Not even Jar Jar Binks was this bad. At least he was accidentally heroic, instead of accidentally and intentionally monstrous. Getting back on track, Maximus goes into town to get a part of the armor fixed, and he has to sell a tooth to get enough money to do so. Hey moron. Maybe it would have been useful to keep the massive bag of supplies you had. Maybe you could have sold something or traded something to her in exchange for the repair. Also, who the fuck is buying teeth in this world and for what reason? Also, we never see him missing any teeth at all. Ever. Another example of inconsequential consequences. Upon returning to his power armor, there's a bunch of locals there messing with it, and clearly interested in taking it. Maximus, genius that he is, has no weapons as his pistol from the start of episode 2 vanished, and during the boss fight he fumbled his other weapon and never picked it up, like the insufferable tard that he is. And I'm going to keep referencing this fucking bag because who knows what else was in it. That is a chonky fucking bag. Surely there were other weapons in there, right? So Maximus, genius that he is, decides to take on several people alone and unarmed and gets the shit kicked out of him. He's lucky to be alive, let alone being able to get up again. He grabs a pair of giant steel tongs and a wooden toilet seat to be his weapons. Again, just making this character look like an utter unlikable fool. He takes out the big guy quickly, but the rest of them team up on him, disarm him, and use the tongs against him. I'm no doctor, But I'm not sure you can survive this, and if you can, you are seriously fucking hurting for it. Luckily for Maximus, these locals are so exceptionally stupid that they think it's a good idea to push him into his armor, so he can then grab the head of what appears to be their leader, and crushes it like a melon, resulting in the remaining guys running off. Once again, things progress due to sheer luck and the stupidity of everyone involved. They could have put Maximus anywhere, but instead they shove him into his power armor suit. If they had done literally anything else with him, he'd be dead, or at the very least unable to stop them from taking his armor. A vertibird flies overhead, and Maximus goes to check the center of town to find a squire being dropped off, and he gets back to his armor and gets inside it in the nick of time, before Thaddeus shows up. I didn't find Maximus to be a likable character before, but this is where I really began to hate him. Thaddeus presents himself to who he believes to be Knight Titus. Maximus raises his bloody hand, the one he just used to squish that guy's head a few minutes ago, and Thaddeus begins freaking out, thinking that he's about to be killed, and begs for mercy. This is a bit of a weird moment because I don't actually know what Maximus was intending here. Was he going to kill Thaddeus in cold blood? It kind of seems like it because I don't know what else he could be doing. Maximus sees Thaddeus terrified and begging for his life, and realizes he can take advantage of the situation. Exactly as Knight Titus did to him before, he pulls the crotch plate off of the power armor and tells Thaddeus to clean it. Later on, we see Thaddeus at the top of a tree looking for apples, despite the fact it clearly doesn't have any, because Maximus said he's craving an apple. Thaddeus apologizes profusely, falls off the tree, and offers some rations from the pack, to which Maximus says he's not hungry anymore. This is what I mean when I say Maximus is an insufferable, awful character. He looks down on people abusing their power against others, then the very moment he has power over someone else, he begins doing the same thing to them. Yes, this is one of the people who were hazing him before. No, that doesn't matter, nor does it excuse Maximus's actions. If you're truly against the abuse of power against others, then you wouldn't act like this because this is hypocritical. By what we're shown, Maximus isn't against the abuse of power, he just didn't like being on the receiving end of it, but then we're shown that he is more than willing to abuse said power against someone else the moment it's convenient to him. Rather than being the better man and acting with honor and integrity, he instead uses the opportunity to be a petty little shit and abuses this guy who doesn't really deserve it. Now, a good story can be told about such a character who goes from abused to abuser, but this ain't it. Once again, I'm not even sure the writers of the show realize what they've done here, because the show never seems to portray these actions as though they're a bad thing. It even seems like it's supposed to be justified, or a funny joke that Maximus is just treating this guy like absolute shit. Nor does Maximus ever admit or realize that he's in the wrong. You could even keep these parts of the show, and just have it so Maximus learns a lesson and becomes a better person as a result, but we never get that moment. The only reason Maximus stops picking on this guy is because Thaddeus, not knowing that it's Maximus in the suit, expresses regret that he died and feels sorry for having hazed Maximus, and the fact that he never got the chance to haze someone else, with Thaddeus also mentioning that the other recruits had hazed him until Maximus showed up, and he suggested they haze him instead. All of this combined, including what he's going to do in just a little bit down the line, is why I find Maximus to be such an exceptionally detestable, repulsive character. He never faces consequences for these actions, he never learns a lesson, he never grows as a character, and there seems to be no real purpose to most of his actions as far as the story goes. Maximus deciding to not treat Thaddeus like shit anymore doesn't appear to be a genuine moment of character growth. It comes across as an impulsive dickhead getting sad for a few minutes upon learning Thaddeus isn't a total monster. It comes across as Maximus deigning to show mercy upon someone, not because of any realization that what he was doing was inherently wrong, but because he had a shallow moment of empathy. This does result in the best moment for Maximus in the entire show, where he ends up fighting to save Thaddeus from the Gulper, but this redeeming moment is pissed away immediately in their next scene. To catch up on a few things I skipped, they find Wilsig's headless body.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's definitely him.
This comes across as a joke, but is treated seriously by both characters. Needless to say, you can't identify a headless corpse to a picture of a face because the headless corpse no longer has a face to match to. They assume the Ghoul did it, and Thaddeus suggests they can track him because of the radiation trail he would leave behind. As a quick reminder, this show takes place in a world where there is a global nuclear war. everything is irradiated. Surface dwellers are irradiated, like Lucy's would-be husband from episode 1. You're not going to be able to track a faint radiation trail when everything is irradiated. It's like looking for a needle in a pile of needles. They also notice a trail in the sand to follow. It's after this we get the moment where they stop and Thaddeus expresses his regret of Maximus dying, but I've covered that already. What's more important is how awful the dialogue is for that moment. I'll have a section for this later, but there is plenty of awful dialogue in this show, and this is an example of that. When Thaddeus brings up the death of the previous squire, believing Maximus to be dead and Titus to be in the power armor, Maximus asks Thaddeus to say something about him, to which Thaddeus initially says he was a good guy, until Maximus says to say something bad about him, which Thaddeus isn't comfortable with given the fact he believes Maximus to be dead, but he is then ordered to. Then we get this insanely stupid line of dialogue.
To be honest, me and the other guys used to be pretty hard on him.
That's what she said.
I'd like regularly beat the shit out of him. It wasn't personal, you know? It's just, well, you know, people at the base, they used to beat the shit out of me all the time. This shipment of new recruits came in, and one of them was Maximus. So it's a funny idea. What if we beat the shit out of that guy instead? And it worked. Yeah, I was really popular. It's great. I just wish he lived long enough to find someone else to beat up, you know? Only seems fair.
When you cut through the awful dialogue, it's a fine, if kinda standard backstory for these characters, but the dialogue itself is abysmal. People used to beat me up, then the new recruits came, and I said let's beat one of them up. It sucks he died before he could beat someone else up. What the fuck is this fermented dog shit? This is an incredibly malformed attempt to say that Thaddeus feels bad about it, which we already knew. Also, Maximus will be more kind to him for a short time, but there's no reason for the dialogue to be this clunky and ridiculous. Instead, he should have said something to the effect of, "Back at the base, I used to get beat up a lot. Then Maximus showed up, and I suggested we beat him up, and it worked. It got them off my ass." But Maximus seemed to be a loner. I hope he didn't take it personally. Yeah, it's not perfect, but I also don't get paid to write for a TV show. More importantly, it gets the job done of showing Thaddeus feels remorse for having beaten up Maximus, and explaining to both Maximus and the audience that it wasn't personal, without making it sound incredibly stupid and awkward. The most frustrating part about this for me is that there is something here. There is a slight glimmer of something that could be good in the right hands, especially given that Maximus will save Thaddeus' life in their next scene. But this hint of something good ends up getting strangled in the crib and never has time to develop into something more meaningful because these writers are shit. There's also a really weird backstory for Thaddeus here, and I bring this up as yet another example of how awful the writing is. This doesn't impact the story in any way. You could cut this line from the show entirely and you wouldn't lose anything. One might even call it a nitpick. But what I see here in this line is a microcosm of the show's awful writing. It's a good example of the utter nonsense on display. Thaddeus says that before he joined the Brotherhood, he worked as a shitter. They would feed him and a bunch of other people a lot of food, so they would shit, and that shit would attract flies, and they would mulch the flies up for protein to sell. I don't know how this show constantly outdoes itself with its stupidity, but this is beyond stupid. They feed people, so they'll shit to attract flies to use as a food source. This reminds me of those fucking troll logic memes from 4chan over a decade ago, where the whole joke was just breaking the laws of physics, like attaching a magnet to a car and holding a magnet on a stick in front of it to achieve perpetual motion. I don't think the exchange rate of real food to flies would be a particularly good one, but this is also ignoring the fact that their entire job is just to shit. Thaddeus even says he got fat from this. If collecting flies for a food source is a goal, wouldn't it make sense to have these guys employed to do an actual useful job, and just feed them well anyways? I'm not sure if the writers know this, but people tend to eat food daily, oftentimes more than once a day. They're gonna be shitting regardless of whether it's their full-time job, or if their actual job was something else and they just end up shitting anyways, because they're living creatures and that's what living creatures tend to do. This is just utter nonsense and stupidity. This doesn't appear to be a joke either. Thaddeus seems genuine here. If it is a joke by the writers, then that doesn't change the fact that the ridiculous thing they wrote as a joke is still presented as being true within the world, meaning that it's an actual real thing within the world, despite being a farcical joke. This is what I mean when I say this is a good microcosm of the show as a whole. No aspect of this dumb piece of backstory works. It's stupid and absurd and makes no sense whatsoever, and if it's meant as a joke, as many things are in this show, it is undermining the seriousness of the world by adding something stupid and ridiculous that would never actually exist as presented to us. Later on they reach the lake, and it's only when they're waist deep into the radioactive water that Thaddeus realizes they might be tracking the wrong abomination and they get attacked. He asks if he should lead the charge, but Maximus steps up and tells him to get back to shore. Luckily for everyone involved, this just so happens to be the same gulper that ate the head. Thaddeus shoots at it, and there's this amusing little moment where the gulper looks at him for a second and does his silly little run to go kill him. Anyways, this is genuinely one of the few really good moments of the show, where Maximus saves Thaddeus. They kill the gulper and retrieve the head. I'm desperate for any positives that don't relate to sets, props, costumes, or acting, so I want to make clear just how appreciated this slight good moment is, where Maximus tells Thaddeus to get to safety so he can take on the gulper himself, and he ends up saving Thaddeus. It's too bad the rest of this scene is surrounded by shit, because I genuinely believe, based on how Maximus is written, that he would have let Thaddeus die if he hadn't expressed regret for how he treated Maximus before. But yes, they kill the gulper, get the head, and Maximus actually gets to be a decent character for about 15 seconds. Now, it would have been difficult, but Maximus still could have been redeemed at this point. Yes, he's been a terrible, contradictory character so far, but a talented writer could have done something to improve him and make him likable, especially considering we just had a really good moment where he saved someone's life, and that is really endearing. Any goodwill earned by this action is immediately pissed away in their next scene, and outright turns Maximus into an irredeemable villain. While sitting at a campfire, still high on the success of the mission, Thaddeus realizes that he hasn't been branded yet, and asks Maximus, who he still believes to be Titus, to brand him. Maximus is hesitant at first, but goes along with it anyways. This is already bad because Maximus is causing extreme pain to this guy for no reason. Maximus isn't a knight, and he's certainly not Knight Titus. Once Thaddeus gets assigned to a real knight, he's likely going to be branded again, rendering this first branding entirely pointless, meaning he's suffering this extreme pain for absolutely no reason. Worse yet, should the plan somehow go wrong, then the Brotherhood might see this as a sign of Thaddeus being a co-conspirator or an accomplice to Maximus, rather than someone who is duped. This could very well ruin Thaddeus' chances of ever returning to the Brotherhood due to Maximus being stupid and impulsive. After a quick back and forth, Maximus gets the idea to reveal who he is to Thaddeus. I feel this makes the branding even worse, because now you're revealing literally a minute later that you just caused him pain for no reason. The pain is still fresh. This isn't just a recent injury that's fading from memory, it's a burn wound, which tends to be painful for quite a while. It certainly still hurts. If Maximus at least waited a few days or a week or two, there would at least be some separation from the injury, and the memory of how bad it felt would have largely faded, and it might have been a bit easier to forgive him for what he did. That was the goodwill being pissed away. Now for Maximus becoming an irredeemable monster. Thaddeus asks where Titus is, because of fucking course he would. He was assigned to a knight, and he learns he's been serving an impostor this entire time. If Titus is injured or lost somewhere, it would be Thaddeus' duty to either try to save him or get help for him. Now Maximus, genius that he is, decides to not explain that Titus died in the line of duty. He decides to not explain that he's innocent of all wrongdoing, even if that would be a lie. He decides to do nothing reasonable or logical here. Maximus decides to say to Thaddeus, "We need to get our story straight," in a creepy tone.
What did you do? Where's Knight Titus?
He's dead. So, you know, you and I, we just have to get our story straight before we go back.
The utter stupidity of this writing is painfully obnoxious. There is no story to get straight. When you're in a situation where 2 or more characters need to get their story straight, it's people who are involved or otherwise have knowledge of the situation. The reason they need to get their story straight is because 1 or more characters may be lying to save themselves from the consequences of their actions, and the truth would hurt their ability to do so, as would an inconsistent story. So whatever story they tell the cops, or any other entity they may have to answer to, would have to be consistent from all characters involved. Any discrepancies between stories would be evidence of the characters lying, and could lead to them facing said consequences. In this situation, the only living character who witnessed Knight Titus's death is Maximus himself. As long as the body isn't found, he can effectively tell any lie he wants, as long as it's believable. There's no reason they need to get their story straight, because literally all he has to do is just say Titus died in the line of duty, and he's in the clear. At least as far as Thaddeus goes.
There's something I should tell you. My name isn't Titus, it's Maximus. Titus is the name of the knight who owned this suit before me. He was threatening me, so instead of helping him, I watched him die, and I took his armor.
Funny he can be that plain and simple about it in a moment where it doesn't really matter, but here he just says the worst thing possible for no reason because... I don't even know. I think the writers just wanted the MacGuffin ejected from the show for a few episodes, so they can go piss on the ashes of this franchise a bit. Thaddeus, reasonably believing Maximus to have murdered Knight Titus, which isn't actually too far from the truth, reacts poorly to Maximus saying they need to get their story straight. He doesn't even attack, he just says that the Brotherhood will find out and execute him, and Maximus immediately goes into Tard Rage mode and tries to kill Thaddeus, even managing to step on his foot in power armor and causing an extreme wound to Thaddeus. Maximus is now utterly beyond redemption. In the span of just a few minutes of screen time, Maximus has gone from an awful character to earning some goodwill, to pissing away that goodwill, to becoming irredeemable. Thaddeus has done nothing wrong outside of the hazing, and that certainly isn't worth being killed or permanently crippled over. He is innocent. He isn't deserving of death or life-altering injury. Maximus is trying to kill him to save his own skin, because he's too brain-dead fucking stupid to just explain what the situation is. This is outright, objectively bad writing. A character being stupid isn't a free pass to have them just do any stupid shit that happens to be convenient for the writers. Even stupid people have a logic to their actions. If we were to assume we're supposed to see Maximus as an utter moron, and they were intending for him to be stupid, then despite his stupidity, he would still want to protect himself and keep himself alive. We are shown multiple times that he's capable of making these decisions. So Maximus being stupid is simply not an excuse for why he wouldn't just explain the situation to Thaddeus. Before the fight, Thaddeus realizes he has the key to the power source for the power armor, and during the struggle he manages to unlock it and pulls it out, trapping Maximus in the suit. Thaddeus grabs Woolzig's head and abandons Maximus, as he screams for Thaddeus to let him out, and even threatening him.
No, don't leave me in here!
I'll fucking kill you, Thaddeus!
What is it with characters in this show threatening the only people that can save them?
You stupid motherfucker, you know this is all your fault. They string you up by your lungs and they hang you.
No, don't leave me in here!
I'll fucking kill you, Thaddeus!
It seems weird to me that power armor would just trap you inside when it has no power. This is a design flaw that can easily be fatal for anyone who runs out of power, or, as we see in the show here, the power source is removed and it just locks up. This is purely a fabricated problem, so Maximus can join Lucy, while keeping the MacGuffin away from both of them so the season doesn't end immediately. Thaddeus walks off into the night, rightfully leaving Maximus trapped, though I'd argue Thaddeus should have opened the faceplate and just fucking domed him then and there to save us all some trouble. This entire section is a stupid, pointless, inane waste of time, and this whole stretch of the show is probably the most stupid, aside from the big reveal in the season finale. Now I did say at the start that this first pass over the story wouldn't take the games into account as far as looking at the lore goes. I won't be calling out any inconsistencies, contradictions, or plot holes due to information in the games until much later. Right now this is looking at the show as if it's a standalone thing. But I have to slightly break this rule here to make a comment about why I think this particular section exists. I feel this is here just so we get some time in an experiment vault. The vaults in the games are notorious for their horrible, unethical experiments that oftentimes result in the horrific deaths of everyone inside the vault. This isn't always the case. There are control vaults that are meant to keep people alive, and there are vaults where the residents either survived the experiment, rebelled against vault tech, the experiment didn't happen, or the experiment actually turned out well. The vault we see in this section, Vault 4, feels like it was shoehorned into the show for no other reason than having a vault to explore and an experiment to learn about, just like in the games. I say this because this particular part of the show just feels like it's out of place. It's a distraction. It's not part of the ongoing narrative, and worst of all, this is time that is utterly wasted, as nothing is gained or learned here that impacts the overall story. This is a filler episode in a show that shouldn't have any, on top of the filler that is Norm's storyline, and the filler that was episode 4 in the Super Duper Mart. This is screen time that could be used to tell the audience about major factions, characters, or events that will be relevant to the story. This is a chance to teach us about the world, especially anyone new to the world of Fallout. The one thing we do learn here that connects to the story didn't require 2 whole episodes dedicated to nonsense, and there are about 1 billion ways this information could have been conveyed that would have been far better than what we got, and that's on top of the fact that the show already conveyed this information. Getting back on track, we skip to the next morning, where Maximus is still stuck in the armor, when suddenly a pack of giant roaches come crawling into the tunnel. They start covering the armor, apparently trying to get Maximus within. This is a good thing. A superior version of this show would have had an extended 20-minute long scene of him getting eaten by the roaches here and now. Luckily for Maximus, and unlucky for the entire rest of the world, Lucy comes out of nowhere and into the tunnel Maximus is in, and randomly starts shooting the roaches. Why did she start shooting them? She had no reason to go into the tunnel. It's in the opposite direction of Thaddeus, who has the head, which has the tracker in it, which she is tracking. She should have followed the tracks away from Maximus. Why is she moving in the opposite direction of where she needs to go? This is also one of the most insane moments of extreme coincidence in the entire show. See? Maximus is about to deservingly get eaten by roaches. Lucy is about to pass out and likely die from radiation sickness. And Lucy, who is tracking the head, just so happens to stumble across Maximus in both his time of need and in her time of need, right in the nick of time for both of them, when it makes no sense for her to be here given the tracker, because pretty much any direction she'd be coming from would likely have her going away from this particular spot, or passing it and probably not even noticing it, and as mentioned, not even entering the tunnel from that direction. Worse yet, the show goes out of its way to show that Lucy can barely hear him from inside the suit, so she didn't come in here to help him. It was literally just random that she started killing the roaches. Now we go from an insanely convenient moment to an insanely stupid one. Lucy actually fucking hesitates on saving Maximus and needs convincing because she's had a bad time since she left the vault and has learned she can't really trust people up here. Except the last time we saw her, she helped the one man who has caused her the most direct grief and pain, and even sold her off to be harvested for organs. And yet, she needs convincing here to save Maximus, the guy who saved her life once before and took like 20 bullets for this bitch. Make it make sense. Is she a naive vault dweller who believes in the golden rule, and that people should be good? Or has she learned a lesson from the harshness of the wasteland and that people shouldn't be trusted so easily? But even then the latter doesn't work because Maximus should have proven himself in her eyes. Yes, she doesn't know that he's a complete irredeemable monster, but based on what she has seen of him, she should be more than willing to help him. Why in the world does she need convincing to save him when both their lives are on the line and he's the one person on the surface besides Wilzig that's been helpful to her and hasn't tried to cause her harm? So with both of them saved, they decide to continue following the tracker. Maximus hides the power armor, which just raises the question of how the fuck did he move this thing? It's giant, it looks heavy as fuck. They also don't show it being moved, so I guess the showrunners don't know how he moved it either. As they travel, Lucy asks Maximus about what happened in the past 200 years, since recorded history of the world for anyone in the vaults obviously ended, with the bombs dropping and people going into the vaults. Maximus then says a mysterious line, that the bombs dropped when he was a kid. This has been alluded to a couple times with a flashback, but as we'll soon learn, Maximus grew up in a town called Shady Sands. This town was nuked several years ago, and he survived by hiding in a fridge. What's so weird about this line is that Lucy is obviously talking about the Great War 200 years ago, and not the one singular nuke that went off about 20 years ago. Maximus should know the difference, and he somehow doesn't. Either way, they show the same flashback multiple times throughout the show, and it gets increasingly obnoxious. The writers apparently think they have something deep and profound here, when what they actually have is stupid beyond belief. Let's rewind about 16 years to ye olden days of 2008. It had been close to 20 years since the last Indiana Jones movie, and a new one was finally made and released, and it received plenty of criticism for being a cartoony, nonsensical mess full of ridiculous plot points and contrivances. One of the most infamous scenes that got criticized was when Indy hid in a lead-lined refrigerator to survive a nuclear blast, with the fridge launching into the distance, hitting the ground hard and bouncing and rolling, all for Indy to be no worse for wear. The logic behind this seems to be that lead is used for radiation shielding, therefore... Now, as I said, this was mocked and reviled and criticized for being utterly and irredeemably stupid. Funnily enough, this was even mocked in a Fallout game, where you can find an Easter egg of a skeleton in a fridge with a hat similar to the one Indy wears, showing a much more realistic fate for him. Needless to say, to be launched into the air and land like this would kill a person. This is ignoring the fact that the fridge itself should have been torn apart by the blast, by the way. Fallout 4 went on to have its own infamous fridge, where a child survived a nuclear blast inside a fridge and became a ghoul, and survived locked in that fridge without food and water for 210 years. This too, much like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, was widely criticized by people as being insufferably stupid and lore-breaking. Seemingly having learned no lessons from either Indiana Jones or Fallout 4, this show goes on to make the same mistake yet again, but even worse. At least in Indiana Jones, there is the flawed logic that being in a lead-lined fridge would protect you from radiation, but even that manages to get completely fucked up by the show, as there's a giant hole in the back of the fridge. Further, this nuke has the strangest destruction pattern imaginable. Nukes don't tend to create large craters when they explode above ground, yet here in Shady Sands it's like it carved out a gigantic bowl. It's largely a spherical shape, with there being general destruction around the crater, but not in the way that makes sense for a nuke going off below ground. When a nuke goes off at ground level, the crater it makes is mostly from stuff that's been vaporized down to the atomic level. Immediately next to the crater is where the actual blast wave starts. Maximus's fridge is right next to the crater. There is 0% chance it should be intact, let alone that he should survive. But apparently in this world, the destructive force of a nuclear detonation simply ends where the crater does. This isn't even accounting for the ruins of Los Angeles in the background that should have also been impacted by this explosion. The sudden drop-off and destruction is just bizarre. It makes it feel like this crater is just out of place here. I'm not saying that as a reference to the issue that arises when taking the games into account. On its own, it just feels like this crater has been photoshopped into a skyline of a city that it just doesn't fit in due to this weird discrepancy in the damage done. Now I am getting ahead of myself, so let's rewind slightly to get to a couple things that happened prior to reaching Shady Sands.
So, you guys use pre-war technology to find and collect pre-war technology to make sure no one has pre-war technology?
I mean, yeah. Well, when you say it like that, I mean, yeah, it's weird.
Fuck off you fat useless sack of fucking Yankee-danky doodle shite.
I have two problems with these lines. The first is in the fact that we still don't really know what the Brotherhood of Steel is. If this show is the first piece of Fallout content someone is consuming, there's little to no information given on what the Brotherhood is, what they do, what their goals are, or why they exist. Based on what we've seen up until this point, they appear to be a military organization with a heavy religious aspect to it, but we haven't gotten any information about who they are. The Enclave has a similar problem here. We get the line in episode 2 that there's an escaped Enclave scientist, but if you haven't played the games, then you don't know what the Enclave is. Doing this with the Enclave here is at least excusable, since we only see them this once and they're not a major player in this first season. The Brotherhood is so major to the point that one of our 4 major POV characters is a member of the Brotherhood, but all we know about them is that they're a vague military entity and they want the MacGuffin, which we don't even know what that is yet. This is what I mean when I say that the wasted time in this show could be better used teaching parts about the world to the audience. Let's imagine for a moment that this show was actually well written, but the general flow of the story remained the same. So Lucy and the Ghoul go on a side quest, Lucy and Maximus visit Shady Sands at Vault 4, and so on and so forth. This is still unnecessary filler nonsense that could be better used telling us about the world and major players in it. I don't know what the Brotherhood is, what they want, what their goals are, or even if it would be a bad thing if they got the MacGuffin. Should I be rooting for them to take it from Moldaver after Lucy uses it to get her father back? Should I be worried about what Moldaver would do with it, as she's clearly the evil villain that needs to be stopped? The other problem is that this line undermines the Brotherhood and treats them as though they're a stupid joke.
When you say it like that, I mean, yeah, it's weird.
We finally learned something about what the Brotherhood even wants, and the Brotherhood POV character vomits out almost the equivalent of, "Oh yeah, that is dumb." It's one thing for characters to oppose and even mock and deride their enemies. It's a whole different situation when a relatively normal person and a member of that faction are both mocking it as being stupid and ridiculous, especially given the only 2 characters of that faction we spent any significant time with are both stupid and evil. You could have even kept Lucy's line and just have Maximus treated as though it's normal or reasonable. Maybe even explain the reasoning as to why they hoard advanced technology and don't want anyone else to have it. Instead, the impression we're given is that Maximus remains almost completely ignorant of, and uncommitted to, his own faction's ideals, despite having been raised by the Brotherhood for most of his life. Moving on, there's this weird scene where they come to a bridge and notice 2 people on the other side, which leads to a bit of a standoff, as neither group seems to want to pass too closely to the other. There's a big, long, unnecessary back and forth where both groups claim to be unarmed, with Maximus lying, and I just can't help but be annoyed at everyone being stupid in this situation. Maximus and Lucy can look for alternate ways to cross. They could backtrack a bit and take cover until these people cross and move along. No, for some reason we need everyone to cross at the same time. As they're passing by each other, the strangers draw their weapons and attack. Maximus takes a shot to the arm, but manages to grab Lucy's gun and kill both of the strangers with ease. Wait, if he's this good of a shot, why did he have so much trouble with the Ghoul back in Philly? Why did it take him so long to shoot the bear attacking Titus? Based on this small sequence alone, you'd think Maximus is a hardened survivor of the wasteland, an expert marksman, as opposed to the other clown he's been for the rest of the show. To make it clear, I don't mind him being competent. The problem is the inconsistency. He's shown to be a weak, pathetic loser, and is completely ineffective in one-on-one combat in a fight he shouldn't be able to lose. But then he one-shots a bear, and kills these 2 people in quick succession with no issue. It's like he's a goddamn expert. It's like he's done this 1,000 times. I guess he's just selectively competent when the script calls for it. Starting to notice a pattern here. He explains to Lucy that they're fiends and that they're cannibals. Why not just say they're cannibals? It's after this they reach Shady Sands, and Lucy is shocked to learn that a society had been built after the war.
You never heard of the New California Republic?
The show doesn't explain what the New California Republic is. The sign says former capital, which implies there's more to it, but we never actually see anything of this faction, except for Moldaver's group at the end, and we don't even know if she's actual NCR, or if they're just claiming to be while squatting on one of their old bases. Lucy is heartbroken by the fact that society had rebuilt already, as rebuilding society was the whole point of her vault. This is apparently what they were training for the entire time. It's shocking she's only realizing this now, when she's already been to a town full of people. Maximus consoles her by explaining that it didn't work out, and shows her the crater. After spending a little bit of time here, Lucy finally checks his wound to find out it's a lot worse than he was letting on, and she makes it a priority to find medical supplies for him. If only you had taken the medical supplies available to you when you had the chance previously. If only Maximus had kept his fucking bag. It's not like Thaddeus would have been able to carry 2 of them. They find a medical facility and Lucy goes in, despite Maximus protesting this. When she doesn't return after about 15 seconds, Maximus goes in, walks in a room and gets trapped, thus beginning the long and pointless Vault 4 arc. First of all though, it's really weird that in a post-apocalypse world where everything is a ruin, that this trap is just fucking pristine. This looks no different than what you'd expect from any modern office building, and even the decal on the door to trick people into the trap room, as well as the hallway beyond the door, are all in absurdly great condition, considering the fact this building survived being nuked, and over 200 years of existing. What's also weird is that we just learned of a whole ass society existing super close to this location. I can't stress this point enough. They find this place the same day they pass Shady Sands. This is 2 hours later at most. As we'll learn later, Shady Sands was big enough to have cars and streetcars, which implies this was not a small town at all. So Shady Sands is simultaneously big enough to where it would have public transit, but at the same time so small as to be completely passed by on foot. Also, just from looking at this crater alone, I simply don't believe that this town would have needed public transit. It is a big crater, but the town that would fit on top of it would be very small. We're talking just a few residential streets at most. As brought up previously, how is everything next to the crater still mostly intact? The blast wave of a nuke is a destructive wave of force. This, combined with the intense heat, is what does a majority of the damage. This blast wave wouldn't make a crater, but it would cause damage to the surrounding buildings, and would outright destroy those closest to ground zero. What we have in the show is a perfect sphere of destruction, where the crater itself is, but no destructive blast wave of the bomb. Moving on to Vault 4 itself, there's nothing I can really say that could prepare you for the immense stupidity we're about to experience. To summarize the main conflict here, Vault 4 is taking on the survivors of Shady Sands, but is also constantly portrayed as being sinister, and has the Overseer acting cagey about the forbidden level 12. Even telling Lucy to get out of his office for even asking about level 12.
What's on level 12 and why can't we go there?
We don't talk about that. Jeez, what's the matter with you?
Sorry, I
You should go now.
I only wanted to...
Goodbye, Goosey. Skedaddle.
This is just totally unreasonable. He's acting as if she should just automatically know, and that talking about it is disrespectful. But she doesn't. That's why she asked. They draw attention to this forbidden level, but absolutely refuse to explain what's down there. That is naturally going to invite curiosity. This is made worse by the fact that there's a bunch of people here with weird mutations, and there's a full-on psychotic blood cult that strips naked, covers themselves in the ashes of the dead, and apparently think that spilling blood will bring back Shady Sands. Further, Maximus seems to have bought into the pleasant facade of the vault, with the luxuries it has available that he apparently has never experienced. Lucy, having seen how crazy this place is, ventures into level 12 to discover its secret, during which she finds a video where a woman is in a tank full of water and gives birth to fish that immediately begin eating her. Further exploration reveals cryopods where more of these pregnant women are being kept. Lucy gets discovered and naturally assumes the worst, fights to escape only to get captured, and eventually has it revealed to her that nothing sinister is going on at all. The Vault had performed horrible experiments before, but the residents fought back against Vault Tech, took over the Vault, and are now doing what they can to help the people who had been tested on, including the frozen pregnant women. Once again, this is simply a good example of bad writing. When you're misdirecting the audience in order to subvert their expectations, that misdirection has to make sense in retrospect, because the actions each character takes should be consistent with their goals or character. It is the goal of Vault 4, and therefore the Overseer, to help people. They want to help the Vault residents who had been tested on, and they want to help the outsiders who happen upon their vault. He knows how bad the experiments are, and it makes sense to forbid outsiders from going to level 12. But there's simply no good reason to not be forthcoming with the information that there's people down there who were used as test subjects in the past that they're currently trying to help. They have no guards on the elevator, and no logs or restrictions in place that actually prevent people from going down there. So it only makes sense to inform newcomers of why level 12 is forbidden, so as to prevent anyone from coming to the wrong conclusion, or worse, accidentally causing harm. The assumptions Lucy made based on what she saw and experienced was only reasonable. It's only after she's caught and throws acid in someone's face that she's finally told the truth, when it's effectively useless and pointless, because they're going to banish her from the vault now for attacking people in what she reasonably believed to be self-defense. Knowing the truth behind level 12 now does nothing but place guilt onto Lucy for attacking innocent people that she more than reasonably believed to not be innocent. If you're going to tell her now, when it doesn't matter, then why didn't you tell her before when it did matter and could have prevented this? Now going back to the start of this section, When the doctors are looking at Maximus, they pull out a human tooth from his arm. Who the fuck is using human teeth as ammo? This is stupid and insane and utter nonsense. Teeth do not make for good projectiles and would likely be destroyed if fired in a conventional manner. They're told they have to stay for a few days due to the injury Maximus received, despite giving him a stim pack, again creating an inconsistency with what they do. A dog can go from dying from a stab wound to perfectly fine instantly, a razor-bladed foot can't be healed by them, a man's life can be saved by them, and now Maximus just has to wait for a few days because reasons. The trapped room they're in is labeled test subjects. Why would the Vault want or need to trap surface dwellers to experiment on? As we learn in the finale, Vault-Tec expects people to die out on the surface. The first mutation they see is the Cyclops Overseer, which is presented as something shocking, but then they immediately see other people with mutations after that. How did they not see any of these mutations before? Also, why are all these mutations so fucking lame? They mostly seem like vestigial or superficial mutations, such as an ear or a nose on the forehead. Maximus is told that their scavenger teams found his power armor, and they brought it to the vault for him. How did they find it when it was hidden? How did they get it back here? We see later that it still doesn't have its fusion core, so they didn't put one in and walk it back. When Lucy meets with the Overseer, we get this really weird conversation about how he just hates the dirty, smelly outsiders, and that just kinda seems weird and out of place. Is this supposed to be some kind of allegory for immigration? I've mentioned this already, but why is there nothing preventing anyone from going to level 12? No locked doors, no guards, nothing. The guy who catches Lucy does so because she accidentally made a noise. His first assumption upon seeing the open door is that one of the women got out of their tube. Upon hearing the noise, he sets off an alarm and grabs a fucking harpoon gun. Why in the world is a fucking harpoon gun your go-to weapon for what you assume to be an escaped pregnant woman that you're helping? Also, the whole grabbing the harpoon gun is part of why Lucy believes she's in danger, and further makes this situation appear sinister. She is totally justified in defending herself here. After Lucy is captured, she gets mad at them for experimenting on the women. Rather than explaining what's happening, they say she needs to see the tape. As if it will explain anything and her perspective will change. In this video, one scientist is barricading a door, while another rambles at the camera about how scientists should be in control, and that this disaster shouldn't stand as proof that they shouldn't be free to do what they want. Out of context, this means nothing as far as Lucy is concerned. There's nothing in this video that the Overseer couldn't have just told her directly, and he has to give her the context after the fact so she can understand what it even meant. The video doesn't really explain anything at all, and I'm not sure why it exists. The door is broken down by a gulper, which then kills the two scientists, then does a lame-ass horror trope and attacks the camera for no reason.
What the fuck was that?
How did they recover the holotape? The comedy in this entire part of the show is abysmal too. After playing the recording, the Overseer says the video gets him every time, as though they had just witnessed something tragic, as opposed to horrifying. He also mentions that the Gulper is his great uncle. After explaining what their vault experiment was, they asked Lucy about her vault's experiment, to which she says there wasn't one. The Overseer, and apparently his second in command, decide that not knowing isn't an excuse, and she must face punishment for her actions. They lock her into a pillory, and make a big show out of her punishment, and, well...
for causing harm to a fellow survivor, you are hereby sentenced to death by banishment to the surface!
1 hour later. 2 hours later. 3 hours later.
Can you move it along? I'm all out of time cards.
Did I mention that this show is aggressively unfunny and painfully stupid? Lucy is confused by this, and they say that she's sure to die immediately, but they're also giving her 2 weeks worth of supplies. I legitimately don't know where to even begin with this bit, because it is so overwhelmingly nonsensical that I can't even conceive of a setting where any of this makes sense. This appears to be stupid for the sake of stupid, and not in a good way. If he thinks she'll die immediately, why give her supplies? Why does he think she'll die immediately when they have not only taken in survivors of Shady Sands, so they know it isn't hell on earth up there, but we've already been told they have scavenger teams, they brought Max's power armor here? Why did they make it look like he was going to cut her head off with the sword? Why the fuck would you cut the leather strap when such materials are going to be rare and hard to come by or make in the post-apocalypse? Why are you rewarding someone for attacking your people? Now, I have a section later on in the video discussing the humor of this show, but I feel this moment is so egregious that I need to address it here and now. The tone of this entire show is an inconsistent mess, and I don't know how the writers want the audience to feel for most scenes in the show. Typically when creating a fictional world, even one with humorous elements, care is given to make sure serious moments are kept serious and not undermined with out-of-place jokes. If a joke is added to a serious scene, it's usually one that fits in with the scene, as opposed to one that breaks it. For example, in The Gentleman, a group of amateur MMA fighters knock over a weed grow-op. Their coach finds out about this, and realizes they fucked with some very dangerous people. So he goes to them offering apology, giving them back their product, and offering his services to them as penance for what they've done. Further, he's already captured the informant who had told his boys about the grow-op in the first place. There's some humorous back and forth due to the name of this informant, a man named Fuck, P-H-U-C, and it being confused for the word fuck. More importantly though, as they're questioning him, Fuck manages to escape and jump over a nearby wall, only to land on train tracks below and immediately get killed. It's a hilarious moment when you don't see it coming, but it doesn't do anything to undermine the world or characters. It's a mistake that is reasonable given the situation, and understandable. It fits within the world. What we have here in Fallout is more akin to an Austin Powers joke, except it isn't funny. In Austin Powers, the characters and world are meant to be goofy and nonsensical. Characters making bad or stupid decisions is part of the joke. Unrealistic things happening is part of the joke, because it's a comedy where those comedic elements are the main focus. The story of the Austin Powers movies ultimately don't matter much because they're a parody of spy films. Similarly, Monty Python and the Holy Grail abruptly ends when King Arthur and the remaining knight are arrested for the murder of the historian, and this works because of its absurdist humor. Fallout is not an outright parody, nor is it an absurdist comedy. Fallout shows us a world where characters have real struggles, where this is a very dangerous world. People need to fight to survive. This show can't decide whether it wants to be a serious drama, a goofy comedy, or even an action comedy where the comedic bits don't intrude on the serious moments. I have the answer, by the way. This show was nominated in the Emmy Awards for drama, not comedy, meaning the people who made this pile of crap did actually intend for the story to be taken seriously, and still filled it with idiotic jokes that damaged the world. Just for a point of reference, this absurd and stupid execution scene is in the penultimate episode. In the very next episode, Cooper Howard has an earth-shattering discovery about his wife that is played totally straight and serious, and Lucy has an earth-shattering discovery about her father that is so shocking she apparently just stands there catatonic for hours on end that is also played totally straight and serious.
I'm Therial.
Worse yet, for even bringing up issues like this, you'll have people defending the show on the basis that it's not serious, and it's supposed to be goofy, stupid, and silly. So, which is it? Is this Austin Powers where the actual mechanics of the story and events taking place are unimportant, so nonsense like this is entirely acceptable? Then what do you call all the serious moments in this show, where you're clearly supposed to be invested in what's happening? Or is this show supposed to be taken seriously, and you are supposed to be invested in the drama of the world and characters? If that's the case, then how do you explain all the goofy nonsense? Because the way it's portrayed here, these things simply do not mesh. The excuse that it's supposed to be silly and stupid can only get you so far when you have very, very serious moments that are being played straight. There comes a point where you have to pick one or the other, and if you still decide to pick both, then you have to show restraint, something these writers clearly lack. What we're left with is a show that selectively decides at random whether any given moment is supposed to be treated seriously or as a joke, leaving the audience to decipher what is serious lore, world building, and characterization, and what is an entirely unimportant joke with no meaning. Am I supposed to take everything this guy says as a joke? Because he's constantly a goofball? Is the Gulper actually his granduncle, or was it a joke? Does he actually believe Lucy will die immediately upon reaching the surface, or was it a joke? When he talks about the dirty, smelly outsiders and how much he hates them, is that for real, or was it a joke? Now, in case the scene wasn't insufferably stupid enough already, Maximus happens to have seen Lucy getting dragged off to her trial and execution, and he makes the hard decision of staying where he is, watching a still image on TV and eating popcorn, or getting up to save her. He does choose to save her by stealing the Vault's fusion core for his power armor, which he was shown earlier, getting his power armor and wrecking shit with no attempt to understand the context of the situation at all. He just begins attacking people with no knowledge of the situation and throwing them across the room. He picks up and throws a vending machine, and most horrifyingly of all, he flips the table with all the bags of popcorn on it.
You're horrible.
All before Lucy can stop him and explain the situation to him. Where to begin? Much of this plays into what I was just talking about, where it's a big goofy scene where someone lacking context is flipping shit, and it seems as though it's supposed to be comedic, yet at the same time, the theft of the fusion core is presented as a big deal. He's throwing people around like ragdolls, and there's even a joke of him apologizing, and a guy on the ground groaning in pain. The show seems to treat this as though it's one big comedy bit, but when taken in the context of this being a relatively serious world, this becomes so much darker. There's the very real possibility that the man on the ground is dying from his wounds, and he isn't even a bad guy. To compare to Austin Powers again for a moment, innocent people aren't typically shown to die. More often than not, it's the goons and henchmen working for Dr. Evil that die, and their deaths are usually treated as a joke, if they even die at all.
Why won't you die?
It's generally more acceptable in a comedy for a villain or antagonist or otherwise unlikable character to be the one to die, because good or well-meaning characters dying often comes with the baggage of tragedy. That's not to say you can never kill a good character in a comedy. Oftentimes those deaths are done either as a parody of the genre, or it's simply a part of what pushes the protagonist or the story forwards. Further, skilled and talented writers can make such deaths work as well. Here in Fallout, we have a normal dude doing his job in the wrong place at the wrong time, as he happens to be in the path of Max's Tard Rage. We're supposed to laugh at the severe injury and potential death of an innocent man, simply because it was framed in a comedic style, when this has been shown to be an utterly brutal and unforgiving world. This would be like if Dune just randomly had a bunch of dumb joke characters that had silly funny deaths and injuries for no reason, besides the writers thinking it was funny. My favorite part in Dune Part 2 was when Raban slipped on a banana peel, and they had goofy cartoon sound effects as he tried to keep his balance before falling to the ground. Now, if we didn't already have enough proof of how utterly irredeemably stupid Maximus is, this scene is yet more evidence to pile on. Having power armor on its own is a show of force. He could have easily walked up, presented himself in full power armor, and demanded her freedom. He then would have been told about her exile and realized the situation had resolved itself. Instead, much like the chicken fucker encounter from episode 2, he walks into a situation without knowing what's happening, throws a shit fit, hurts people and breaks shit, all because he failed to do some basic observation to see Lucy is fine or ask questions or act like a reasonable person in any capacity. Remember, Lucy has had her bindings cut already. She is free. In fact, this happens at the exact moment she's pleading with them to let Maximus stay and to not let her crime impact him. Once she gets him to stop, the scene cuts to them standing awkwardly in an elevator as they leave. For comedy.
Sorry. Somebody maybe check on him?
Apparently the Vault Dwellers just let them go? I mean, I guess there's not much they could do against someone in power armor, so maybe they didn't have a choice. Overall, this whole section of the show is just completely insufferable, and I might actually hate it more than the finale, just due to the non-stop stupidity during this whole section in Vault 4. Keep in mind, I haven't even covered everything from this section, like the awful dialogue.
You want to have sex?
You mean use my cock?
Yeah.
I don't know, that weird thing could happen.
What weird thing?
Well, it's just for some guys, not me. But for some guys, you know, when they make it move, it gets all big and hard like a big pimple and then it pops. You want to make my cock explode now?
Real riveting stuff. After an awkward elevator ride, they make it to the surface and Lucy has to argue with and guilt-trip Maximus into giving the fusion core back. He doesn't want to, because he needs it for his power armor, and he can help people with it, which is hilarious in retrospect considering he has almost exclusively been a menace with this armor. It's weird that she has to convince him that this society of people in the vault would die out without the fusion core, rather than him just realizing that it's wrong to steal from people, especially given the fact he wants to help people, and this is very much the opposite of helping an entire vault full of people. He finally relents and agrees to give the fusion core back. Of note, however, is that they decide to just leave the armor out in the open where it can easily be seen and stolen, as opposed to making any attempt to hide it, including in the small building like 20 feet away. After returning the fusion core, Lucy offers Maximus to join her vault, and he finally reveals to her who he really is. All this time, she thought he was Titus, as he stole Titus's name, and that's the name he gave her when they first met. He explains calmly and clearly the situation he had with Knight Titus, and she accepts this. Why couldn't he have done this earlier when it mattered? Moving over to Thaddeus briefly, he stops at a gas station with the dog following him, and he puts the dog into a fridge to stop him from following. This is important because the ghoul finds the dog later and uses it to track the head again. We also see how mangled his foot is. I'm no doctor, but I'd be shocked if he ever had full use of it again. This looks like a permanent injury to me. Later on, Thaddeus happens to meet the chicken fucker Doctor Man. Chicken Fucker offers to heal Thaddeus' foot, and Thaddeus accepts, only to pull his gun on Chicken Fucker and threaten to take his stuff instead of paying. Keep in mind, none of this has to do with how sleazy and untrustworthy Chicken Fucker is. This is just Thaddeus randomly deciding to rob this guy. Chicken Fucker then explains that Thaddeus doesn't know what any of the medicine does, and would need someone who does to pick the right one. Thaddeus backs down and pays him with the fusion core he took from Maximus. Chicken Fucker then gives him a vial of stuff that magically heals his mangled foot. What in the world is this insane liquid? Why does he have Wolverine regenerating power? As it turns out, this is another insane plot device to eject him out of the show. But before I get to that, Thaddeus asks where he can find a radio station, so he can contact the Brotherhood, and Chicken Fucker tells him there's one near Shady Sands, which is described as a radioactive shithole. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that not only did Lucy and Maximus stand right on the edge of that radioactive shithole with no negative effects, but also that Thaddeus would have had to pass pretty close to it as they were following his trail. This also means that to backtrack back there, he'd have to pass both the ghoul, who is tracking him with the dog, as well as Lucy and Maximus, who are tracking him with the Pip-Boy.
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Either way, he reaches this radio station, which is surrounded by traps and corpses, and the radio host was apparently happy to help Thaddeus contact the Brotherhood. All these traps and corpses? They were his critics who came after him. Make of that what you will. This is also presented as comical, as there are corpses in cartoonishly large bear traps, mouse traps, and other absurd death traps. Thaddeus sees Maximus and Lucy walk up, and he mag dumps at them only to miss every single shot. I get being afraid of Maximus, but he could have killed an entirely innocent person there. Either way, he backs up and accidentally gets shot through the neck by a trap that shouldn't even be able to function. The crossbow is aiming down towards the ground, but somehow shoots him all the way up through the neck. The bolt isn't even on a fucking angle, it's level. This doesn't kill him, much to his confusion, and he pulls it out, only for the wound to knit itself back together, at which point Maximus speculates that Thaddeus is a ghoul. I'm sorry, what part of having an insane healing factor makes you think he's a ghoul? Does it look like any of these fuckers have a healing factor? His foot can completely heal being torn apart, and he can survive what should be a fatal injury as a ghoul, but none of these fuckers can regrow their nose? Is this healing factor how the ghoul survived those shots to the back in episode 2? If they do have a healing factor, then how did the two ghouls that died due to chest shots in episode 4 die? How did the ghoul Lucy shot die, since that didn't look like a headshot either? This is what I mean by the healing juice being a plot device to eject Thaddeus, by the way. The Brotherhood, as we learn here, hate ghouls, and now Thaddeus is apparently a ghoul, so he can't take the head back to them anymore. How convenient. Maximus asks for the head, and says he'll slow down the Brotherhood, so Thaddeus has a chance to escape. So he just gives it to Maximus, and thanks the man that tried to fucking murder him, before running away, before the Brotherhood shows up and running out of the show entirely. What a disappointing fate for the one character besides Wilzig that was kind of interesting and seemed to have something going for him. I hope to God he doesn't return in Season 2, where they'll almost certainly ruin him more. Maximus decides to give Lucy the real head, and takes one from the nearby corpses as a decoy for the Brotherhood. I don't know why in the world he thinks this would ever work. Like, surely he realizes they're going to check the head for the MacGuffin and realize it's fake when it doesn't have it. Worse yet, he doesn't know what Thaddeus told them. What if he reported everything he believed to be true? Admittedly, there aren't really any good options for him here, but it's still worth pointing out that he wouldn't be in this situation if he wasn't an idiotic psycho who attempted to murder an innocent man. Every time I have to cover a new section of the show, I want to say that it's the most stupid or weird part of the show, but then I realize the rest of the show exists. This is one of those times, because everything that happens to the ghoul, between Lucy leaving the ghoul juice for him and the finale, is just utter stupidity. Having been saved by the naive vault dweller, the ghoul takes the second chance and immediately binges all the drugs in the Super Duper Mart, before finding a tape of one of his old movies where he kills a communist cowboy in cold blood. I haven't talked about it yet, but we had gotten a scene previously of his pre-war self, Cooper Howard, having an issue with this scene because he didn't think it was in character for the role he was playing to kill this man. Hollywood at this time was going through a Red Scare, and people were being blacklisted for sympathizing with communism. The implication is that he realizes he's become just like the cold-blooded character he once took issue with, but played on film anyways. A reflection of the man he's become. While I believe there's potential here, I can't help but feel it's squandered. The ghoul plays a surprisingly small role in the show, and given just how brutal and uncaring he is, I just don't buy that the thing that turned him was this 1-2 punch of being saved by Lucy and seeing a dark reflection of himself, especially given the fact that this doesn't really change him all that much as we see later. For now, he passes out from the drugs and awakens to a few state troopers that have clearly wandered onto the wrong film set. They claim to be from the government, and take him into custody for what's been done to their operation. They haul him across the desert to an isolated mansion where the president of the government is, and... okay, what the fuck, man? First of all, I wasn't even aware there was any kind of government organization that existed. There's been zero signs of such a thing up until this point. Secondly, the government? Really? Fucking really, man? Did the writers just give up at this point? Or did they just not have any more member berries to pull from the games? I don't understand why this vague, nebulous government organization named the government exists, and I don't know what it does, aside from apparently protecting an organ harvesting business. How much territory do they control? Who are their citizens? Where are their towns and cities? This might as well just be a group of randos. For all I know, this entire government is the president, his 4 chucklefuck rangers, and the 2 stoners that Lucy got killed. There's only 2 things the audience has to gain from this section, and this information could have been conveyed in a way that doesn't require all the stupidity. That is that the ghoul seems to like Lucy enough to want to protect her now, and that he knows who Moldaver is. How we get that information, like the rest of the show, is immensely stupid. When sat down in front of the president to answer for his crimes, the ghoul admits to the attack on the Super Duper Mart. This is insanely idiotic because him admitting to these crimes is entirely unnecessary. Yes, he's protecting Lucy from them, but he doesn't have to name or describe her. He could literally just tell him that he found it that way, which isn't even entirely inaccurate. He took the ghoul juice Lucy gave him, went inside, and found the operators dead and all the prisoners gone. Instead, he admits to a crime he never committed, and unnecessarily puts himself at risk for no good reason. Now during this whole scene, he's making comments to antagonize one of the rangers, in particular mentioning that he shot up Philly, and when the ranger mentions his father lives there, the ghoul says that his father is either dead or a coward, which angers the ranger to the point the president tells the other ranger to take his gun away so he doesn't do anything rash. Keep in mind, these two appear to have a history together, so he should know better. I get that this is supposed to be the ghoul intelligently playing the situation to his advantage, but it once again just comes across as things happening because the writers wanted it to happen. It just seems like it was too easy to rile up this guy this much. The real problem, however, is that they've essentially already decided what they're going to do with him. As soon as they suspect he's responsible for what happened at the Super Duper Mart, the punishment was already decided. They just needed to find out if he actually did it or not. So with the understanding that he did it, and considering they're going to execute him for this, why in the fuck would they supply him with thread and needle so he can sew his finger back on? This isn't even counting the fact that it's his trigger finger. The man is about to die. There's no reason to allow this. Hell, they even untie him to allow him to do this. He is your prisoner and you know he is dangerous. What the fuck are you utter clowns doing? I suppose I shouldn't be too upset about this, because at least they're being realistic by portraying government officials as incompetent. The ghoul naturally takes them by surprise as they're leading him away and kills both of them, taking their guns and turning them on the president. He then asks about Moldaver's wanted poster, implying he's going to be following up on this lead. It's treated as though that seeing she's still alive is a surprise to him, even though he was told about her at the very start of the show.
Figured you'd be interested in is where they's running to. That witch, Moldaver.
The scene only does the stinger and the yodeling after this guy over-explains that this is where the ghoul is from originally, and it's treated as though that's the shocking thing for him, not that Moldaver is still alive. Yet in this episode, it's treated as a shocking revelation for him that she's still alive.
Why do you have this picture on your wall?
That's Moldaver. Why?
That's not how I remember her at all.
When we next see him, he's hanging out in some guy's shack eating dinner, and for some reason the dude assumes that the ghoul cooked and ate his daughter, until she brings the ghoul a glass of water. I guess he is a cannibal, but it's just still a weird conclusion to jump to. Anyways, he's here because he wants to find Moldaver. You see, Moldaver paid Rufus, who paid his brother Tommy, who paid Ma June, to arrange safe passage of Wilzig to the observatory. This goes all the way back to the question of why didn't she just station a few of her men there to do the job? Instead, we've got this weird convoluted bullshit that doesn't need to exist where she paid a guy, who paid a guy, who paid a hag to do a job. Where she could have just had her own men do it, or the guy she paid initially could have done it. Keep in mind, this is her life's work. This is the most important thing to her, and she's barely putting in any effort to make sure Wilzig gets to her. It's also unclear if this was her own directive or not. If it is, then it makes no sense because she isn't trying to create a degree of separation between herself and the job. One thing Attack of the Clones is criticized for is the fact that Count Dooku hired a bounty hunter, who hired a bounty hunter, who used a robot to assassinate Padme. But the degrees of separation would be useful in that instance so as to reduce the chance of anyone investigating the assassination from finding the source. If the robot got destroyed, then they have no lead. If any link in the chain is broken before they get another lead, they're fucked. There's no such situation here in Fallout. Worse yet, it's implied that Moldaver has a bounty on Wilzig as well. When the ghoul got dug up in episode 1, it was because those bounty hunters wanted to do one last job. They figure the ghoul would be interested because Wilzig is going to California, where Moldaver is. We know Wilzig planned on going to Moldaver, but how would anyone else know about this intention of his to include it in the bounty? Regardless, the ghoul gets the information he wants, but there's a problem. You see, he's already killed this kid's brother. That's why he's here to get the information from him. Now he suspects that the kid would want revenge, so he kills him. Yes, the kid draws first, but he could have handled the situation so as to not kill him. This is what I meant earlier. The ghoul doesn't really have any real redemption. He's the same both before and after his moment of reflection. The only real change is that he's friendly towards Lucy now. He also knows the kid would want revenge, but apparently just gives a pass to their father? Why wouldn't the father want revenge after you've killed two of his sons, one of them right in front of him? Well, it's been quite a while since we've seen this character, hasn't it? The reason I saved Norm and Cooper Howard for last is because their stories don't really impact the main narrative all that much. Very little happens in each, and they ultimately feel like filler, aside from a few key moments that have any relevance to the main narrative, which is the really big reveal at the end of both stories, which tie into the big reveal of the main story with Lucy. That said, I'm still going to cover what they contain, but I won't be going quite as deep for most of this. Most of this section within Vault 33 seems to be trying to portray Norm as intelligent. He knows something is up, and he wants to find the truth. However, most of what he accomplishes relies on everyone else's stupidity. Starting off, for helping Lucy escape, both Norm and Chet are taken in to be punished by the Vault Council. Chet is taken off being the doorkeeper, and Norm is working with computers and information maintenance. They mention he bounces around a bunch because he isn't passionate about anything, and that's actually kind of his trump card here. They can't really punish him by putting him on a crappy job if he doesn't really care about any of the jobs he's already done. What a smart boy Norm is. He also makes a comment about how he approves that they punish people for breaking the rules, before pointedly asking if that's only for Vault Dwellers, or if it applies to people who come down here and murder Vault Dwellers, causing the council to pause and look at each other with concern. Norm has a few moments like this that unfortunately don't amount to anything. I like that something is being attempted here, and I can see why people say they like him and his storyline, even if it doesn't really go anywhere. Anyways, smart boy Norm is foiled by Betty, who assigns him to deliver meals to the prisoners, the people that attacked the vault with Moldaver. He isn't even assigned to guard duty, he just brings the food to them. I fail to see how this is supposed to be a punishment, but the show is setting up a conflict here between these two. Later on, the vault has a meeting to decide what to do with the prisoners, and of course the writers can't help but make it utterly stupid and ridiculous.
Well, you know what? The young man Woody interrogated this morning? He left an impression on me.
That is the gentleman who showed me his butthole.
Yes, but what I took from that is a desire to communicate, to reach out across the cultural divide.
I don't know, Followed is super dumb or something, so it's a free pass to put any dumb shit we want in it. This, by the way, is the exact reason I'm against the historical revisionism, that Followed has always been super wacky and funny and has never been serious. Is there even any reason I should need to break down why this line is stupid beyond belief? Surely this one is self-explanatory. Norm suggests they be executed, which the council is against, and many members of the vault seem to be against too. There's a nice little moment here where he concedes that he's wrong, and calls them overseer, which causes them both to reply at the same time. I liked this initially because it seemed like Norm was going to play these clowns against each other, but unfortunately it goes nowhere whatsoever. During this meeting we also learn that the vault's water chip broke, which is going to impact their available water supply. This plot point doesn't go anywhere. It's mentioned once and forgotten immediately. Later on, Betty visits Norm and they talk about a suggestion, with the point of the conversation essentially being that Norm might be too smart for his own good, but it's done with awful dialogue.
Regular boys can get angry and they'll just pee on the wall.
What the fuck is this dialogue? Why in the world is the example of what normal boys do when angry is peeing on the wall? Is this a thing? I've literally never heard of this behavior before. What do regular boys do when they're angry if they don't need to pee? Why not just say something like, normal boys throw a temper tantrum when angry? Meanwhile, a woman who is widowed in the attack on the vault latches on to Chet, who is still sad about not being able to fuck his cousin anymore.
First I lost Lucy, and then I lost my job as the gatekeeper.
Anyways, the show kinda makes light of the fact that this guy died, almost seemingly mocking this character that we never got a chance to see. I suppose it's another attempt at humor in the show, but just comes across as awkward and weird. She starts dressing him up as her dead husband and tries to fuck him, despite being pregnant, only for her water to break as she's on top of him.
Now that is one wet lady. What
the fuck is this, and why did we need it in the show? Norm has a slight interaction with one of the prisoners, who Norm accuses of murdering the innocent Vault 32 dwellers, to which he responds,
I don't know what the people of Vault 32 were up to, but it was anything but innocent.
Norm tries to investigate 32 on his computer, but is restricted from doing so. Instead, he decides to investigate the vault itself and brings Chet along. They explore most of the vault to find all the residents have been dead for a very long time, as their corpses are all desiccated, and Norm checks a Pip-Boy on one of the corpses, which says they died 2 years ago. They also find a TV that has apparently been playing a recording talking about the Rat Utopia on loop for 2 years straight, because it's still playing when they enter the room, and we hear the line, "They eat each other to survive." While the show wants to believe this is somehow relevant to the story they're telling, it isn't. What happened in Vault 32 has nothing to do with overpopulation or people eating each other. It looks as though there was a sudden civil war, and everyone died or killed themselves, and at some point they decided to try and break into Vault 31. Of note, there's a message written in blood next to a corpse that says, "We know the truth." I feel like this is one of those lines that's supposed to invoke a mystery, but looking at it reveals how fucking stupid it really is. Who is this message for? Well, it's for the audience, but who in-universe is it for? It can't be the residents of Vault 33, because it isn't even close to the entrance where they'd see it, and there's no way of knowing if they'd ever come over here to see it. These vaults don't freely intermingle, and only seem to have contact once every 3 years, so the average vault dweller isn't going to see it. Is it for the people who are secretly running the show? Because first of all, they clearly don't know, and secondly, even if they did check in on the vault to check it out, it's meaningless at this point anyways. Everyone in 32 is dead, so those residents knowing the secret is meaningless. The knowledge of the secret died with them. In the Overseer's office, there's also a strange message. Death to management. Seems like an odd choice of words, but maybe there's more to it. Maybe it will all make sense in the end. It won't. He also learns that it was his mother's Pip-Boy that was used to open the door from the outside. They also check the entrance to Vault 31 to find that the Vault 32 dwellers tried to get in, and apparently just died partway through, but similarly wrote a vague message of, "We know what's in there," for apparently no one. This is the main thrust of the plot with Norm for the entire season. He knows something fishy is happening, and he wants to find the truth. He also discovers that the Overseer for Vault 33 has always been someone that came from Vault 31, deepening the mystery. And wouldn't you know it, both Norm's father Hank, as well as Betty, the new Overseer that just got voted in, are both from Vault 31 as well. Oh boy, what nefarious things are happening over there in Vault 31! It's also worth pointing out that Norm is shocked to learn that all the Overseers have come from Vault 31, seemingly voted in conveniently during a crisis, and there's even a slogan to vote for Vault 31 dwellers, and somehow no one has noticed this in all this time. They even said Betty was Overseer before, and we don't know how long Overseer terms are. After some time, Betty leads everyone to Vault 32 to show them what's there, and the vault has been entirely cleaned up. This was actually one of the most ridiculous parts of the show, because it shows just how little the people who made this mess think of the audience, as the new cleaned up vault constantly has flashbacks to Norm and Chet's exploration of it when it was full of corpses in the previous episode, and the start of this one, as if the audience wouldn't realize that it was the same place because it had been cleaned up and looked slightly different. It's also implied by the song that this place was cleaned up in 24 hours, and there's no explanation for how this was done. Best faith assumption would be that everyone from the mysterious Vault 31 came over and cleaned it up, but even then I'd expect it to take more than a day. I mentioned this already, but Norm also discovers that when Moldaver invaded the vault, she used his mother's Pip-Boy to open the door, and this is the point where we have to rewind all the way back to episode 1, because we now have full context for how utterly stupid and insane this part of the story was. If you'll recall, Moldaver and her crew got into Vault 33 by posing as members of Vault 32, doing a wedding transfer. This is where one member of a vault would be traded to a neighboring vault in a marriage ceremony, apparently to keep biological diversity within the residents, so the population would remain sustainable. And remember too, that Moldaver came here targeting Hank. She wanted to kidnap him in particular. So why, if she had the ability to get into the vaults, would she go into the one that didn't have her target? She could have gone straight to 33, but decided instead to go to 32 and play this game of pretending to be vault dwellers to get inside 33. So she could trick them, duh! Okay, let me rewind this back just a tiny bit more then. What was her plan for dealing with the residents of Vault 32? In fact, why deal with an entire vault full of people in order to sneak into another vault full of people when you can just go straight to the one you're targeting? Well, she didn't have to deal with the residents of Vault 32, because they were all dead. Yes, but how did she know that? And if so, then how? See, what we've got here is an example of extreme convenience and absurd stupidity on the part of our main antagonist. As explained, her goal is to capture Hank from Vault 33. So instead of going to the vault he's in, she instead goes to Vault 32 for no particular reason. See, the problem here is in the fact that if she's trying to avoid direct confrontation with the residents of Vault 33, she isn't alleviating that problem by instead going to Vault 32, because there's no reason to assume that the residents of Vault 32 are dead. Hell, they were dead for 2 years without either Vaults 31 or 33 learning about their deaths until Moldaver attacked them from 32. Either way, outsiders are coming into the vaults with nefarious intent, and had the residents of 32 still been alive, it would have meant she'd have to fight or capture them just to get into Vault 33. As it is, she lost over half of her men when having the surprise advantage over Vault 33, so even if the plan was to for some reason attack 32, then trick 33, she was clearly not prepared. This is what makes her plan stupid, but worse, this is what makes it an extreme convenience that everyone in Vault 32 is already dead, because she couldn't have pulled off her dumb plan if they weren't. Her entire plan seems to live and die on whether the residents of Vault 32 are alive or not, something she can't possibly know, but should assume they are alive because there's no reason to think they wouldn't be. Further, how long did Moldaver have to wait for the wedding day? How long were the raiders living with all these corpses and just not doing anything with them? Once again, this is the level of inane and stupid writing we're dealing with. I'm not done with Moldaver in the vault yet either, but that has to wait for the finale. Norm asks about his mother's Pip-Boy, and Betty says it was buried with her. You just fucking bury useful technology for no reason? Wouldn't resources in a vault be scarce? Do they have fucking replicators down here?
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
Now Betty is lying here. Obviously they didn't actually bury it, but it does raise the question of why would anyone ever believe this, and more importantly, this should be a red flag for her that Norm knows something he shouldn't. But she takes no action and just lets him go. Worse yet, he says great job cleaning up, and she also doesn't take this as a red flag. There's also this weird scene where Betty assigns about half the vault residents to go live in Vault 32, and I don't know why this is done. Remember, we don't have a lot of people here. This does nothing to protect the genetic diversity within the vault, nor would it prevent inbreeding. You've got an extremely small population, and there just doesn't appear to be any good reason to do this. This comes after the raiders mysteriously die from poisoning, too. There's a bit more, but I'll save that for the finale, where everything ties together. As for Cooper Howard, there's honestly not a whole lot to comment on. Essentially, his plot follows him becoming suspicious of his wife and Vault-Tec. The first actual scene he has, and the first scene of the show as a whole, is him performing for a birthday party when the bombs drop. There's so much wrong with this scene, but I'll keep it short. The first flash of the nuke is missed by everyone, including Coop, but not his daughter. This is apparently because a camera was flashing at the same time. I'm sorry, but the flash of a nuke and a flash of a camera will never be confused for one another. The light from a nuke is so bright that people who witnessed them go off have stories of being able to see through their arms because the light was that bright. Finally, when escaping, Coop rides his horse towards the nuclear blasts, which are still going off. Yes, the road is winding, but at this point, the biggest danger will be the dust, the fallout of the nukes.
He said it! He said it!
His top priority should be finding shelter for himself and his daughter as soon as humanly possible. After this, we get a chronological story of him going from Hollywood superstar to learning the truth about Vault-Tec. As mentioned earlier, during a shoot, he gets uncomfortable with his character essentially executing a man in cold blood, and the director has a talk with him, telling him that the story had been changed, and the former writer was fired for being a communist. It comes across as really weird that he would act this way, since he's not actually killing someone. Cooper then meets with his wife, who got him a job advertising for Vault-Tec. They do a photo shoot, he does a bunch of poses, and eventually he stops the shoot to suggest doing a thumbs up. You're already doing poses on your own. Why not just do it? Why bring attention to something so small and insignificant? Again, ignoring the context of the games, treating this as though this show is its own thing, why does this warrant special attention? He does another ad for Vault-Tec and meets one of the executives and doesn't take too kindly to him. Later at a party, he learns a friend of his can't get work anymore due to being a communist sympathizer. He meets with him and the friend explains that Vault-Tec owns half of everything, and they have a fiduciary duty to the shareholders, and this will lead to something bad happening. The reason this is stupid is because a corporation which fails its fiduciary duty is liable to be sued by the shareholders. No explanation is given for how owning half of everything fails a duty towards your shareholders, but killing them certainly does. This line exists only to suggest that capitalism's focus on profits made the apocalypse inevitable, but it does so by not understanding how capitalism works, which is unintentionally hilarious. Later at dinner, Barb laments the fact it's going to be hard on their daughter to live in a vault and abandon their dog, since dogs aren't allowed in the vault. Rather than asking why living in a vault seems to be a foregone conclusion, Coop instead focuses on the rule about no dogs. Coop ends up making a good point of who decides the rules, who determines his freedom, only for the wife to misdirect by crying that she had to stay home while he went off to war. On first viewing, I found this annoying, because it's the obnoxious complaint that women at home have it worse than the men who went to war and were shot at and risked their lives daily. But on a second viewing, I didn't actually mind it as much because it's actually clever and manipulative misdirection on her part. Cooper Howard is actually bringing up a good point. Where do these rules come from? Why are my freedoms being limited? Who makes these decisions? These are things she can't reveal, so she breaks out the fake tears and the faux righteous indignation to justify her staying at Vault-Tec to protect her family. He goes to one of the communist meetings where none other than Lee Moldaver is the one organizing them and speaking at them. How in the fuck did she survive for over 200 years? The show fails to explain this. The short version is he gets tired of hearing her stupid commie gobbledygook and leaves. I'll give the show credit on one thing, it does have an accurate portrayal of communists, as when he criticizes their beliefs, one of them immediately calls him a fascist.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of money in selling a political ideology that ends in bread lines. Okay.
Moldaver tells him that she knows a side of his wife that he doesn't, which leads to a one-on-one conversation outside of the meeting. She explains that her company was developing technology that is hard to monetize. Cold fusion. Infinite energy. Keep in mind, they're in a resource war and are facing an energy crisis.
As all nations race to secure uranium and control the future of energy, a shortage has emerged, turning even allies into potential competitors. Will energy prices surge this winter? And
Infinite energy would literally be the single most useful thing in the world right now, bar none. This is something that should be insanely easy to monetize. Unfortunately for the moldy lady, Vault-Tec bought every company she's ever worked for, and with them, all the research and patents to her cold fusion.
So, what are you, a millionaire communist?
Hypocrisy is like violence in your movies. If you only let the bad guys use it, the bad guys win.
Are the bad guys using hypocrisy? Not to get too political, but I can't help but get the impression that this line was thrown in because one of the writers was a Bernie bro who gets upset when people point out that the communist owns multiple million-dollar luxury homes. Coop's response is weird because it doesn't seem to relate to anything.
Yeah, I got a little showbiz secret for you. A good bad guy doesn't see themselves as a bad guy.
Coop, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? She's not calling herself a bad guy, and Moldaver's enemies don't see themselves as bad guys either. She explains that America has been in a resource war for a decade, and that Vault-Tec bought the means to end that war, not to put it on the shelf, but because it didn't fit into their business model. Now the show does answer this in the finale, and you are likely not prepared for just how stupid that gets. But before we even get to the explanation, this is already stupid beyond belief. What they just bought is effectively a money printer. People will always need energy, and they've got an infinite source of it. This is quite possibly the single most useful and valuable thing in the world, but they bought it not to make money off of it, but because they've got some other vague, unknown plan that this would ruin. This all leads to Moldaver essentially asking him to spy on his wife, so she can get her technology back. He doesn't go along with it right away, but ends up changing his mind, implanting a device into her Pip-Boy to listen in on conversations she's having. Because of course when a commie insults you and demands you spy on your wife, it's just what you do.
I'm not a communist, Mr. Howard. That's just a dirty word they use to describe people who aren't insane.
God, the writer's intentions couldn't have been more clear, and this gets infinitely worse in the finale. There's also a moment where Coop wants to get out of the city to somewhere nicer, but his wife doesn't want to due to her job. She wants to make sure they get a slot in a vault. He says he can afford one off of the money he makes, and she clarifies that she wants to get into one of the good vaults. He asks what that means, but she never answers. Rather than pressing what the fuck that even means, since that should absolutely raise some red flags, he basically ignores this and lets it go. He also does end up spying on his wife, but we'll get more of that in the final episode. Ultimately, most of Cooper Howard's scenes felt like a distraction and a waste of time. While they give a feeling of some of what's going on before the war, they don't seem all that relevant for the most part, aside from a few bits here and there, but the vast majority of it just seems really pointless. The only through line is commentary about communism and capitalism, as well as reframing the Red Scare of the 1950s. Since there's no mention of the conflict with China at all in the show, it rings hollow. Again, I'm trying to avoid the game lore as much as possible here to look at this show in a bubble, but the problem is that if you're going to focus on aspects of the pre-war world, then the conflict with China is a core part of that, especially with the whole communist Red Scare angle that the show is going for. Otherwise, it comes across as just some vague, unknown war with communists that is happening somewhere and we never see it. Alright, we're now up to the grand finale of this wonderful, amazing show. Just to recap where all the characters are at this point, Maximus is returning to the Brotherhood on a vertibird, Lucy is approaching Griffith Observatory, the Ghoul is apparently looking for Moldaver, I guess, Norm is about to gain access to Vault 31, and Cooper Howard is spying on his wife, and is about to listen in on a meeting she has. This episode jumps around quite a bit. To keep things a bit more sane, we're going to try to bundle up each character's scenes as much as possible. There's also so much bad writing in this episode alone, that this will take a while to get through, so bear with me. Starting from the top, the Brotherhood is taking Maximus back to Philly. Why Philly of all places, you might ask?
Philly clear for landing. The locals put up a fight, but so did we.
Wait, what the fuck? I thought these guys were supposed to be heroic or good or something. Are you telling me Titus wasn't just a bad apple? Did they actually just wipe out Philly so they could station their men there? It appears so. They march Maximus through town to what appears to be their leader, the man who questioned him back in episode 1. And everyone here is Brotherhood. No civilians. There isn't even any shots of civilians looking out their windows nervously. So I guess the Brotherhood did just wipe out this town. He asks Maximus where his knight is, to which Maximus simply responds that Titus is dead, rather than giving any kind of explanation whatsoever. So I guess he's just conveniently stupid again. They check the head and immediately figure out it's a fake. Like, yeah, no fucking shit, Sherlock, what the fuck did you think would happen? The leader mentions that this isn't the first time a brother faced misfortune in his presence, and surmises that Maximus must have been lying about not hurting Dane, on the basis that he's lying now with the fake head. A couple of knights hold him down, and appear as though they're going to execute him, but he says he's willing to give up the information. Why in the fuck would they believe you at this point? Luckily for Maximus, Dane comes forward and admits to injuring herself. The blades in her boots in episode 1? Yeah, she did that to herself. Dane admitting to hurting herself, and Maximus saying he'll tell them the location of the head combined, saves his ass. The leader of the Brotherhood takes him aside, and tells him power is taken, not given, and that they can take power and forge a new Brotherhood, himself as its leader, and the likes of Maximus as its sword. He also mentions that the Brotherhood has lost its way, and they used to rule the wasteland. Just how big is the Brotherhood exactly? The show really doesn't make it clear. We see this one base, the airship, and we hear of another group existing somewhere, but it's really vague and unclear just what the Brotherhood even are and how big they are in this show. Once again, without reference to the games, this may be confusing to anyone new to the franchise, especially given the fact that Maximus's whole deal was wanting to be heroic, and here the Brotherhood are apparently having wiped out an entire town for no given reason. If they had once ruled the wasteland, then how did they fall? Where was their decline? Remember, these things are the show totally had time to explain, but didn't because we really needed a scene of a woman's water breaking on an incest-obsessed loser, or a scene where a woman gives birth to piranhas that immediately eat her. Later, Maximus is preparing to go out to battle with the rest of the Brotherhood, and Dane is gearing up too. She explains that this is her punishment. Her punishment for hurting herself to get out of duty is to be put on duty now that she's apparently healed. What? In military terms, feigning an injury to get out of duty is called malingering, and it's a serious mark of dishonorable conduct. It is proof to other soldiers that you cannot be trusted with anything. Dane should be put on duty, yes, back at the base, doing menial work. No combatant wants to be assigned to work with someone who slashed up their own feet to get out of their responsibilities. That's a good way to find yourself in a firefight with your buddy having lit out when you weren't looking. In this context, it is insane that anyone in the Brotherhood would take Dane's word for anything they didn't see for themselves. Such as when Dane loudly proclaims that Maximus, a known treacherous squire who tried to cover up the death of his knight, to have slain Moldaver at the end of the season. Instead of cheering, they should be jeering and demanding proof of Dane's claims. Anyways, Dane apologizes because she didn't know that the Brotherhood would blame Maximus for it, which, yeah, I still don't get that one. It seems totally random in its presentation that they'd blame him for injuring his only friend. Maximus also explains that the only reason he came back was to protect Lucy, and confirms that he's planning to abandon the Brotherhood to go live with her in the vault. And Dane says that there is no leaving. I honestly don't have much to say about this. It does make sense that Maximus would be disillusioned by the Brotherhood at this point, and it makes sense that they wouldn't want people they've invested time and resources in training to just up and leave. What doesn't make sense, however, is this shot where they're leaving to go to the observatory, but they're flying away from the city. Moving over to Cooper Howard.
I hope you like the taste of lead, you commie son of a bitch.
He's spying on his wife still. He drops her off at Vault-Tec HQ, and she complains that her Pip-Boy is constantly sending out a transmission, but she can't trace where. And it's suggested by Bud that the boys in the lab might be able to fix it, but she says she can do it herself if she can track where it's transmitting to. This is then dropped. She then wears this Pip-Boy into a highly top-secret meeting where they're about to discuss not just sensitive company information, but literally suggesting they do some outright evil shit, including, but not limited to, making vaults to experiment on people. It seems beyond stupid that she would risk this meeting being overheard, when this is something that could ruin your plans in this company if word got out. Why not take the Pip-Boy off? Why not fix the problem now?
Race into the future. Nifty.
Bud, we're getting late.
Oh, there's no time, gotcha. This isn't totally lazy awful writing, guys, I swear. As she enters the building, the transmission cuts out, so Coop goes in. Next time we see him, he's learning that she's in a meeting and can't see him right now. He sits down and listens in on the meeting through the device. Now this meeting, and every scene related to it, is easily the worst thing in this entire show, and it's arguably the worst thing to happen to all of Fallout, besides Bethesda's acquisition of the IP. Also bear with me here because I'm going to be using a lot of clips to show the exact things being said, because nearly all of it is important. This meeting is between Vault-Tec and the representatives of 4 companies: the Big MT, West-Tec, Repcon, and Robco. Up until this point in the show, the only company really named has been Vault-Tec itself, so the audience has no point of reference for what these companies are or what they do if they're unfamiliar with the games. This comes across as particularly strange because, as we've been told, Vault-Tec owns half of everything. When you're that big, everyone else is small fish compared to you, so why bother with these much smaller companies? Bud opens by saying that Vault-Tec would like to collaborate with these companies on some of the vaults. This line is very important for numerous reasons, but just keep it in mind for now. Not wasting any time to prove that the writing quality hasn't improved at all, the West-Tec representative says,
I don't get the vaults, but it's time to come out.
What if people are still alive on the surface? There'll be Stone Age creatures probably eat whoever steps out of your vaults.
To which Bud responds with,
That isn't an issue. Our vaults have the resources to survive for centuries. Meanwhile, our competitors, every other human who isn't us, will be dead on the surface. Because after all, what is the ultimate weapon of mass destruction?
Coop figures it out before Bud answers that it's time. Alright, where to fucking start? I don't get the vaults. They'll probably be eaten by savage surface dwellers. Hey dumb fuck, why wouldn't they arm the vault with weapons so they can protect themselves from any potential threats? Why do you just assume they'd be totally unarmed and unprepared to return to the surface? In fact, We even see in episode 1 that the vault has an armory because fucking of course they would. It really comes across as though they couldn't think of any other way for Bud to get to his marketing pitch of Time being the greatest killer, so they just zapped this guy with the idiot baton. I don't know how anyone could ever not understand the point of the vaults. People go inside, and they survive, and come out and rebuild civilization after the dust has settled. The point is that they're given equipment and resources to survive. This question is so utterly stupid, I'm surprised he didn't ask where they'd get their food from when they're locked in a metal box underground. It's one thing to ask the logistics or the method behind how these things would work. It's a different thing entirely to have the room temperature Celsius question of, won't all your vault dwellers just die and get eaten by the primitive degenerates when they step outside? Bud's response is terrible too. It won't be a problem because all the surface dwellers will be dead because time is the greatest killer. Except that is monumentally stupid. The only way to guarantee that humanity on the surface is completely wiped out is to ensure that everything on the surface is wiped out, which is going to be extremely difficult even with global nuclear war. Even if you did succeed at this, you would only succeed in making the planet uninhabitable. The idea that time would wipe out any savage degenerates is just outright stupid on its face. Societies rise and fall, cultures come and go, empires collapse, but people always remain. Hoping that people will just eventually die out on the surface is folly, because mankind as a species is really fucking good at surviving. It's why we've lasted so long and have become the dominant species on this planet. In the event of a global nuclear war, most, if not all countries would collapse. There will be mass death and carnage on a scale not seen before for our species. Things would get really fucking bad. But groups would emerge trying to survive. New societies would arise from the ashes of the old world. This is, in fact, up to this point in the show, the story of Fallout as a whole. The only way to truly ensure that humans are wiped out is a virus targeted to kill humans or an actual planetary extinction event. This plan is stupid and unviable before we even get to the rest of the meeting scenes. It is dead in the water before they have a chance to elaborate and make it worse.
Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
This is already ridiculous beyond belief, and we've barely started to learn about Vault-Tech's dastardly Grandmaster plan. Bud continues.
Time is the apex predator. And in the event of an incident, time is the weapon with which we will defeat all of our enemies. That is how we will win the great game of capitalism, not by outfighting anyone, but by outliving them.
This is where the writers show their hand. This is what the entire show has been leading to. An awful nonsensical message that amounts to capitalism bad. Now again, this whole thing is already stupid for the reasons I've already explained, and this will get exponentially worse with each new piece of information related to this meeting by the end of this episode, especially when you take the game's lore into consideration. But with this being the entire point of the show, it is now necessary to take a detour to talk about this message. Capitalism is an economic system in which private individuals or business own resources, create goods, or provide services, and demand for these resources, goods, and services is governed by the free market. If there's enough demand for a good or service, then there will be someone there to provide it, for a price. In short...
Aw, $20. I wanted a peanut. $20 can buy many peanuts. Explain how. Money can be exchanged for goods and services.
Now it does get more complicated than that, but this is just a basic explanation of the system. Now let's talk about how you win the game of capitalism. You don't. At least not the way they're portraying here in the show. Winning at the game of capitalism would simply be earning enough money to take care of yourself and your family for life, allowing you to buy the necessities you need and luxuries you want. Now this will obviously vary from person to person. Some people are fine living a more simple life, some seek the extravagant. Winning under capitalism means succeeding and prospering. It doesn't mean a life of excess, it doesn't mean being the only ones to exist, it doesn't mean seeking power over others, and it doesn't mean owning everything ever. Capitalism isn't immune to criticism, and like all things, it should be criticized. However, this isn't an effective criticism of capitalism, because it appears as though the show writers don't even understand what capitalism even is. This is an idiot child's criticism of capitalism. The evil corporate overlords are so greedy, uncaring, and self-centered that they think it's a good idea for literally everyone else in the world to die, so they don't have competition. This leaves the realm of being a criticism of capitalism, and fully enters the realm of mustache-twirling cartoon villains. This would be like saying the Austin Powers films are a criticism of capitalism, because Dr. Evil wants to melt the polar ice caps to flood the planet if he doesn't get $1 billion. What Vault-Tec is attempting to do here would effectively render most economic systems redundant. No people means no customers. No customers means no one to give you money in exchange for goods. No people means both your money and your goods are worthless. Your $11.3 kajillion are meaningless if you're the only person left alive in the world, as is your vast quantity of products to sell or services to provide. The show acts like the endpoint of capitalism is to own everything and have no competition, but if you get to the point where you own everything, then capitalism again becomes redundant as an economic system. If you own everything, then there is nothing to gain by providing goods and services, and as such, continuing to engage in the system is pointless. You're effectively taking money from your left pocket and putting it into your right. If there's only 20 people alive in the world and they all work for me, and I pay them for their work, but they pay me for rent, they pay me for the goods they work to make, they pay me for everything, then I'm not actually gaining anything. This whole plan from Vault-Tec is just utter nonsense from every angle. As I said, this is an idiot child's critique of capitalism. The big bad corpos are just cartoon villains who want to do mean and evil things. Isn't that terrible? Don't you hate capitalism now? I can't help but find it dubious when fiction acts as a criticism of real-world systems of government or the economy or beliefs, because it is very easy to stray into the territory of simply portraying the ideas you dislike as cartoonishly awful, while all your own ideas and beliefs can be portrayed as so good, it becomes an outright fantasy. It's the equivalent of that meme, now I'm gonna portray myself as the Chad and you as the Soy Jack. Someone in favor of capitalism could easily portray it as though it's a system with no problems whatsoever, where everyone works hard and earns more than enough money, and portray society as one with no issues, just as easily as this show that is against capitalism portrays it as though it makes total sense to kill literally everyone that isn't you, in the name of capitalism. It goes without saying that few things are ever so clear-cut, especially when it comes to economic systems, religious beliefs, and systems of governance. Now, I am going to stick to my rule of not taking the games into consideration as far as criticizing lore breaks with the show. However, I am going to bring them in for one aspect here, and that is this show's criticism of capitalism, because this ties into a trend in the games in a pretty bad way. For anyone unfamiliar with the games, there's plenty of lore to learn about the world, both big and small, through notes and computer logs. Under Bethesda's tenure, it has become an obnoxiously common occurrence to learn the local lore of some pre-war business, only to find out the owners or managers were cartoonishly evil to the point of making absurd safety violations and human rights violations, to the point of locking people in their workplaces, skirting around safety procedures anytime the option arises, skimping out on necessary materials and resources, and so on and so forth. Most, if not all, modern-day safety precautions, procedures, and rules are written in the blood of tens of thousands of men, women, and children who have died due to various disasters, caused by accidents, mistakes, or making assumptions, down to outright negligence. Bethesda's games seem to treat it as though it's a checklist of how awful and incompetent they can make the pre-war world look. Severe violations of basic safety precautions is treated as though it's a punchline to a joke no one was making, and this kind of thing has absolutely infested the lore, all seemingly for the point of making a capitalism bad message, because in almost every instance, it comes down to making sure the companies stay productive, and so they don't lose any money. This show takes this concept to the next level with Bud, and this meeting here, and we haven't even gotten to the big reveal yet. It is serious storytelling and lore that Vault-Tec is this ridiculous for the sake of pushing an overused and stale capitalism bad message that doesn't even make any sense. In both cases, the world, narrative, and characters are sacrificed outright in the name of the message. The end result in the games is that we're constantly told about what a horrible nightmare the pre-war world was like, where everyone was stupid, incompetent, evil, or a victim of one of the previous three, yet the world shows us robots, generators, equipment, and most importantly, energy production and machines that still work all perfectly fine with little to no issue. The rides at Nuka World have either been inactive for 200 years, or have been running constantly for 200 years, and when you take control over the park, most, if not all of the inactive rides, are activated with no issue. Much like everything else in Bethesda Fallout, they want their cake and eat it too. Here's your crazy post-apocalypse wasteland, and yet, the power is still on. And I bring this up because Todd Howard, ML Pagliarillo, and Jonathan Nolan wouldn't have the comfortable, luxurious lives they've got if it wasn't for capitalism allowing them to succeed on less than mediocre products. And I just think it's quite weird seeing them pushing an anti-capitalism message so hard in their products given that fact. I'm clearly not an anti-capitalist, but for anyone who is, Bethesda and what they've done to Fallout would serve as a good case study to make your argument against capitalism. It's very much a parallel to Star Wars. You've got a brilliant original work, while not perfect and even has its own failings, is still beloved, only to get bought out by a much larger company and completely bastardized and mined for its iconography, with no care for the source material. Now I blame this more on individual or even corporate greed over the entire system of capitalism itself, because we have seen genuinely great works of art from large companies. I don't believe the entire system needs to be tossed due to some bad practices. In fact, it kind of speaks to how strong capitalism is as a system that communists, or anti-capitalists, would have to resort to this absurdist cartoonish parody of capitalism by having all the bad guys outright say, "Let's kill everyone so we can win the game of capitalism." Well, that was quite the tangent, but it was necessary due to the fact that the writers wrote something immensely stupid about something they clearly know nothing about. Anyways, back to the show. The representative for Robco raises a question that never gets answered.
Even if you outlive all external threats, here's my problem with the vaults. You can find a bunch of rats in a nest for a long time. They end up eating each other. So who's to say your rats are gonna survive better than those animals on the surface?
This is actually a decent question, but they kinda mess it up here. This strikes me as a case of someone who has heard of the rat utopia, but took away the wrong lesson from it. The problem wasn't in being confined for a long time, but in overpopulation and having all their needs taken care of. To summarize, the rat utopia experiment found that overpopulation led to a breakdown in the social behaviors of the rats, which resulted in behaviors such as cannibalism, parents abandoning their young, and the rats losing the social skills required to mate. This inevitably leads to total extinction. So is this applicable to the vaults? Well, yes and no. See, we're supposed to believe that this is relevant because we were shown a clip of the rat utopia when Norm was exploring Vault 32. The implication being that Vault 32 experienced infighting and extinction for the same reason as the rats did. Except, that's not why they died. They died because they learned the truth. Further, these vaults don't have an issue of overpopulation. If anything, they've got a dire underpopulation problem. Now, the concern of a rat utopia event is a legitimate one, and the question does make sense to ask. To which the answer should be that the vaults should have manufactured issues that can be solved, and to keep people busy with work, which seems to be the case given what we see in Vault 33, as well as making sure they don't get overpopulated. However, this question never gets answered. The other representatives all jump in at the same time, talking utter nonsense over each other for no good reason.
But standing out here yelling rabble, rabble, rabble isn't going to help anything.
The phrase I managed to pick out from Frederick is, "I don't need rats for people on the surface," which is a phrase so disconnected from anything that it left me mystified. I can only assume this and everything else said when they're talking over each other, which is just supposed to be meaningless babble because I don't know, honestly. I don't know why they needed to bring this up and not answer it, besides maybe the writers sucking themselves off over knowing about the rat utopia and referencing it in their show, despite clearly not understanding it. Barb interrupts the chatter, refocusing everyone, and this is where things get really nonsensical when you consider everything that is said.
When I think about the future, I think about my daughter. How do I provide her with a better future? That's what we've invited you here to discuss. And how do we design our vault society so our children have that better future? I suggest we hedge our bets.
Ah, how wholesome. She wants to ensure the future of her daughter. What a good person Barb is.
Bud here has an idea for 3 interconnected vaults. But we need more ideas. We need your ideas. Because it was the spirit of competition that made our companies great. And I propose we bring that same spirit of competition to our solution. We have over 100 vaults spread across America. Enough for each of you to claim several, where you can play out your own ideas for how to create the perfect conditions for humanity, whatever you want to do. No one needs to know. And may the best idea win.
It was the spirit of competition that made our companies great? But I thought the whole point of this was to eliminate all the competition.
Our vaults have the resources to survive for centuries. Meanwhile, our competitors, every other human who isn't us, will be dead on the surface. Because after all, what is the ultimate weapon of mass destruction? Time is the apex predator. And in the event of an incident, time is the weapon with which we will defeat all of our enemies. That is how we will win the great game of capitalism, not by outfighting anyone, but by outliving them.
Because it was the spirit of competition that made our companies great. And I propose we bring that same spirit of competition to our solution.
This effectively nullifies their entire plan from the outset. They want to eliminate competition in order to create the ultimate monopoly, so their genius plan is to invite their competitors to survive the war, therefore not actually changing anything, besides reducing the human population by about 95%. Great fucking plan! This too gets even worse when more information is revealed later on in the episode. Now back to what Barb said. While she doesn't say the outright evil thing quite yet, it is strange that when given the idea that they can do anything with the vaults, the representatives dive headfirst into cartoon villain territory without hesitation.
We could intentionally overcrowd a vault so people have to compete to survive inside it.
All Barb said was that they'd have several vaults in which they can try ideas to create the best conditions for humanity. So why is Dick Dastardly here jumping to the idea of overcrowding a vault to make people compete to survive? That sounds like it would be an utter disaster.
We have been developing a robot that delivers milk to the front door. It's quite intelligent. I would like to see a vault governed by it.
We want a milk delivery robot to govern a vault of people? What in the actual fuck does this even mean? What can you accomplish from this? What will you learn from this? This fucking vault is going to be in Fallout 5, isn't it?
What about using a vault to develop a super mutant soldier, using illegal immigrants?
Ah, yeah, it's very topical, because illegal immigration is bad, and I guess that means people who are against illegal immigration would be fine with them being used as test subjects for horrible experiments? This is quite possibly the most clunky insertion of modern political commentary in the entire show. It just feels out of place. It feels like they said a buzzword because it might get someone's attention.
We could pump psychotropic drugs into the air supply.
But why though? How does this in any way create the best conditions for humanity?
We could separate parents and children, and only the smartest kids reach adulthood.
And within a few short moments, we've reached the point of these characters outright considering child murder. Now I am going to reference the games again briefly, but it's for a really good reason. It's a very well known fact of the Fallout lore that horrible experiments take place in many of the vaults, and a few of the ideas that are mentioned here are references to vaults that have appeared in the games. My problem with this is the fact that it feels like they're doing this purely for the sake of member berries. That an audience familiar with Fallout expects the vaults to house horrible experiments, so rather than considering what was actually said by the characters, we just go straight to evil cartoon world, where vaults have horrible experiments with no connecting tissue. I have to stress this point. Barb didn't say that the point was to make people suffer, and none of these ideas presented seem to have a purpose. Barb had said, We have over 100 vaults spread across America, enough for each of you to claim several, where you can play out your own ideas for how to create the perfect conditions for humanity. Whatever you want to do, no one needs to know, and may the best idea win. The implication being that they can try anything they want, for whatever reason they want, without consequence, but with the intent of creating the perfect conditions for humanity, whatever that means. Rather than following through on any kind of logical response to this opportunity, by presenting ideas that could genuinely benefit humanity, or explaining how these ideas might work, we instead get this cartoonish bullshit, where it seems like each idea presented has the intent of either killing people, making them miserable, or committing other insanely immoral acts upon them. Again, it feels like it's only here to be a reference to the games, rather than considering the actual offer they were presented. I also have to assume this is part of the show's criticism of capitalism as well. These representatives are all rich corpos, so of course they'll be perfectly fine with treating normal people as though they're playthings, without any care for what happens to them. I have this assumption because it's a common sentiment among anti-capitalists that rich people are just outright inherently evil, and they claim that no one can get rich by having morals or not doing anything to harm people, which is just outright insanity. But running on that utterly malformed logic, it would make sense to write that these people would be absolutely gleeful at causing the suffering and death of thousands of people, for no particular reason. Again, it's funny to see a rich people bad message coming from people who are more wealthy than a vast majority of the population. This scene continues on, but we get the big reveal next, which I'm saving to go through all three big reveals together. While Betty is busy, Norm sneaks into her office and hacks into her computer, and starts a conversation with the overseer of Vault 31. He pretends to be her, claims to be compromised, and the Vault 31 overseer recalls her, essentially granting Norm access to Vault 31. Once there, the door opens and you have to wonder what Norm's plan is. What if there is a group of soldiers on the other side? What if there were robots meant to protect the vault and only allow in authorized individuals? What if there was a single guard with a gun? Norm has no reason to expect he should be able to just waltz in unopposed, free to explore and discover the secret of Vault 31. Well, maybe he just wanted to talk to someone from the vault to figure out what's going on. They've clearly got some kind of fucking conspiracy going on, and they lie about what's in Vault 31. Why in the world would they just tell him if confronted directly, especially when he deceived them to do so? Also, what if they just had a fucking camera out there and saw that the person who arrived wasn't Betty? I guess it's just really fucking lucky for Gnorm the Gnome.
Why am I still getting hate?
That the only active inhabitant of Vault 31 is a fucking brain on a Roomba. I'm not fucking with you. This is the only creature active in 31, and it got thwarted by a fucking broom before he even arrived. After Norm saves it, the brain realizes that it's not Betty and freaks out. It tries to kill Norm by pulling out a needle and trying to ram it into him, but failing. Not even because Norm steps aside, but because he veers off and crashes into a box. I see we're back into the comedy portion of the show. I can't put enough quotations around the word comedy, so I won't even try. This whole thing just keeps going and going, where the Roomba tells him to hold still, tells him to not go into the nearby room, don't look at the terminals, and so on and so forth, and it's fucking insufferable. I have to stress the fact that this whole segment is tied directly into the big dramatic reveal for 3 characters, and you constantly have these dumb, out-of-place, low-effort jokes undermining it on Norm's side, while the other 2 are treated dead serious. It results in a massive tonal whiplash. I'll point this out again when I get to it, but these moments do a lot to undermine the serious tone the episode is going for. It's like the Norm scenes had a totally different writer from the Lucy and Coop scenes. Norm gets his reveal fairly early into his scenes, and around the same time as Coop is getting his big reveal. But we're at the point where keeping a sane grasp on all these threads is getting a bit impossible, so again, bear with me as I go through the absolute torrent of insanity that is coming. First up on Cooper Howard's side, after Barb makes the offer to the representatives to each have their own vaults to do whatever they want with, and they all dive headfirst into horribly immoral ideas that will make people suffer or get them killed, the Robco representative jumps in.
It's a fun idea. There's a lot of earning potential with the end of the world. But we're talking about making a significant investment based on a hypothetical. How can you guarantee results?
The immense stupidity constantly on display is insufferably painful. There's a lot of earning potential at the end of the world. I'm going to need you to elaborate on this. Technically, this isn't entirely wrong. If society as we know it were to collapse, new societies would obviously form. There would be people vying for power and control. Those who form new monarchies, dictatorships, and governments with themselves at the top would gain significant control, power, and influence as long as they could keep their new nations together and not be destroyed by other new societies. But even that isn't what is typically meant by earning potential. They're just talking about making money. Further, this isn't what Vault-Tec is even suggesting. Again, their plan is to eliminate the competition. In Bud's own words, everyone that isn't us, referring to Vault-Tec. There is no earning potential in everyone being dead. There is in fact the opposite of earning potential. Money would become worthless. Next he says that it's a significant investment based on a hypothetical. How can you guarantee results? It's at this point I genuinely have to ask what he means by investment. Are we talking about actual monetary investment in this plan? Are we talking about signing up for this plan of killing 99% of humanity? Or is it both? What he should be asking here is, what do I stand to gain from humanity being wiped out? Not, it's a fun idea, how can you guarantee it though? It is genuinely frustrating how mind-numbingly stupid all of this is. Some people defending this show insist that the Robco rep is just being obviously sarcastic, while also sneakily buying into the idea to get information about the plot. If the latter were true, the former wouldn't be, because it's stupid to tip your hand with obvious sarcasm while trying to convince someone you're interested in their idea.
Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
This is not okay. This needs to stop now.
But now we finally get one of our big reveals. How are they going to guarantee results?
By dropping the bomb ourselves.
It would be 9/11 times 100.
Their plan was already immensely stupid beyond belief. A plan that literally cannot function, but this makes it infinitely worse. Remember that Vault-Tec is also said to own half of everything. Even if this statement is hyperbole, the implication remains that Vault-Tec is an absolutely massive company with its hand in many pies. Vault-Tec, accepting that nuclear war is inevitable is one thing. They can plan around it, try to keep people alive, try to remain a functioning company, and so forth. This is, of course, completely disregarding their insane plan of waiting for everyone to die so they can be the only ones left. But this goes so far beyond cartoon villain territory that I don't even know what to call it. By dropping the bomb themselves, they're guaranteeing the destruction of most, if not all of their business ventures, all of their factories, warehouses, mining operations, storefronts, and so forth. They're destroying everything that makes them a business that exists to make money. This is a level of sheer unbridled stupidity that should not be possible. As a reminder, the people who wrote this crap went on strike. They don't think they got paid enough to write this utter nonsensical drivel. Beyond just destroying their own business ventures, this destroys everything. Everything! No more of the luxuries money can afford, no more infrastructure to run your businesses that no longer exist, no more fancy vacations or extravagant cruises, no more self-filleting award shows, no nothing. We're supposed to believe that as capitalists trying to make money, their grand plan is to destroy everything, including all their income sources and every luxury they could ever want, all for the sake of living in an iron box underground for hundreds of years, just to come out onto the surface and be the only ones left. This is a plot point we're supposed to take seriously. This isn't a joke. This isn't a parody. This isn't a simulation. This isn't a fever dream. This isn't a psychotic hallucination. This is a serious plot point that they honest to God want you to take seriously and be invested in. I cannot emphasize this enough. Their plan already didn't work from every angle before, and it is made infinitely worse by the reveal that they're the ones to drop the bomb in the first place. I genuinely don't think there's any combination of words in the English language to adequately describe how utterly, monolithically stupid and nonsensical this is. It is the equivalent of shooting yourself in the head with a shotgun to increase your lifespan. It is the equivalent of burning down your home in order to protect it. Even as I wrote this part of the script, I found myself speechless and utterly dumbfounded at how stupid this is and how utterly nonsensical it is from every angle. That anyone thought this was a good idea in any capacity. That anyone thought that writing something this impossibly stupid was acceptable. That these people went on fucking strike because they thought they weren't being paid enough. This might actually be the single dumbest plot point ever written, because there's no scenario in which this plan will ever work or make sense, made worse by the show outright proving that this plan doesn't work. Further, this means that Barb, who is in on the plan, was apparently fine with her daughter being out when they dropped the bombs. What the fuck?
If they ever drop a really big bomb,
Do you think it's gonna happen?
I certainly hope not.
Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
You're a fake and a fraud!
I understand he's talking to his child, but he knows at this point that Vault-Tec is planning on dropping the bombs. Oh, and by the way, mere moments before Cooper Howard learns that his wife is evil and insane, we get this funny scene.
You'll never find out. Oh, he's gonna find out.
This is what I mean by Norm's scenes undermining the serious tone of the episode. To rewind slightly, Norm is going deeper into Vault 31 to discover its secret, and the Roomba brain is trying to kill him and failing.
Wait! I am the overseer here. My orders must be followed. Why isn't this working? This is conflict resolution 101.
The big dramatic scenes where Vault-Tec is talking about wiping out humanity and nuking the planet are constantly interrupted by Norm and Bud's wacky adventure, made worse by the fact that Norm is learning the secret of Vault 31, which, as a reminder, caused everyone in Vault 32 to kill each other and kill themselves. And we're about to get a horrifying and tragic revelation for Lucy as well. I have to assume this is some misguided attempt at bringing the humorous elements from the games to the show, but even in Bethesda's awful games, they knew to keep the funny haha bits away from their attempt at serious storytelling. If the actual events of the episode weren't bad enough, this tonal whiplash and utter spamming of low-effort, unfunny jokes makes it unbearable. Norm, knowing his father is from Vault 31, asks if this is where his dad is from, realizing the vault isn't like the other two, and that there's no one else here, and that this room is unusual. This is where we get the gut-bustingly hilarious line of, "You'll never find out. Oh, he's going to find out," as Norm turns the lights on, revealing dozens of cryopods. Giving up and trying to keep the secret, the Roomba brain, now revealed to be Bud, explains that this is his Bud's Buds program.
These are Bud's Buds. My Buds. America outsourced the survival of this country to the private sector, but it would have been insane to keep a failed nation alive, so we kept Vault-Tec alive instead.
So, which is it? Is he killing everyone to win the great game of capitalism, or is he killing everyone because America is a failed nation? I mean, either way it doesn't work, because wouldn't the nation have failed due to its government as opposed to its people? The country would have been 301 years old at the time of its fall. I don't think that constitutes a failed nation in terms of its people, when the people we see in the show just seem to be rather average people. Either way, dropping the bomb still makes no sense regardless.
A well-trained staff of highly supervised junior executives for my own assistant training program. Because the future of humanity comes down to one word. Management.
This gives context to the line from Vault 32, "Death to management." This is also quite possibly the lamest reveal ever. Some guy decided to kill everyone, so his people can be corporate managers, but managers of what?
So what's Vault 32 and 33? Just people to be controlled?
What? Oh, when you put it like that, sounds downright morally questionable. They're our breeding pool. The ultimate expression of HRR&D, genetically selected to breed with my buds to create a class of super managers. People with positivity, people who make lemonade.
It's like this show has an incredible aversion to doing anything that makes any kind of sense. So Bud, the Roomba, is using eugenics to create a breed of super managers, but he seemingly forgot that you need people to manage in the first place, and the only people he kept alive, besides Vault-Tec, was their breeding pool to create their super managers. If everyone is a manager, then who is going to be doing the actual work? Who is at the bottom of the totem pole? This should go without saying, but nearly every group in society works in a hierarchy. Joe Average and a dozen other people go into work to do their day job. They've got a manager or supervisor that oversees them. That manager has someone above them that oversees numerous managers within the business if it's large enough, and so on and so forth until we get to the top, where the CEO is. To use an analogy, if everyone is a 4-star general, then who are they going to send to die in the trenches? You might answer the people from the other vaults, but as we'll soon find out, that isn't part of their plan either. This is just yet another instance of unbearably stupid writing that makes no sense whatsoever and clearly wasn't thought out at all. Further, in the first episode, when Lucy had her wedding ceremony, many of what they assumed to be Vault 32 dwellers came to 33 for the ceremony. Knowing everyone in 31 is on ice raises a question. How do they insert Vault 31 dwellers into the other vaults for these wedding ceremonies? Do they just wake up everyone in 31 all at the same time every 3 years to play their part in these weddings?
Genetically selected to breed with my buzz to create a class of super managers. People with positivity, people who make lemonade, people who will inherit the earth after we've wiped the surface clean.
We wiped the surface clean.
Norm is very obviously distraught over this, and for good reason. He just found out that him and everyone he knows are just breeding stock, and that his father is a part of the group of people who caused a nuclear devastation that ruined the surface in the first place. Now that we finally have this reveal, this raises a lot of fucking questions. So first of all, how did the residents of Vault 32 even learn this secret in the first place? This seems like a pretty well kept secret, and while it's not impossible for it to get out, I suppose, it is one of those things where it just doesn't make much sense for it to have gotten out. Most characters in this show are immensely stupid, so I'll just assume that's how it got out. More importantly though, why did everyone in 32 die? In fact, how did they all die? Yes, it makes sense that the natural-born members of 32 would go and kill everyone originating from 31, as well as anyone who sides with them, but then you have people who look like they died trying to get into 31. You have people who killed themselves and the Overseer is dead. I have to assume that the people from 32 eventually won, then decided to kill themselves for some reason, because if anyone from 31 survived, there's no chance whatsoever that they wouldn't report to Bud. As far as Bud's plan goes, this should be catastrophic. They just lost half of their breeding pool. What's worse is the fact that no one knew about this until the raid from Moldaver. Bud can connect himself to 31's system by driving into a docking port, but he can't see what's happening in 32 and 33? That seems like a critical oversight, one I'm not sure I buy. This gets worse when you consider that Barb says that their vault is supposed to oversee all the others.
I have worked hard to make sure we go into a special vault for management, where we will oversee all of the other vaults.
How the fuck are they going to do that when they can't even oversee their own? Surely if any other vaults have opened, they would know about this, right? How are they supposed to control any of those people? How would they prevent any of those people from forming their own societies, and thus becoming competition that needs to be destroyed? As for Lucy, she doesn't get so much build up to her reveal in this episode, which is why I've held off on talking about her section in this episode until now. She delivers the head to Moldaver.
One night, I actually tried to stuff an old grenade into the neck hole. Yes, I was gonna walk in here and blow everybody up.
So maybe the writers are acting on personal experience here, but heads don't tend to be empty. This utter moron doesn't realize that would only get her killed. I actually want this version of the show now, where she walks in, holds the head up thinking she's going to kill everyone in the room, and blows it up, only killing herself to the shock of Moldaver. Anyways, Moldaver agrees to let Lucy's father go, now that she's provided Wilzig's head to her. But first, she wants to tell Lucy how she knows her father. Moldaver reveals that unlike Lucy and Norm, their father Hank wasn't born in a vault.
Your father has been around for a very long time. Part of an organization that thought they had the answers to all the world's problems.
So now we get a third explanation for why Vault-Tec is doing this. First it was to win the game of capitalism, then it was because it would have been insane to keep a failed nation alive, now it's because they apparently have the solution to all the world's problems. Their solution is to kill everyone? I mean, if I kill myself right now, I'd never have to pay taxes again, but that wouldn't solve the problem of being overtaxed. Yes, problems like poverty and homelessness would be a thing of the past if Vault-Tec had succeeded, but it's a moot point if there's no one left to even have problems. Moldaver continues to explain that Hank didn't tell Lucy's mother any of this either, and goes on to explain that her mother, Rose, was much like her. Kind, loving, curious, and clever. Now this leads into something else, but we now reach the point where I have to go back to the raid in episode 1 again. So in addition to all the problems I've talked about so far with this section, it is made even worse with the knowledge we learn in this scene and later on in the episode. Moldaver personally knew Rose, and even knew Lucy, and apparently Norm when they were kids. See, Rose took the kids and left the vault and found Shady Sands, and apparently settled down there. Additionally, by the end of the episode, the writers are going to try to recontextualize Moldaver to be a good person and give her a heroic death. With that in mind, why the fuck did she go into Vault 33 with raiders, kill a bunch of innocent people, and put Rose's children at risk, one of which got stabbed and was lucky to survive, and the other is honestly really lucky to have come out of it unscathed? Further, she put Hank at risk, the person she came here to get in the first place. You can't tell me now, at the 11th hour, that Moldaver is suddenly this great, awesome, amazing, caring person when she had a bunch of innocent vault dwellers slaughtered and put her girlfriend's children at risk. Normally when you have a shocking reveal that the big bad isn't actually a villain, it's due to a misunderstanding or a lack of information on the part of the protagonist. With perceived acts of evil being sufficiently recontextualized to show that the supposed villain wasn't actually committing acts of evil, or that their acts were justified in some way. You don't have that when the show opens with a brutal slaughter of innocent people. There's no recontextualization that excuses the murder of innocent people. There's no justification for the murder of innocent people. This show desperately wants you to see Moldaver as a hero, especially with what's coming up. But she's already evil. Is she beyond redemption? No, but then you have to do the work of redeeming her as a character, showing her change and grow, show her realize and regret the actions of her past. Instead, a switch got flipped between episode 1 and episode 8, and now she's just a good guy, and we're supposed to forget everything she did because look how good and nice and caring she is, and look at how horrible and evil Hank is. Yes, he got a switch flipped too. Hey, remember this scene?
You are my world.
Yep, that don't mean shit now. What seemed like genuine parental care for their child is also recontextualized to him being on board with Vault-Tec's insane super manager eugenics plan, and that's why he cares about her apparently. But I'm getting a tad bit ahead of myself.
Rose was so clever. Like you. Lucy, your mother discovered that something was siphoning the vault's water away. From that one clue, she deduced that maybe civilization had returned to the surface.
I'm sorry, but how the fuck do you deduce that civilization had returned to the surface based on missing water? What if it was a leak? What if it was animals drinking it? What if there's a hole in whatever the water is stored in and it started evaporating?
When she told her husband, he said it was a ridiculous idea and that she should tell no one.
Lucy, let's go.
And that's when she realized that her husband, the overseer, was hiding things.
Lucy, let's go. Let's get out of here.
So she ran away. Like you did, Lucy. And took her children. And she found this wonderful city that was everything the vaults had promised.
She is lying.
What a horrible, irresponsible person Rose was. Holy fuck! Based on some missing water, she assumed with no other evidence whatsoever that civilization had returned, took the kids and stepped outside to see this, and decided to keep going. Also, where the fuck is Shady Sands in proximity to Vault 33 if they could be siphoning their water? There's nothing but wasteland here. I guess it was just really lucky that Rose just so happened to have wandered in the direction of Shady Sands, as opposed to wandering off into the endless wasteland to die. Absolute potato brain. Now we get a couple statements that tie in together, because this is central to everything in this finale. Norm discovered that his father and everyone from Vault 31 are pre-war people who were frozen, and that the residents of Vault 32 and 33 were nothing more than breeding stock for Bud's Buds, which, by the way, Bud seemingly runs Vault Tech, and with Barb they plan on dropping the bomb themselves to ensure they wipe out their competition, while simultaneously inviting their competitors to survive in vaults. This is Cooper Howard's big reveal. The final big reveal is Lucy's.
A nuclear event would be a tragedy, but also an opportunity. Perhaps the greatest opportunity in history, because when we are the only ones left, there will be no one to fight. A true monopoly.
Now all of this is already beyond insane. But what's even more crazy is that any of these people are still listening to them. Here you have Vault Tech talking about eliminating everyone who isn't them, destroying all competition, making it so they're the only ones left, and they're saying this to people they've already called their competition in this very meeting, and all these idiots are just sitting there like a bunch of exceptional individuals, as if they somehow won't be included in the people that will be dying due to being competition. By the very nature of what they are planning, every single person who isn't a part of their group is competition and would need to be eliminated. I really cannot stress just how stupid this is. Vault-Tec pitches the idea of collaborating with these companies because the spirit of competition is what made them all so great, and they somehow get these morons to buy into this idea when the whole presentation is filled to the fucking brim with Vault-Tec wringing their hands over how they'll be the only ones left and everyone else will be dead. It is utter lunacy.
This is our chance to make war obsolete. Because in our current societal configuration, which took shape without intentional guidance, we have friction, we have conflict, and we have war. And war, well, war never changes.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Wow, you really had to fucking stretch to get that one in, didn't you? This is our chance to make war obsolete. How? By eliminating all of humanity except for like 100 people in a vault? Except that doesn't work because
We have over 100 vaults spread across America.
now it has been established that horrible experiments are going to be performed upon the people within these vaults, but some of them would inevitably survive. What then? This plan was already self-defeating and stupid in numerous ways, but they're going out of their way to make vaults specifically for the purpose of protecting people from the nuclear apocalypse that they are causing in order to eliminate anyone who could compete with them, thereby creating groups of survivors that will inevitably compete with them through virtue of simply fucking existing. See what I mean when I say this gets exponentially worse with each new piece of information? It is shocking just how bad this writing is, and that you had people praising this show, hailing it as one of the best video game adaptations ever made, and saying it was well written. They fucking nailed it! Hell, I'm still not even including the game lore, and this scene gets even worse when you account for the lore established by the games. Anyways, the other half of Barb's statement here effectively refers back to the whole competition thing, but reframing it as conflicts that can escalate to war. While we're getting this, Moldaver is expositing the information about Lucy's mother that I've already covered, but there's more.
But then her husband came after her, and when she decided not to return home, he took the children and he burned that city to the ground. Shady Sands.
She's lying, Lucy.
That's how Vault-Tec deals with competition. Just like they did 200 years ago.
So Hank, previously shown to be a caring father, is recontextualized to be a brain-dead cartoon villain that is either fully on board with Vault-Tec's plan, or is so petty and vengeful that he would nuke an entire city full of people in order to get back at his wife, or both. Vault-Tec's plan is so comically insane that the mere fact that anyone takes it seriously is enough to completely ruin their character, because it requires them to be stupid enough to fully buy into a plan that is self-defeating in numerous ways and can't ever work. This is especially worse for someone who is a Vault Dweller from 31, 32, and 33, because they've seen firsthand just how small their breeding pool is. So small that we only ever see about 50 to 60 people max within the vault in the entirety of the show, and so small that there is no one available for Lucy who isn't someone she's related to. These vaults are effectively a genetic dead end, especially with Vault 32 having been completely wiped out. We are only a couple generations from inbreeding being inevitable, even if 31 decides to activate everyone they've got on ice. That would only delay the inevitable at this stage. Further, based on what we know, much of this scenario doesn't make sense. The pieces of information provided by the show are: 1. Hank thinks he knows who Moldaver is during the raid. 2. Rose took the kids to Shady Sands. 3. Hank went to Shady Sands to take the kids back. 4. Moldaver knows Hank nuked Shady Sands. So there's some major gaps here. Did Hank kidnap the children, or did he talk Rose into letting them go? If he kidnapped them, why didn't she go after them? If he talked her into letting them go, then fucking why? I find it hard to believe that a caring mother, who realized she was being lied to within the vault, would allow her children to return to the vault. Hank thinks he knows who Moldaver is, but I don't even know what this is supposed to mean. She introduces herself by name and in person, so it's safe to say they never met face to face previously. But he knows enough to suspect who she is by the end of the raid, but also didn't recognize the name, but also she somehow knows that it was Hank that nuked Shady Sands. The characters just know all of the information when it's convenient to exposit everything when needed, even though they shouldn't have that information. Also, why the fuck did she give him her real name? Why is everyone in this show a fucking utter retard? Speaking of, why doesn't Hank immediately recognize that this isn't one of Bud's buds? Yes, there's dozens of them, but it seems questionable that he wouldn't have at least passing knowledge on most of them. These people are supposedly the future of humanity. The moldy lady then goes on to explain that her cold fusion technology was bought out by Vault-Tec, and they made it so only someone from Vault-Tec could activate it. It's a bit mysterious how this is even supposed to work, because when Hank does give the code, he just types it on a normal keyboard, even though the show treats it as though it needs to be him personally to do it. Moreover, why can't they just hack it like Norm did with the Overseer's terminal? Why is it that only someone from Vault-Tec can activate it? Moldy Lady is trying to convince Lucy that this cold fusion system is super duper great, and that it would provide infinite energy to the people, that food and medicine could be made far easier, and everything would be great. Isn't it funny how most portrayals of the communist utopia require literal magic technology existing for it to work?
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
Lucy ignores this and asks what happened to her mother, to which the moldy lady says, "I think you know." Lucy turns to look at the Walking Dead zombie that's been sitting at the table this whole time. So this raises a whole bunch of new questions and issues. Every second of this episode is just hemorrhaging issues of every kind. From inconsistencies to plot holes to conveniences, to just utter insane nonsense writing, to characters being incredibly evil and immoral, outside of what the writers are trying to portray their characters to be. So Rose is a ghoul. When getting nuked, I suppose it is really lucky that she survived at all, as opposed to getting completely vaporized. So is she a normal ghoul or a feral ghoul? The show establishes that feral ghouls are, well, feral, and seem to attack anyone who isn't also a ghoul.
No, your other smooth-faced friend, you, might want to clear out before things get ugly.
This seems to be common knowledge. With that in mind, why does Rose not appear to be feral? She's just chilling there and not trying to attack anyone around her. Well, she's got no eyes. Yes, but neither did this fucker and that didn't stop him. Also, just how much damage can a ghoul take before dying? Does it really have to be a headshot? There is barely any flesh on that skeleton. How is she alive? We also apparently need to take the healing factor into consideration now too, since both the ghoul gets shot with no problem, and Thaddeus has insane healing abilities, but also ghouls can be killed with a shot to the chest. What the fuck is going on here? More importantly, it's implied by the show that there's some kind of relationship between these two, implied to possibly be more than just friends, and yet, Moldaver is apparently just fine keeping her girlfriend as a pet skeleton monster. Why the fuck wouldn't you put her out of her misery? This is just monstrous, and this episode is trying to recontextualize Moldaver to be a good person. A hero. Anyways, this whole scene is presenting things as though Lucy is unlocking memories that she lost, which is just stupid, like the rest of the show. This story requires Lucy to forget major events that happened to her in her childhood in order to function. It is absurd that a 6-year-old child who lived her entire life in a vault would have completely forgotten that week she had been outside for the first time, traversed the desert and lived in a city big enough to have a streetcar, and returned home to the vault. The show alludes to her memory of the outside by saying as a kid, she thought the ceiling of the vault atrium was a lot higher, but that doesn't cut it. For a child to live her entire life in a box made of iron and concrete, she would absolutely remember the time she left the vault door opening, the desert sands, the clouds in the sky, the massive city, and she would have remembered that this was the last time she saw her mother. Keep in mind, there's absolutely zero reason she should believe what Moldaver is saying without these magically unlocked memories. This is someone who came into her vault and needlessly slaughtered innocent people, but Lucy just takes all this at face value and accepts it as true. Worse yet, Hank is being entirely useless this entire time. He's mostly just weakly muttering, "Don't listen to her," and "she's lying," with no real conviction behind it, as opposed to doing literally anything to defend himself in any way, including lying. He doesn't even attempt it. He could say anything he wants in this situation to turn it around on Moldaver, especially since he can't know that Lucy's memories just got magically unlocked. Say anything. Say the Plague of 77 was fake, but it was because Moldaver tried invading the vault back then too, and that Lucy's mother got killed in the attack. Say you don't know what she's talking about. Say there is no code, or that you were never given one. Say you don't know how Shady Sands got destroyed. Say literally anything, you pathetic loser. Lucy gets all teary-eyed and tells him to give Moldaver the code. She just accepts what the psycho says when she has no good reason to. How do you know she's not gaslighting you? Your only experience with this woman is her invading your vault and slaughtering your friends and family. And you learn there's an insane blood cult who worships her, and now she's telling you a story that she was the good guy all along, and your father is evil incarnate. There is no reason to trust this bitch you've never met. I have to chalk this up to Hank's utter lack of trying to defend himself in any meaningful way. All we get here are these feeble comments that don't amount to anything.
She's lying.
This does not sound like someone at all invested in anything that's happening. He doesn't sound stressed or pained or anything of the sort. He sounds bored. He does eventually throw his chair at the bars of his cage and he yells, but that's only after he's lost Lucy, as she's bought into Moldaver's story by that point. Yes, Moldaver is telling the truth unfortunately, but what matters here is convincing Lucy, and that is somehow done with little to no effort. Lucy cries and tells him to give her the code, and he just does it. Imagine being so on board with killing everyone on Earth except yourself that you go and nuke another city 200 years later just to completely give up on any semblance of sticking to your plan because she got a little teary-eyed that he's evil. Literally billions of people dead at the hands of Vault-Tec, which he was in on, and tens of thousands more that he personally caused, including his wife. Is he doing it purely because his daughter is sad? Or has he actually learned he's wrong here? Why should it take your daughter looking sad, and learning the truth about her skeleton monster mother that you nuked, for you to realize, oh no, maybe killing everyone was a bad idea? I don't know that I buy it. If he is just feeling sad but still believes in the plan, again, all he has to do is resist and lie. There's no real way they can force him to give up the code, unless they start torturing him. In fact, what was Moldaver's plan for getting the code from him if Lucy didn't conveniently show up and completely buy her story without question? Anyways, he puts in the code and activates the thing. Also, to wrap up Norm's part in this story quickly, he goes to leave, but the Roomba goes into a docking port and closes the door so he can't leave, and suggests he gets into his father's cryopod, otherwise he'll starve. Bud? Why did you think it was okay to lock Norm in the one room where he could do the most damage? Hell, he can kill you! The ideal thing to do would be to smash Bud's brain case open and disconnect the brain from everything, and just fucking do as much damage to it as you can. Alternatively, it seems to me like this Roomba has the same vulnerability as a fucking turtle. Just flip him on his side. He got defeated by a broom. It is not hard to fuck with him. Norm obviously doesn't seem like the violent type, but he does have leverage here. But no, he seemingly just accepts his fate. This is the last we see of Norm. Hank tells Lucy that he did love her mother, but she stopped being her mother when she took her into danger. He is no less than objectively correct here. Rose took the kids and left the vault, with no idea of what anything was like on the surface. She had no idea what was out there. She apparently didn't even check before taking the kids out there. What if the area around the vault was still extremely irradiated? What if there was a camp of raiders on top of the vault, and that's why the water is being taken? What if there was no one and no resources for hundreds of miles? What if 1,000 other possibilities that might have resulted in their deaths or worse? Just as Moldaver is about to activate the cold fusion, the Brotherhood shows up in force and she goes off to fight them. While this is happening, Hank explains to Lucy that he did what he had to in order to protect his people, and that Moldaver is no different. He tries to appeal to the things she's seen on the surface, that everyone is afraid and miserable, that the people are forced to do horrible things to survive. This is during clips of the battle starting between the Brotherhood and the NCR.
I had to make a choice between their violent world and our peaceful one.
Ah, he killed those tens of thousands of people in the name of peace. What a humanitarian. So this is, what, the fourth or fifth explanation for why all this is being done now? First it was to eliminate competition in the name of capitalism. Then it was so they wouldn't keep a failed nation alive. Then it was to solve all the world's problems. And now it's a choice between a violent world or a peaceful one. That's obviously not to say you can't have multiple reasons for doing something, but none of these make any sense in the first place, let alone together. Especially the whole capitalism reason, as I've gone over extensively. It seems more like the reason just changes on a scene-by-scene basis to be what is most convenient to the writers at that particular moment. But we still can't get over the massive hurdle of their plans amounting to killing everyone and that being detrimental to what they want, or just simply not making sense outright. Hank continues saying that if the problem with the world is factions constantly fighting, then the solution is to get rid of the factions. This is what everything the episode was trying to say comes down to. Factions will conflict with one another, so get rid of them. Except you can't. It's literally human nature to form groups and subgroups.
Because at the end of the day, long as there's two people left on the planet, someone is going to want someone dead.
Alright, maybe a bit hyperbolic, but the fact remains that we will always split into groups one way or another. To fight against that is to fight against human nature. Hell, it's just nature at large. Many predatory animals live in packs, like wolves, and that is a group that separates itself from all the other packs of wolves. Even if you could unite everyone in the world under one single banner, which will never happen, you will still have groups and subgroups forming within your own singular faction. Friend groups, work groups, political groups, families, neighborhoods, local communities, towns, cities, counties, municipalities, states, provinces, even continents. People dividing into groups based on interests or skills or abilities. People dividing into groups based on race and sex and sexuality. Even Vault-Tec itself in this show is dividing groups of people with their trio vault system. It is seemingly done for the sole purpose of inserting their super managers in the 32 and 33, but by the very nature of having 32 and 33, you've separated them into two individual groups. Who's to say they won't one day come into conflict with one another? What is there in place to prevent groups from forming within singular vaults? Besides their cataclysmically small populations, that is. Like everything else this episode is trying to say to justify Vault-Tec dropping the bomb, this is utterly nonsensical and impossible at every level. The idea that you can stop people from forming into groups that will eventually have conflict with each other is impossible.
I can change almost anything, but I can't change human nature.
You can no more change human nature than you can make the sun set in the east. Rivalries, competition, and conflict will always exist. The day we as a species have no conflict and agree on everything is the day we cease to be human. We cease to be individuals. We'd be nothing more than soulless, mindless automatons, following lines of code and never deviating from those set parameters. Whatever reason the show wants to go with, whether it's winning the game of capitalism, refusing to keep a failed nation alive, solving all the world's problems, ending factions, or all of them combined, their goals are stupid, self-defeating, and impossible at every turn by their very nature. This is what nearly 7 hours of insufferably awful writing and unfunny jokes and inconsistent stupid characters has all been leading to. Again, I have to stress this fact. People got paid to write this. They went on strike because they thought they weren't being paid enough. All of this gets worse when you remember what was said in episode 1 as well.
If our measurements are correct, radiation levels on the surface are dropping fast enough that the next generation, Lucy and Monty's children, will be able to recolonize.
What the fuck do you mean, you utter clown? You know there's people alive on the surface. You should know this wasn't limited purely to Shady Sands.
We don't know much about what's up there. Desperation, violence, lawlessness. These survivors will need to be shown a better way.
What? Are you kidding me? Those people will be groups that aren't your group. You won't be able to control them all, especially not with the extremely small population they think they have. How are these vault dwellers supposed to go to the surface and take over? By the nature of expecting violence up there means you failed your plans.
If the problem with the world is factions, endlessly fighting, endlessly at war, then what is the solution but to get rid of the factions? To make the world us.
People who will inherit the Earth after we've wiped the surface clean.
We don't know much about what's up there. Desperation, violence, lawlessness. These survivors will need to be shown a better way.
This show seriously does not remember what it said or done in previous episodes. Unfortunately, there's still yet more episode to contend with.
Hate! Hate!
The Brotherhood, while taking losses, is effectively stomping the NCR when all of a sudden the Ghoul shows up. How did he get here? When did he get here? Wasn't he coming here to confront Moldaver? Why didn't he? How didn't anyone notice him before now? Did the NCR let him into their headquarters?
We just don't know.
The Brotherhood seems to consider everyone here to be an enemy, given the fact they shot at civilians upon arrival, and the Brotherhood hates ghouls. So why are they just standing there letting him babble on, instead of just shooting him? He is actively loading his weapon while talking about their power armor having a fatal weakness. He shoots one of them and one-taps them. Wait, hold the fuck up. Are you telling me that this guy knew this entire fucking time that power armor has such a major flaw that you can simply one-tap anyone wearing it? Then why the fuck didn't you do this in Philly when you fought this ridiculous clown? He could have, and by all rights should have killed you numerous times, and only didn't because of plot armor. It seems as though everyone in this show is a stupid clown. As it turns out, we're not watching a dramatic show, we're watching a circus. They all just forgot their rainbow wigs and big red clown noses. Speaking of clowns, everyone in the Brotherhood just stands there like...
Bunch of slap-jawed
Whoa. Too spicy. They just fucking stand there and watch this guy die and don't immediately start shooting at the man who is not only a ghoul, which they hate, who is not only an active threat, but has just proven himself to be such a massive threat that he can kill power-armored soldiers with ease. When they finally do start shooting, they miss every shot and he manages to pull the fusion core to turn the lights off, which leads to an awful fight scene in the dark. The Ghoul apparently kills 5 power-armored soldiers and not a single fucking one of them thinks to turn on their flashlights in the dark. I want to say this is inexcusably stupid, but I'm starting to feel like a broken record. It comes with the territory of covering a show that is so unbelievably, irredeemably, aggressively fucking stupid. He also kills one of them by throwing a grenade into the neck area. Cut back to Hank begging for Lucy to open the door as she's still just standing there not doing anything. I suppose we're supposed to take it as though she's processing it, but she's literally just standing there like an NPC, waiting for their next scheduled event to trigger. The door bursts open and the power-armored soldier who got his head blown off with a grenade just stumbles in and falls down. How did it manage to walk this far with the guy inside it dead?
Every moment I live is agony.
And who should stumble in but The ghoul killed everyone in that room except for fucking Maximus.
Hate! Hate!
Maximus goes to Lucy. Hank explains that he's her father and asks to be let out, which Max does immediately and without question. Max pulls Lucy aside saying let's get out of here, and Lucy says not with him, explaining that Hank nuked Shady Sands, treating us to Max's stupid flashback yet again. While this is happening, neither of them notice Hank pulling the corpse out of the power armor and getting into it himself. I swear to God, the utter unfiltered compounding stupidity is gonna give me a fucking conniption.
Go! You do this every time! God! Choking on my own rage here!
Hank walks over and tells Lucy that she's coming with him back to the vault. Maximus once again impotently rages, only to get knocked the fuck out immediately. Why couldn't this have just killed him? Lucy tries to wake him up, but then grabs her gun and aims it at her father, who seems confident that she won't shoot, considering that he was the whole reason she came out here in the first place. Hank? Buddy? She just learned that you not only turned her mother into a somehow barely living storytelling skeleton, but that you nuked an entire town off the map as well, populated by tens of thousands of people. She learned her whole life was a lie. You're not in a position to be calling her bluff. This is interrupted by the ghoul appearing and shooting him, but only grazing him across the cheek. He calls back to when Hank asked for an autograph pre-war. You know, the scene we saw earlier in this episode, as if this is now some epic payoff because they set it up like 20 minutes ago. But then we get an extremely bewildering moment.
Now, I've waited over 200 years to ask somebody one question. Where's my fucking family?
What? Since when is that his goal? Wait, he had his daughter with him when the nukes went off. How the fuck did you lose her? This is what I mean by important pieces of information just not existing within this show. When I see him riding towards the nukes with his daughter at the start of episode 1, and he's a loner as a ghoul in the present day, then I assume she fucking died. The key piece of information, that she was taken by Vault Tech, would be a crucial part of understanding the ghoul, but it wasn't even hinted at that she was still alive and that he ever had this motivation. This comes completely out of left field, especially given the fact they explain why he does all this in the first episode.
Whenever somebody says they're doing one last job, that usually means their heart's not in it. Probably never was. But for me, well, I do this shit for the love of the game.
They literally say he just does it because he likes it. I suppose this is what he had a breakdown about in the Super Duper Mart and suddenly cares about his family again? But we weren't given any of this information, so this sudden shift in motivation seems to come out of nowhere. It's one thing to leave plot threads open-ended for the next season. Plenty of shows do this, but this show outright fails to explain things that are crucial to understanding the world and characters. This is another instance of the writers wanting their cake and eating it too. They wanted this remorseless badass bounty hunter cowboy, a shallow and lame echo of the Man in Black. But I guess they also wanted him to be a caring family man, and rather than have any setup for his true goal, it just comes out of nowhere as if flipping a switch. In fact, he came here because of Moldaver, but he acts as though he was here for Hank. Did he know Hank was here? What was he going to say to Moldaver if he wasn't? The real answer appears to be that the writers needed him to come here to have this confrontation with Hank when he had no reason to come here otherwise, and having met Moldaver before the war, and seeing she's still alive is enough motivation, I guess? Hank just runs away. He literally just runs to the opening of the room and flies off. I guess it's lucky for both of them that Hank didn't decide to just come after him and kill him. Yes, his head is exposed, but that's not a guarantee that the ghoul would kill him. It could really go either way. We see a shot of all of the corpses, kind of implying both sides got wiped out, despite the fact that the Brotherhood will come into this room conveniently after Lucy and the ghoul have left. I guess they're all just standing idle in the hallway until they get the event trigger that will make them run into the room, like good NPCs. The ghoul seemingly begins talking to himself. He repeats the line, "War never changes," and says that the wasteland looks like chaos, but there's always someone behind the wheel, and that's who he wants to talk to. What do you mean there's always someone behind the wheel? Is the implication here that the chaos of the wasteland is due entirely to some shadowy figure behind the scenes? Why in the world do you think they would ever answer your questions? Also, as he's saying this, you can see explosions and smoke in the ruins of Los Angeles, which just raises the question of who the fuck is fighting out there? The Brotherhood's full force went to the observatory, and the show hasn't established the NCR to exist anywhere outside of this observatory. Further, the show hasn't established anyone living in the ruins of LA, nor has it established anyone going there to fight. So what the fuck is even happening here? The Ghoul tells Lucy that's where her father's heading, to the person behind the wheel of the chaos of the wasteland. How do you know that? In fact, I thought Bud was behind all of this. It was his plan. Bud's buds. Are you telling me that Bud was just a stooge for someone else? Then how could he know his own plans wouldn't get fucked over? Was Bud's shadowy overlord on board with his plan? Would Bud's shadowy overlord be someone he'd have to contend with if they became competition to him? Lucy is angry that the ghoul let her father go, to which he responds,
Well, it's easier to track a stuck pig than to ask it where it's off to.
The ceaseless compounding idiocy just never ends. He should have prevented Hank from running so he could ask himself. The ghoul literally said that Hank used to pick up his wife's dry cleaning, and he's obviously one of Bud's buds. You are closer than ever to learning the fate of your family. A stuck pig is easier to track? What utter nonsense is this? You are tracking someone hundreds of miles away. He will not be bleeding all that time. Fun fact, the human body has this neat trick where minor wounds heal. They'll bleed for a bit, then stop. Hank's blood trail would end within 15 to 45 minutes, assuming he didn't get it treated somehow sooner. But that's assuming he would even leave a blood trail, because he's in a big bulky power armor suit. That blood ain't dripping on the ground. The ghoul also didn't shoot him with a tracker. Even if he did, the nature of the injury Hank sustained means that the tracker wouldn't have stuck inside of him. The ghoul gives Lucy a choice. Go with him and meet her makers, as everything about her world was decided over 200 years ago, or stay with Maximus and get killed by the Brotherhood, which I guess makes sense as they apparently wiped out the town of Philly for no good reason earlier. Lucy takes Max's gun and aims it, and the show does a really lame fake out as if she's going to shoot the ghoul, but she puts her zombie mother out of her misery. After they leave, Maximus wakes up and an injured Moldaver stumbles in and activates the cold fusion. Why did she not do this earlier when the Brotherhood arrived? More importantly, this was the whole point of everything she, the Brotherhood, and Wilzig did this season, so it is now a vital question to ask what activating it here means. This is effectively her last act before she dies, so does activating the cold fusion prevent the Brotherhood from taking it, or can they just turn it off and take it for themselves? Because if they can just take it, then this is a Pyrrhic victory for Moldaver. Or is it locked in and can't be undone? If so, how? And it raises the issue that it makes no sense for her to not press the button earlier when the attack began, and more importantly, why here of all places? The city, as far as it's been presented, is dead and abandoned, so who are you providing infinite energy for? More absurd is the fact that we see streets and buildings lighting up in the distance, which has a whole plethora of implications on its own. For this to work as presented, we would have to assume one of three things. Either A, the nuke's dropping and over 200 years of decay hasn't damaged the power grid in any way. B, that Moldaver had gotten the resources to prepare a dead city to receive power again, meaning replacing light bulbs, repairing power stations and substations and transformers, and everything else involved in providing power to an entire city. Or C, this is literal magic that just generates power for everything that can be powered. Even in its closing moments, the show can't help but get more and more stupid, as though it's a fucking contest. The moldy lady stumbles over to Rose and sits down and holds her hand, saying, "We did it, Rose," while completely ignoring the head of the man who gave up his life to bring this technology to you. She does this as she watches the city light up for the first time in over 200 years. This show absolutely wants you to see this as a heroic death for a character that has been shown to be an absolute monster. Moldaver asks Maximus what his Brotherhood would do with infinite power, and says maybe he could stop them, maybe he can't, maybe all he can do is try. Why are you saying it to him as if you know he's a main character? From your perspective, he should appear to be no different than any other member of the Brotherhood. I suppose this does also answer the question that the Brotherhood can in fact claim the cold fusion for themselves, so I guess it's supposed to be tragic that the evil psychotic murdering Kami got to see her dream realized, only to die knowing that it'll be taken away in mere moments by her enemies. I wish I could call what happens next the dumbest moment in the entire show, but as you could tell from the rest of the episode that this is far outclassed by everything that came before it. The Brotherhood rushes in, with Dane going up to Maximus, seeing the NCR leader dead, and proclaiming that Maximus shall be knight for this victory. Fucking what? You have no authority to promote anyone, let alone this malignant piece of shit. Worse yet, you are being punished for trying to get out of duty. You should probably have the least authority out of anyone in the entire Brotherhood. Shut the fuck up, you utter clown. All the Brotherhood in the room go along with this too. The show ends with the Ghoul, Lucy, and Dogmeat walking off into the night to track Hank, before we get a shot of his perspective as he walks over a desert ridge to look upon some city. What an absolute cataclysmic disaster this entire fucking show is from start to finish. It's genuinely mind-boggling that anyone thought this show was anything but a rancid piece of shit. You know, besides fans of Bethesda Fallout, who will seemingly accept anything without question or critical thought. At every turn, this show is absolutely drowning in stupidity abound. The characters are inconsistent and abysmally stupid. The power scaling of equipment changes on a whim based on what the writers want, with one of the worst examples being power armor throughout the show. Amazon's Fallout has some of the worst, most lazy, inconsistent, and nonsensical writing I've ever seen, where things just happen because the writers want it to, most times with little to no proper setup, or even basic reasoning for things to be happening. Much like The Last Jedi, this show should be used as a case study as what not to do when writing a story, where every rule, guideline, or suggestion is broken and has the most token adherence to. This isn't a show trying to tell any kind of interesting story. This is a product meant to show you as much recognizable iconography as possible and push an absurd message about how capitalists want to kill everyone so they can make money. I'm not sure there's a single scene that comes out of this mess unscathed. I'm not going to say that writing is easy, but there are really easy ways they could have improved many moments of the show, such as Max getting his power armor. I went over this earlier, but if you want Max to get the power armor in a way that's going to be much more satisfying to anyone paying attention, then there are other ways to do it. For example, the fight in Philly could have been Titus against the Ghoul. Rewrite it to have the Ghoul attempting to keep his distance, taking pot shots, looking for any weak points he might be familiar with. No, not that one. And maybe have him lure Titus into a trap, where he loses balance or gets stuck somehow. No, not like that, but in a way that makes sense and allows the Ghoul to fatally injure him, only to realize that Lucy is left with Wilzig, and rather than finishing the job, he goes after them, and Titus tells Maximus to finish the mission with his dying words. Is it perfect? No, not at all. But it is a significant improvement over Titus telling Maximus that he's going to be executed in this ridiculous fight we actually got. I'm not sure the writers could have done a worse job if they tried. I've gone over why the capitalism bad message in this show is stupid. It's one of those things that gets worse the more you look at it. For example, Vault-Tec buying Moldaver's cold fusion because they didn't want it to be used, because America is in a resource war where cold fusion would provide infinite energy and effectively end the war that Vault-Tec is profiting off of, as if they wouldn't profit massively, potentially even more, off of infinite energy. The idea that you couldn't make money off of an infinite energy generator is downright absurd, stupid, and nonsensical on its face. First of all, regardless of how much or how little upkeep it has, it is still a service to be sold. The only difference being that you can't jack up the prices due to resource limits due to not needing any resources. But more than that, you would still need to upkeep all the infrastructure necessary to deliver power to homes and businesses of each and every person in the country, or alternatively, on the planet, depending how far their reach is. If anything, Vault-Tec could use this to undercut the competition, to drive them out of business, taking over the entire domestic energy sector and actually provide electricity to the entire country. The writers really want us to believe that Vault-Tec wouldn't be able to make money off of infinite energy in a fucking resource war. In fact, as far as winning the game of capitalism goes, would this not be the single best way to do it? People are always going to need energy, and you've got an infinite supply of energy. You don't need to mine for any additional resources. You don't need to rely on the sun or the wind or on water or anything of the sort. You have an infinite source of something that will always be in demand. Would that not be the true end goal of any hyper-capitalist bent on making as much money as humanly possible? Further, Bud had this plan for his 3 vaults, but he had no internal security where he could see who was coming to his vault, and he couldn't see what was happening at all in 32 and 33, to the point that he had no idea that 32 had been wiped out entirely for 2 entire years, and even that the residents had tried breaking into his vault? This is stupid and utterly nonsensical, but it needed to be this way for Moldaver and her raiders to pretend to be vault dwellers to get into 33, which they wouldn't have been able to do if 32 hadn't entirely wiped itself out for no good reason, and if 32 hadn't wiped itself out, then Moldaver would have had to attack 2 vaults instead of just 1. This is what I mean when I say this show is stupid and gets worse the more you think about it. The issues just compound more and more, and the show gets worse and worse. Hell, there's probably issues I've missed that other people may notice through watching the show, or even this video. It is shocking just how densely packed the show is in terms of plot holes, contrivances, inconsistencies, outright bad writing, utter nonsense, unfunny out-of-place jokes, tonal whiplash, and characters being inconsistent. Then you have characters knowing things they shouldn't. How does Wilzig know Lucy's name?
Okay, here's McLean.
How do you know my name?
The show goes out of its way to make an issue out of this, but then drops it. It was meant as a mystery box, but then they never answer the mystery. How does Moldaver know that the man she never met was the one who nuked Shady Sands? Because the script said she needed to for this big shocking reveal. You also apparently have characters just forgetting major events in their lives.
That the next generation, Lucy and Monty's children, will be able to recolonize.
You mean the radiation levels from when you nuked the planet, or the radiation levels from when you nuked Shady Sands 20 years ago? Remember, Vault-Tec's whole plan is everyone but themselves being dead, and 20 years ago Hank discovered that not only were people still alive on the surface, but they had rebuilt a whole society. Shouldn't this set Vault-Tec's plan back at least a couple hundred years, if not indefinitely? The show proves their plan is impossible, but apparently Hank forgot this in episode 1. He didn't need to say this either. He could have said that Lucy's great-grandchildren could be the first ones to return to the surface and recolonize, but he went with the next generation, as in, within her lifetime. Her children. How would they explain that the radiation levels haven't gone down enough when they would inevitably be denied returning to the surface? For that matter, would Bud's race of supermanagers be finished by that point? It really doesn't seem like these people are being prepared in any way to be supermanagers. You have defensive turrets incapable of shooting a man and a dog shuffling along at what can't even be described as a jog. You have vaults showing they have security, but never use them when it would make sense in the story for them to be there, such as guarding the elevator in Vault 4, or helping defend Vault 33 in Episode 1. You have the Brotherhood just standing and staring as a ghoul loads a weapon and kills one of their power-armored soldiers. And I still haven't even fucking gotten to the issues that exist within this show, due to this show being a part of a larger franchise. Everything up until this point has purely been the show against itself, with the only references to the games being extremely minor, and not even criticizing the show for being inconsistent with previously established lore. Which, by the way, let's get to that, shall we? Now this has been a long time coming, and it was genuinely difficult to not bring up the lore until this point. But now I could finally talk about how this ridiculous show does immense damage to the existing franchise, including Bethesda's own games. As mentioned at the start of this video, this section will be accounting for all the problems that exist when you take the rest of the franchise into consideration, though I won't be going beat by beat this time, like I did when going through the show for the first time. Starting off in episode 1, the show fucks up from the very first frame for the fact that it's daytime when the bombs drop on the West Coast. It's established not only in Fallout canon, but Bethesda Fallout canon, that it was morning on the East Coast when the bombs dropped, approximately 9:47 AM. Due to time zones existing, it would have been 6:47 AM on the West Coast at the same time it would have been 9:47 AM on the East Coast, a difference of 3 hours. This was also in late October, so daylight hours would be shorter than in the summer, so it would likely still be dark out, or the sun should be just rising. Ultimately, this alone by far isn't the biggest problem. However, it is a sign of things to come, and it is evidence of the writers doing what they want and not adhering to the lore. Next, the setup of these vaults is confusing and unclear early on. Yes, this isn't so much of a lore problem, but as someone familiar with the games and there being a lack of clear explanation early on, this led to some confusion as to what the situation was here. There isn't an example in the mainline games of multiple vaults built all together like this. It does provide cover for the frozen vault tech management being inserted into vaults 32 and 33, but I feel like this could have been done better. On the subject of the frozen managers, I was under the impression that cryogenically freezing people long term hadn't been fully tested yet. Was that not the whole point of Vault 111 in Fallout 4? This is an issue of Bethesda contradicting their own lore. Yes, that's not uncommon, but it's worth pointing out every time it happens to showcase the utter incompetence that goes into each entry they make into this franchise. If long-term cryogenically freezing people is untested, then wouldn't this put your entire plan for rebuilding the world at risk? If long-term cryo-freezing was safe, then why would we need Vault 111 to exist? Doesn't it render the test moot if you already know the results? It would be like feeding someone cyanide to discover the effects it has on people when we already know what it does. Further, Vault 4 seems to have cryopods as well, so I guess just anyone that needs them has them. On the Maximus and the Brotherhood, the show treats them as a radical religious order now, and it's really fucking weird. They have clerics and branding, and these fucking chanting weirdos, and just none of this is what the Brotherhood is. A common argument in defense of the Brotherhood in Bethesda games is that time has passed, and each entry takes place in a different location, so it's okay that they've changed. But at this point, we've seen at least 3 radically different versions of the Brotherhood under Bethesda alone, and 2 of them are a far cry from what the Brotherhood were originally, with the third being relatively close but still off. Most of their questline, story, and characters are shit in Fallout 4, but it's the closest Bethesda has gotten to the original Brotherhood. In fact, this Brotherhood would be far more believable than either the Brotherhood of the show or Fallout 3, but the existence of these other 2 make Fallout 4's version of the Brotherhood an anomaly. To make this point a little bit more clear, the clerics of the Brotherhood are an entirely new thing, and they talk about clerics in other Brotherhood chapters, which implies that the entire faction has radically changed, as opposed to this one chapter, because it wouldn't make sense for them to refer to a scribe as a cleric, if cleric is a rank unique to this chapter. Also, one of the biggest issues with the show's Brotherhood in particular is this line.
We once ruled the wasteland.
When, motherfucker? This is the ultimate proof that the writers of this show and whoever at Bethesda approved it don't know what the fuck they're doing. Further, I'm going to call out any and every Fallout YouTuber who hears this line and has no problem with it as a shill. This is one of those statements that is so blatantly fucking incorrect that every fan of Fallout should take issue with it on its face. The Brotherhood never ruled the wasteland. They were always a small faction, especially before Bethesda fucked them up by making them the only faction that matters in the entire franchise. In the original Fallout, they were a group of isolationists living in a bunker. These were descendants of military deserters that abandoned Mariposa, and they weren't super open to recruiting people. In fact, They send you on a suicide mission and laugh about it just to make you go away and stop bugging them. It's only because you complete this mission that they allow you in. In Fallout 2, their power was waning, with only a couple of outposts throughout the game. This is clearly supposed to be them after their peak and in their decline. Further evidence of this is one of the loading screens showing a power armor helmet having been damaged and being worn by a tribal. This doesn't necessarily mean it's the end for them, but part of the point is that they are not doing well presently. But they were still technophiles, with their primary goal being keeping technology out of the hands of people who might misuse it. They did recognize the mutants in Fallout 1 and the Enclave in Fallout 2 as a threat, but they weren't the police of the wasteland. They weren't heroes bent on protecting people and bringing order to the world. By the time of Fallout 3, they became good guy saviors of the wasteland, recruiting stupid and irresponsible rando wastelanders and sending their men out all willy-nilly to die. As mentioned, this is often defended on the basis that it's a very different chapter years down the line. This chapter had traveled across the entire country to get to Washington, D.C., and when Elder Lions decided to shift to a more humanitarian version of the Brotherhood, the chapter fractured. Those remaining true to the Brotherhood ideals became the Brotherhood Outcasts, and those who changed their ideals remained as the regular Brotherhood. I do feel much of the problem here comes down to which group got which name. There's no reason that those who stayed true to the Brotherhood ideals should become the Outcasts, especially when Lions Brotherhood are the ones that got cut off from support from the West Coast as a result of his choices. In every aspect but name, Lions Brotherhood are the Outcasts. The problem is, anyone new to the franchise will likely get the wrong impression of what the Brotherhood are, and to anyone familiar with the original games, it feels as though it's a concerted effort to rebrand the Brotherhood into underdog heroes when they never were. Then we get the Fallout 4 Brotherhood, which comes across as little more than a diet enclave. The Enclave, for reference, were remnants of the US government and loyalist military that survived after the war and wanted to wipe out everyone and everything that didn't have pure DNA. They considered them all mutants that needed to be destroyed, even regular humans. In Fallout 4, the two versions of the Brotherhood from Fallout 3 reunited and got back to wanting to acquire technology, like in the originals, but now they want to exterminate all the ghouls and mutants too. Granted, they don't count normal humans among them, unlike the Enclave, but even when told of a scientist that would be useful to them and created a cure for being a super mutant, they ask you to kill him instead of trying to recruit him or acquiring his research and cure. Additionally, for a group who wants to keep advanced technology out of the hands of ignorant people who would misuse it, because in their view, this is what led to the use of nuclear weapons in global nuclear war. The Brotherhood has no problem using nukes and mini-nukes without hesitation, and for a group that wants to acquire advanced technology, they decide to nuke the most technologically advanced place known to exist within this world. As to Fallout 76, I'm not super familiar with their version of the Brotherhood, because honestly, fuck that game. But the problem here is that this game is a prequel, and Bethesda made a bullshit excuse to justify shoving them into this game too, just 25 years after the bombs dropped. The original leaders of the Brotherhood should still be in charge. There's no way in hell they would establish a chapter on the other side of the country, populated by randos. But apparently, they just had a satellite to communicate with someone who was friends with the original leader of the Brotherhood. That's right, they just made up an OC and said they were best friends with a legacy character. All this being said, there is one example of the Brotherhood creating a massive wasteland-spanning empire. In Fallout Tactics, a branch of the Brotherhood crashes their airships near Chicago, and eventually expands all the way to Denver, conquering or integrating everyone in their path. This, the Midwestern Brotherhood, is by far the largest such entity which has ever existed in any Fallout-related media. Problem though, Fallout Tactics has long been only semi-canonical, with very little being confirmed either by the original developers or Bethesda. In fact, Todd Howard himself said that they consider both Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel to not be canon. In Fallout 3, The Chicago branch is referenced offhandedly as a tiny outpost, so Bethesda has already retconned the only rulers of the wasteland the Brotherhood could ever have actually been. But hey, they might just go full circle and retcon the retcon anyways. Now in the Fallout show, as mentioned, they're a full-on extremist religious order, but most of all, through all these examples, the Brotherhood vastly changes from iteration to iteration, and they've never once ruled the wasteland. They've always been a small faction with little to no territory. The only exception, maybe, is Fallout 4, but we don't know just how much of the Capital Wasteland is under their control, and even if it was, this is not something we've ever seen in-game. The very notion that the Brotherhood ruled the wasteland is fucking absurd on its face to anyone familiar with the games. The worst part is, every time I have to talk about the Brotherhood in a video about Fallout, I constantly have to reiterate all these different versions of the Brotherhood and how contradictory they all are. At this point, it feels as though they have no real identity, because it keeps changing from iteration to iteration. I've said it before and I'll say it again. What is the Brotherhood going to be next? I said this last year in my Fallout 4 analysis videos, and back when I made those, I couldn't have guessed they would have been a full-on religious cult in the Fallout show. They're just a blank check for an iconic faction, where what they are and how they function can be whatever the writers want on a whim. To that point, the rank system of the Brotherhood has completely changed. Before, Squires used to be children, even in Fallout 4. The adults who were working up to a higher rank were initiates. Then there were two branches of the Brotherhood, the Scribes, which were their researchers, and the military branch, which consisted of Knights and Paladins, with Paladin being the highest rank one could normally achieve. After that was Elder, which is the leader of the chapter. In the show we still have Knights, but there's no mention of Paladins. Their leader is given the rank of Elder Cleric, which seems unnecessary when we already have Elder as a rank. But people assigned to a Knight are now Squires, and those training to be Squires are now called Aspirants. Also, Scribes are not mentioned, but now we have Clerics, which is apparently a replacement of Scribes. Further, there's no mention of Arthur Maxon, the leader of the Brotherhood at the time of Fallout 4. All of this seems to have come from the showrunners, who have said in interviews that they see the Brotherhood as being Knights Templar. Apparently they heard the words Knight and Paladin, and decided on the spot that the Brotherhood must be a religious military order. Also, on a much smaller note, this flag is completely fucked. This Brotherhood flag resembles the flag of the USA, but that's not an association the Brotherhood would ever want. Remember, this is a faction that was founded by soldiers who seceded from the USA due to the testing of the FEV. They hated what the USA had become in the Fallout universe. They would never use a flag that resembles the old world flag of the USA. Now, it has been pointed out that this flag actually existed in Fallout 3. For some reason this gets defended as the show being accurate to the games, but remember that Fallout 3 is the game Bethesda made that has many inconsistencies with the original games. This design existing in the show isn't excused, because this design is still a problem for Fallout 3, and would be a problem regardless of who made it or where it appeared. It being in Fallout 3 does not grant it legitimacy. Worse yet, the actual American flag, or at least the Fallout World's version of it, is shown to fly next to the Brotherhood flag. Can you guys at least fucking try? On another note, the Prydwen from Fallout 4 makes an appearance. Apparently this is supposed to be a different but identical airship, but it literally has the name Prydwen printed on the side. This is more likely to be a simple oversight than anything else though. But I will take this chance to declare the Institute and Railroad endings of Fallout 4 non-canon, because honestly, fuck the Institute and the Railroad. Back to the vault briefly, it's kinda staggering both how big and how small it is, and it's really weirdly paradoxical and I hate it. On one hand, we only ever see a couple dozen people, and it makes sense how there would be a couple characters that get any kind of focus or speaking lines. But this vault feels absolutely tiny for a place that was supposed to house 1,000 people when the bombs dropped. Now obviously population could change over time, but it feels like a drastic drop off to go from 1,000 people down to about 50 if we're being generous. we're talking a loss of about 95% of the population over the course of 220 years. That is catastrophic. Worse, that's apocalyptic levels of population decline. But even ignoring the population, these vaults feel physically small. Now they are supposed to be somewhat cramped, this isn't a luxury resort after all, but it just feels tiny, like it wouldn't even hold the full initial population of 1,000 people. Yet, despite that, when we see the vault door for the first time, they look down off the catwalk they're on, and the whole facility appears to be several stories deep. This is now likely the single biggest location we've seen in the entire franchise. It's also worth noting that this vault is built under a beach and should be flooded, or at the very least suffering from long-term corrosion and exposure to the salt water. Now I realize the population and a small feeling of the vault may be similar to the games, but that's just the problem. In these Bethesda games, things tend to be scaled down to facilitate being able to make these worlds. Achieving realism in the games would require far more work than they take as it is. None of the vaults portrayed in any of the mainline games are large enough to house 1,000 people. Similarly, most of the cities you see in the Elder Scrolls games would realistically be larger. A common example being Solitude, the capital of Skyrim, having only 7 buildings aside from the castle and palace. While the size of Solitude isn't excusable even in Skyrim, a town like Balmora in Morrowind, while still quite large, would likely be much larger for building the world to scale. But as mentioned, to make these games, some sacrifices must be made, and the true scale of the world is one of them. This was a chance to show a more realistic and accurate look at the world, only to build it to scale to the games. Because the scale is so small, it not only makes the world feel smaller, but I just don't buy that this group of Vault Dwellers are supposed to be the future of mankind. There appears to be more Vault-Tech middle managers on ice than there are people alive in Vault 33. I do not believe for a second that this is a sustainable population. On the topic of vaults, however, one of the biggest issues is with Vault 4 and the trifecta vaults existing within Los Angeles. All the way back in the original Fallout, the Master was based out of the cathedral in Los Angeles, and his whole entire plan was based around finding vaults and cracking them open. He had discovered that the FEV didn't work properly on people who were affected by even extremely minor mutation or exposure to radiation. To build his master race, he needed pure humans, and the only place to get them was from vaults. The fact that there are now 2, technically 4 vaults within the Los Angeles area is completely inexcusable. These are out in the open and obvious to anyone looking for vaults. It is impossible to miss them. There's not a single reason in the world that the Master wouldn't crack these vaults open and turn their residents into super mutants. The fact that they exist is a massive lore break, and it shows how little the showrunners and Bethesda give a fuck about the consistency of the lore. The things they had done before in Fallout 3, 4, and 76 were already inexcusable, but this has to be some of the strongest evidence possible that they do not care. They just do whatever they want, with no consideration for what was there before. According to the Amazon Fallout show, there is no indication that the events of Fallout 1 even happened, and in fact, imply that Fallout 1 itself is not canon due to the new location of Shady Sands, and the fact that the Master had failed to raid 2 vaults that are out in the open in his territory. In fact, there's no indication in the show that the Master or his super mutants ever existed at all. Further, there's no mention of any location aside from Shady Sands from the original games. There's no mention of Junktown, or the Hub, or New Reno, or Vault City, or Arroyo. There isn't even any mention of the Boneyard, despite most of the show taking place there, and Shady Sands having been moved there. That's before we even get to the major problems regarding Shady Sands and New Vegas. Speaking of which, let's dive into those problems. As if these vaults existing in the city wasn't a problem, Shady Sands is now where the Boneyard should be. In the games, Shady Sands was in eastern California, far to the north of the Boneyard. Why is this a problem? Well, there's numerous reasons. First of all, Shady Sands is populated by Vault Dwellers from Vault 15. This is another population of pure, or mostly pure humans, that the Master would absolutely not ignore. They'd have been destroyed before they ever had the chance to form the NCR. Secondly, They would have developed differently if they were based out of the city. Shady Sands is a town built from scratch. Meanwhile, the Boneyard, which is in LA, suffers from a Deathclaw infestation, as well as a corrupt Regulators faction, who are thugs who essentially control the small town of Aditum within the Boneyard. But more importantly than anything else, this wasn't something that needed to be changed. This is something I've thought about a lot, but there was simply no good reason to destroy Shady Sands as it was done here in the show. The reason Shady Sands is now in the middle of Los Angeles is clearly because the writers wanted our heroes to find the destroyed remains of the city, and it simply wouldn't make sense with the current setup of the story to have them run all the way out there just to see it destroyed, and then go back to LA. This was a change made out of convenience, but this was for an event that wasn't even necessary in the first place. As mentioned, the city being destroyed was significant to the story, due to Lucy's mother being there at the time of its destruction. But did this really have to be Shady Sands? No, not at all. It could have been any city, really. This could have been the Boneyard or Aditum. This could have been an entirely new town, somewhere outside of LA. It feels like Shady Sands was partially chosen for shock value, and partially chosen to erase all progress made on the West Coast. It's important to remember, the Fallout was largely about society rebuilding. Through Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas, we see the rebuilding of civilization progress to the point full-on nations are forming and going to war with one another. Meanwhile, in Fallout 3 and 4, you've got a perpetual nuclear wasteland theme park where nothing ever progresses past people living in ruins or in buildings made of scrap. Destroying Shady Sands, and apparently the NCR, resets the West Coast back to zero. It's no different than the Capital Wasteland or the Boston Commonwealth now, and Bethesda gets to have their perpetual apocalypse wasteland with no progress whatsoever for the entire country now. Fallout, a series about people rebuilding in the post-apocalypse, is now just a shooting gallery appealing to the lowest common denominator with no higher goals or aspirations, and the last part of this franchise worth a damn just got vaporized. Everything that had been built up in the original 2 Fallout games has effectively been erased, all for the sake of the dumbass plot of this show, and for the sake of the writers being absurdly stupid. They've said outright that they did it to keep a Wild West wasteland feel. Did they not realize they could have set the show in a place where society wasn't rebuilding? This is quite possibly the single most stupid reason to have destroyed the NCR. Yes, I said the NCR. Hey, question for the people defending the show. Where the fuck is the NCR if they haven't been destroyed? We're in the heart of their territory, and they have no presence. Yes, their capital, or former capital as the show copes about it, has been destroyed, but that doesn't mean you abandon the territory surrounding it. We only see survivors in Vault 4, and Moldaver's remnants at the Griffith Observatory. Hell, they have so little presence that some new faction called the Government has formed. Who the fuck are these people? If they're supposed to be the NCR, why not just say NCR? But I don't think they're the NCR because 1, they give no impression of being the NCR, or any kind of serious organized faction, and 2, I sincerely doubt the NCR would have a fucking organ harvesting operation going. As of New Vegas, they're a corrupt echo of the old world government. You can't overtax someone if you've stolen their organs and any other body parts you choose. But most of all, the show itself effectively tells us that the NCR is gone. Remember when Lucy got upset that her vault didn't get to be the first to rebuild society?
You never heard of the New California Republic? Well, if it makes you feel any better, it didn't work out.
She gets upset about Shady Sands existing, but Maximus says it didn't work out. Does he mean Shady Sands or the NCR as a whole? It really seems like it would be the NCR as a whole, because if she's upset about society being rebuilt without her vault, then one city being vaporized wouldn't make a difference. That line, if it makes you feel any better, it didn't work out, only makes sense if he's talking about the NCR as a whole. It also just outright comes across as though he's referring to the NCR as a whole in its presentation. Moreover, Griffith Observatory has a sign calling it the NCR headquarters, meaning this is their center of operation. This is a poorly maintained center of operation, for a faction that is supposedly still active in the world. In fact, there's little actual confirmation that Moldaver and her followers actually are NCR. Yes, the building has a flag in it and the sign I mentioned, but they never claim outright to be the NCR. The best we get is someone flying the flag during the battle, but this could still just be a cult of weirdos that are either using a convenient name or simply LARPing as the NCR. The worst part about this is all of the lost potential. Regardless of what a deranged weirdo clown might say, the destruction of Shady Sands wasn't inevitable. The destruction of Shady Sands and the NCR could have also been handled in a way that was interesting. But we didn't get that. Instead we got a Supreme Leader Snoke. They cut it off and did nothing with it. They just erased it between entries, and rather than using it for some kind of interesting storytelling, it essentially just comes to a halt. Now just to make it clear, you could have done something interesting with the downfall of the NCR or the destruction of Shady Sands. These are not untouchable entities. But it's generally a bad idea to kill off a beloved character, or destroy something significant in a franchise, without good reason. This is something that takes talent and skill to do properly, and the writers clearly lack that talent and skill. To continue using Snoke as an example, while he wasn't a long-time established character, and while The Force Awakens was utter garbage, people were interested in who he was, what his goals were, and where he came from. The possibilities were limitless. Then Rian Johnson mocked fans for caring, killed off Snoke and any potential he had as a character, as well as any potentially interesting backstory, and you're just left at a dead end of storytelling. The same goes for Shady Sands here. You have a beloved and iconic faction that started off in Fallout 1 and progressed through Fallout 2 in New Vegas. They were a society rebuilding in the ashes of the old world, and they were by far not perfect. They had their own problems, and this too had effectively limitless potential. Would the NCR get worn down over government corruption or through war campaigns? Would they cleanse themselves of corruption and work towards a better system? Would they suffer a death from 1,000 cuts, or slow entropy as they failed to secure their territory or failed to expand? Would they become even more powerful as a growing nation, and become the de facto government of the wasteland? Well, now we know the answer, and it's none of those possibilities, and it's none of the possibilities anyone thought of after playing New Vegas. No, the answer is that the NCR got destroyed by some asshole whose wife left him to go smash clans with a 200-year-old woman because he's a stupid petty loser, and because Vault-Tech's amazing plan is let's kill everyone to win the game of capitalism. This is arguably the most stupid and unsatisfying way you could have destroyed the NCR. Their fall, their destruction, is due to no fault of their own, but because a clownish group of moronic rejects just exist now, and have the power to destroy beloved legacy factions on a fucking whim. All the potential the NCR had has just been washed away forever, and if they even exist as a faction now, it will likely be through ragtag groups like the one Moldaver is running. Remember, her whole plan was infinite energy, and she uses it to light up a dead city, as opposed to anything that will actually be useful to any potential NCR settlements or territory that might still exist, and she appears to be entirely unsupported by any potential NCR government that still exists. She is on her own here, with her ragtag crew of randos. Worse yet, she's dead now, and so is everyone that was with her. It's also unclear why the blood cult supported her, especially considering the fact that it doesn't seem like she's told anyone that Hank nuked Shady Sands. To take a counterexample, Tony Stark's death was set up and teased throughout the MCU. He nearly dies trying to stop Obadiah. In Avengers, he's called out for being selfish, only to fly the nuke through the portal knowing he might not come back. In Endgame, he uses the Infinity Stones to undo the snap. Yes, Endgame is terrible and there are many problems surrounding this moment, but this moment in isolation is still pretty good. People still reference it as being one of the better moments of the movie, and even the MCU as a whole, despite the immense flaws of Endgame. Likewise, New Vegas does show the NCR being a bloated and corrupt government, with little different from the pre-war USA. This is a story that could continue into a downfall of the NCR as a faction, and if done well, it could have been an interesting and satisfying story to see play out. But again, we don't get that. It's just gone now. with nothing to replace it, aside from the same Wild West lawless wasteland with small, vague, barely defined communities of people just existing, like we've seen in both of Bethesda's games. Everything the West Coast was, everything it built up, all the potential it had, has been erased for no good reason. One of the saving graces of the Bethesda games is that they were separated from the West Coast. They couldn't damage it too much from the other side of the country. It was a divide between serious storytelling in the post-apocalypse and a wacky, goofy wasteland simulator, and in one fell swoop that divide has been demolished, and now the West Coast is just as shit and just as stupid and nonsensical as Bethesda's East Coast. I know I'm repeating myself, but I really can't stress this enough. Thanks to this decision, as well as other choices made with the writing of this show, the events of the original games have effectively been erased. As mentioned, according to the show, it appears as though the Master doesn't exist. The NCR and everything it built is gone. Vegas appears to be in ruins. The Brotherhood is an inconsistent mess. I'm not sure they could have done a more efficient job in completely fucking up every major aspect of the West Coast if they fucking tried. Can't wait for the next season to ruin even more factions and characters in the world. I haven't even gotten to the stupid fucking timeline yet either. When Lucy is in Vault 4, she wanders into a classroom and sees this timeline of events on a chalkboard, with the fall of Shady Sands being listed as 2277, with an arrow to a nuke next to it. Now the very obvious read on this is that it fell due to the nuke. The major cope that was going around at the time of the show's release was that if you think that's what it meant, then you clearly don't know how a timeline works. The other argument essentially amounted to fall doesn't mean fall. Now I covered this in my retcon video, but it's worth going over again here, for the sake of completeness. Looking up examples of timelines online, there's not a single one I could find that randomly added an arrow between events. Either there's an arrow between each event, or there is no arrow at all, or there was an arrow at the very end pointing off into the implied future. Further, every event on this timeline has a date, whereas the nuke itself doesn't. Defenders of the show can cope and sneed about this all they want, but that doesn't change the fact that they're wrong. To any reasonable person who isn't invested in defending this show, Bethesda, Fallout, or Microsoft from any and all criticism, the obvious read on this timeline is that Shady Sands was destroyed in 2277. Again, cope and sneed all you want about being able to read timelines, but if the nuke really was later on, then where the fuck is the date for this event? There is zero reason to not include the date for what is arguably the most important event on this timeline. Fact is, they fucked up, and it's an immense fuck up that is supported further by the rest of the show. First of all, Lucy says her mother starved in the famine of 77.
In the Great Plague of 77, everyone had to quarantine. They couldn't work the farms together. People starved, my mother included.
There's even a cope about this, that starving doesn't mean dying, despite the point very clearly being made by Lucy in this scene is that her mother died. If she suffered from starvation for a time but ultimately survived, then it doesn't mean as much when trying to convince the ghoul that cannibalism is wrong. Once again, any rational and reasonable person understands what Lucy is saying here is that her mother died in 2277. Now this is the lie that Hank told her to explain why her mother was gone, meaning that Lucy's mother left the vault for Shady Sands in 2277. Now considering the fall of Shady Sands has the date of 2277, it's fucking weird that it looks like a goddamn paradise in 2277, shortly before it's destroyed. The implication sure as fuck is that Hank assumed she died in 2277 because he nuked the goddamn city. This is the only scenario that makes sense. If he randomly waited 4 or 5 years to nuke Shady Sands, that is an absurd amount of time where Lucy's mother could have returned to the vault, either alone or with a group of people, to get her children back. Are we really supposed to believe that these are two separate events 4 or 5 years apart? I mean, that's what the showrunners in Bethesda want now, but come the fuck on. it's clear that the original intent was that the town was nuked in 2277. Additionally, the end credits sequence for episode 5 starts on this frame and pulls back to show this being a school in the town of Shady Sands. The stamps on this library book show the last year being in 76. This further supports the idea that the town was nuked in 2277. Yes, it's just an end credits sequence, but as I said in the retcon video, if this wasn't supposed to be significant or important at all, then why put it there? Why put incorrect information in the end credits sequence regardless? Even if it is just an end credits sequence with no real significance or implication upon the show, it would still raise the question of why include incorrect information here. Especially when passionate nerds will pick apart every frame of a trailer, let alone a full-on show, to get every piece of information they might be interested in. Further is the whole argument of fall not meaning fall. To say the fall of something is to talk about its end. Falls often happen after a decline, such as the fall of Rome, or after a siege, such as the fall of Constantinople. But the fact remains that the fall is the end point, full stop. Moreover, there's no decline whatsoever portrayed within the show. This is something we're told happened this one time, through the chalkboard, despite showing the complete opposite later on in Lucy's flashbacks. There is simply no basis whatsoever to even imply that fall somehow means decline here, especially considering the fact that the fall of Shady Sands and its destruction are supposed to be two completely different and unconnected events according to Todd Howard. More importantly, arguing that the fall of Shady Sands and its destruction are two different events is utter nonsense, because if Shady Sands suffered some unfortunate decline, despite the show depicting the opposite, then this decline would be overshadowed by its destruction. This timeline shows the most important events regarding Shady Sands: its founding, its evolution into the NCR, Shady Sands becoming the capital of the NCR, and it becomes the largest economic and political power in California. These are all obviously very significant events, but when you have the supposed decline and an entirely unrelated destruction of the town within short order of one another, you'd think the much less important event would be overshadowed and overlooked by its outright destruction. Finally, there's the in-universe cope of Shady Sands being the former capital of the NCR. I feel like this was a late change as well, to lessen the blow against the NCR, despite the fact they're effectively shown to be non-existent within this show. Now Todd claims that Shady Sands was destroyed shortly after the events of New Vegas, but within New Vegas itself, we're told that Shady Sands is still the capital in numerous ways. First of all, NPCs refer to the things the government back in Shady Sands is doing.
Something the politicians back in Shady Sands came up with. They pay us to move here and farm the land. They even protect the fields.
The bottom line for NCR is productivity and growth. Politicians back in Shady Sands are completely detached from the people actually living here.
The counter-argument I've seen to this is that every city would have a government, so it's the local government of Shady Sands calling the shots in the Mojave, as opposed to the federal government of the NCR. This would be like if the mayor of Chicago ordered a military takeover of, I don't know, Somalia or something. This is just an absurd and ridiculous argument made in an attempt to defend the show from criticism, and to recontextualize what was said in New Vegas. Further, as a part of the GI Blues quest, you can take a quiz to get access to an NCR soup kitchen, and one of the questions is asking what the original name of the NCR capital is. To which the correct answer, of course, is Shady Sands.
You look like a person in need of a good meal. You wouldn't happen to be an NCR citizen, would you? Now, it's not that I don't believe you, but I'm gonna have to give you a little quiz to verify your citizenship status. That okay with you? Okay, second question. What was the original name of the NCR capital? Aradesh, Shady Sands, the Boneyard, or Vault 13? Good. You passed with flying colors. I told you it'd be fine.
So it is confirmed in the games that Shady Sands was still the capital of the NCR as of 2281. For this former capital thing to work, we would have to accept the absurd notion that the NCR randomly moved its capital from its founding city after the events of New Vegas, but before the town was nuked, which Todd has said was shortly after New Vegas, meaning this former capital rebranding happened only a couple months at most before the city was destroyed. There is simply no excuse. They wrote it so Shady Sands was destroyed in 2277, and they realized their massive fuck-up way too late, and tried to mitigate the problem, and only looked worse for it. Todd Howard explains that Shady Sands was destroyed just after the events of New Vegas, and that everything that happened in New Vegas still happened. Oh, it did it? So are you saying that Caesar won the Battle of Hoover Dam, and that the NCR won the Battle of Hoover Dam, and that House won the Battle of Hoover Dam, and that the Courier won the Battle of Hoover Dam with the help of Yes Man? Saying that everything in New Vegas is canon is utter nonsense because it's a game with numerous choices and mutually exclusive endings. For fans of the NCR, this must sting especially bad, because that means everything they did in New Vegas was for nothing. The faction they supported got randomly nuked 37 seconds after the end of New Vegas. Sucks for fans of Mr. House too, because now he's lost his nation of customers, which he was going to use to restart industry and high technology development to eventually get mankind to settle on other planets. Even ignoring that, New Vegas appears to be in ruins. I have to stress this again because of just how damaging it is. All of the potential these factions and their characters had have been cut off, so much so that this ending sequence in episode 8 implies that none of the endings are canon. At least not in any way that matters. If you're a fan of the House ending, for example, what does it matter that he won Hoover Dam?
Mr. House's Securitron army took control of Hoover Dam and the Strip, pushing both the Legion and the exhausted NCR out of New Vegas. Mr. House continued to run New Vegas his way, a despotic vision of pre-war glory. The streets were orderly, efficient, cold. New Vegas continued to be the sole place in the wasteland where fortunes were won and lost in the blink of an eye. The Courier, fair and kind-hearted to those in the wasteland, ensured that Mr. House would keep New Vegas stable and secure for future generations. Mr. House afforded her every luxury at his disposal in the Lucky 38, both out of gratitude and a quiet pride in his choice of lieutenants.
Future generations, my ass. According to the Fallout show, Vegas didn't even last 15 years after House won. Hell, if we believe Todd Howard's timeline, then it was less than 5 years. Good job, everybody! It was all for nothing! This is a child smashing together expensive collectible figures with no concept of how valuable they are. Both Bethesda and the showrunners. One last small point to add. When Lucy looks at the NCR flag, it plays the music from the games. First of all, the show has not earned this moment. But secondly, that is fucking Fallout 4's theme. They couldn't even use a theme relevant to what they're actually showing. Let's not forget as well that the code to activate the cold fusion is the release date for the original Fallout. In an otherwise good show, a reference like this would be a neat touch, something that shows that passion and dedication were involved in every facet of its creation. But here, given the context, it feels like acknowledging the existence of the original creators while spitting in their faces, profiting off what they achieved while burning it down and pissing on the ashes. Having the password to the machine that directly contradicts the Fallout lore be the release date of the first game is frankly insulting. At this point, I think they're going to do one of three things with Season 2. Either they're going to do a Dragon Break type deal to say all of the endings are canon, despite not making any sense whatsoever, or they're going to say that none of them are canon, or they're going to pick one, but it won't make any sense regardless. Speaking of New Vegas though, let's get to the other elephant in the room. During Vault-Tech's insane cartoon villain meeting, they invite Frederick Sinclair and Mr. House to a meeting, as well as representatives from WestTech and RepCon. First things first, RepCon is a subsidiary of Robco. Why would they need their own representative here? That's just a minor point, however. The real problem with this scene is the outright character assassination of both Sinclair and House. Starting with Sinclair, the show portrays him as a generic rich fat cat type character with no morals. When told of Vault-Tech's insane plan, he comes up with an idea for a vault experiment, with which to torment innocent people. House also makes a jab at him about losing money running a casino, a very clunky reference to the fact that Sinclair goes on to build the Sierra Madre, which never opened. This is in fact more frustrating because Show Sinclair and Game Sinclair are two completely different people, despite supposedly being from the same continuity. He's also representing the Big MT for some reason, when the experiments of the Big MT fucked over the Sierra Madre, a casino and resort that was essentially a love letter from Sinclair to his singer and actress Vera Keyes. In fact, it's part of the story that Dean Domino, a singer turned ghoul, hated Sinclair because he just personally hated the guy, because he liked Vera, and nothing seemed to get him down.
Thing is, here's where being my partner pays off. See, I know how to get into the casino vault. There's a private elevator, Sinclair's elevator. It's up in the executive suites in Vera's room. Not a coincidence. Vera. She was my other partner before the bomb. Took some legwork. Some convincing made it happen. Sinclair was already puppy-eyed, so all I had to do was the introductions. She smiled, fluttered her eyes, showed a little leg. And he built this whole place for her. Made her the key to his vault, like a joke, 'cause of her name. Her fake Hollywood name. Except Sinclair didn't know I'd been there first. I could twist her whatever direction I wanted. All she had to do was get inside the Sierra Madre for the gala, then use her voice to open the door. After that, smooth sailing. Would have been the biggest heist in history. Sinclair left holding the bag, ruined. The bomb. Vera got sealed in here. A few hundred years go by, give or take. Almost the end of the story. Then you came along. Now we finish the job. Rob the Sierra Madre, rip out its heart. Last chapter of Frederick Sinclair. Close the book. Problem? All high and mighty. Lording it over everyone. Acting so self-righteous, like nothing could touch him. He was the one with the problem. Never got mad at anything, nothing seemed to shake him. Even after his life kept getting dragged through the dirt. Always kept looking for the bright, shining future in everything. So, I decided to take everything from him. Do to me. What, weren't you listening? He thought he was better than me. Don't believe me? Look around. This big casino. This big, colossal monument. Think it was for some woman? No. All ego. All self-righteous in lights. Fit him perfect. Had to take him down a few pegs. Bring him down to my level. Begin again? Some things you don't get up from. I was going to prove it.
Shout out to Dean Domino, the world's biggest hater. Dean is so obsessed with destroying Sinclair and his legacy, to the point that he still wants to ruin him over 200 years after he died. Meanwhile, Sinclair seems to have been a pretty good-natured guy for the most part, seemingly having dealt with some pretty nasty events in his life, yet remained optimistic. He does have a bit of a vengeful streak against Vera and Dean Domino, after finding out they were working to fuck him over, but he ultimately regrets this and does what he can to prevent Vera from falling into the trap, and died in the process. The whole tragedy of Vera and Sinclair is completely undermined and ruined by him being turned into a stupid, evil, heartless fat cat cartoon villain.
Came so far to be here. Now I just want to leave. Please. Let me leave. Sinclair! Sinclair! I'm going to die here, amongst the ghosts. I'm still being recorded by the holographic system. Sinclair? Sinclair, where did you go? Why did you leave me here? Why? Sinclair! Sinclair! The doors, they sealed. I can hear the other guests screaming to be let out, to let go. Sinclair? Sinclair, where did you go?
As mentioned in the retcon video, it's also just really weird that Sinclair would be the representative for the Big MT when they were screwing him constantly with their insanely unethical experiments they were conducting during the construction of the Sierra Madre. Experiments, mind you, that the game effectively tells us numerous times that he didn't know about. The show seemingly portrays Sinclair as an evil rich person due to the awful capitalism bad message that the show is pushing, because apparently all rich people are just inherently evil or something. That's the level of infantile writing we're dealing with in this stupid show. They're willing to completely fuck over and retcon a legacy character to be an evil monster just to push the idea that rich people are inherently evil or something, while ignoring the lore that everyone got fucked over. The bombs dropping, the horrible experiments of the vaults. Everyone was a victim. Everyone. Not just the poor. The rich weren't protected. As mentioned, Sinclair himself was a victim of the Big MT's experiments, but I guess Sinclair is just a cartoon villain now, and his death is both ironic and deserved, rather than him being yet another victim of this fucked up world. They turned a tragic figure of unrequited love into a Captain Planet villain. A further problem with the Vault-Tec meeting is the fact that Sinclair is on board with dropping the bomb and destroying everything, when in the games, he was in the process of building Sierra Madre Casino and Resort. Now he did build it to withstand the bombs in a worst case scenario, but knowing he's on board with dropping the bomb changes things. Why would he build this love letter to Vera Keys, only to nuke it? As for House, the damage is rather immense here too. With the retcon video, people got upset at me for calling him an altruist, and maybe I did use the wrong word there, but the fact remains that his primary goal is saving mankind.
I'm not offering you an incentive as crude as money, though there'll be plenty of that. What I'm offering you is a ground floor opportunity in the most important enterprise on Earth. What I'm offering is a future. For you, and for what remains of the human race. You have a very bright future ahead of you. Thanks to your actions today, so does the rest of mankind. New Vegas is more than a city. It's the remedy to mankind's derailment. The city's economy is a blast furnace in which can be forged the steel of a new rail line running straight to a new horizon. What is the NCR? A society of people desperate to experience comfort, ease, luxury. A society of customers. With all that money pouring in, give me 20 years and I'll reignite the high technology development sectors. 50 years and I'll have people in orbit. 100 years and my colony ships will be heading for the stars to search for planets unpolluted by the wrath and folly of a bygone generation. I knew I couldn't save the world, nor did I care to, but I could save Vegas, and in the process, perhaps save mankind.
I've seen people argue that he's lying, and I've even had people imply that I'm stupid for thinking he's telling the truth. But this perspective appears to come from their own real-world ideology and biases, as opposed to anything actually shown within the game itself. I even had people calling me an Elon Musk simp for what I said about House, which is just fucking bizarre. I think far too many people suffer from political brain rot and can't separate their political beliefs from the media they consume, and they liken fictional characters far too closely to real people and what they believe about those people and their supporters, resulting in these extremely bizarre reactions. Fact is, House has no reason to lie to you in New Vegas, and he's honest with you with every other interaction he has. He never misleads you, nor does he outright lie to you. So to claim that his goal of saving humanity is a lie, based on nothing actually in the game, holds no water whatsoever, especially given the fact that he has no reason to lie about this. He's been pragmatic and forthcoming in every other interaction. Why would he lie about this, when he can just as easily say that he has the power and knowledge to run New Vegas better than anyone else? Why concoct a fantastical story about colonizing other planets, something the Courier will likely never live to see, just to convince them that he's a better choice than the army of slavers or the corrupt government with too much red tape? Well, because it's not a concoction, it's his actual plan. The point that should have been obvious to everyone is that House made Benny his protege, possibly his successor. When Benny betrayed him, he needed someone else he could rely on to do the things he can't, and when the Courier turns out to be reliable and willing to do the job, he's essentially making you his protege. The good karma ending for Mr. House even says that he had a quiet sense of pride for his choice in Lieutenant.
The Courier, fair and kind-hearted to those in the wasteland, ensured that Mr. House would keep New Vegas stable and secure for future generations. Mr. House afforded her every luxury at his disposal in the Lucky 38, both out of gratitude and a quiet pride in his choice of lieutenants.
I've also seen people argue that Mr. House wipes out the Kings, but this is people cherry-picking. He wipes out the Kings in two scenarios. Either if you negotiate peace between them and the NCR, as to House it appears as though his enemy has an ally within his own city, which he cannot allow, and the Kings fight to the last man as a result. Alternatively, if you don't help the Kings at all, it simply states that House tried to increase control of the area, at which point fighting broke out, and again, the Kings were wiped out to the last man. Remember that House is an extremely pragmatic individual. If he considers someone to be an enemy or an active threat, he'll deal with it in quick fashion. Remember too, that if you escalate hostility between the Kings and the NCR in GI Blues, then the Kings take the opportunity to attack the NCR and throw them out of Freeside, which House looks upon favorably and takes as proof of their loyalty to New Vegas. People also reference that he destroyed Vault 21 against the will of the occupants, forcing them out in the wasteland to die, but this is simply just untrue outright. He contacted them and offered to restore interaction with the surface as part of New Vegas under his control. Due to the Vault's experiment, which dictated that any dispute between Vault dwellers would be solved via gambling, the side for opening up the Vault won, and they collectively accepted House's offer. House did strip the Vault of useful technology and filled half with concrete after negotiations to keep the upper level open. Most of the residents who were forced out did go off on their own, but at that point that was their choice as individuals. Further, he has no interest in petty revenge.
That's because he ceased to be relevant when you recovered the platinum chip. Revenge doesn't interest me. Progress does. Sorry to deny you a moment of primate triumph, but you'll have to go elsewhere to sound your barbaric yawp.
He has no interest in policing what individuals do on their own time.
I have no interest in abusing others, just as I have no interest in legislating or otherwise dictating what people do in their private time.
He has no interest in being worshipped.
Nor have I any interest in being worshipped as some kind of machine god messiah. I am impervious to such corrupting ambitions.
There's one strong through line with House, and that's the fact that he's most interested in advancing his plans, and those plans, as repeated throughout the game, are to save humanity. Unfortunately, it's necessary to go through all of this due to some simply bizarre takes people seem to have on him, so we can establish a baseline for the kind of character House is, and why he doesn't work within the show. People also just outright get a lot of basic information about him wrong. But we don't get that much of House in the show. What we do get is damaging. There's two major parts to this. The fact that he knows Vault Tech dropped the bomb, and the fact that he appears to be on board with it. First, to the point of House supporting this plan, He says this.
It's a fun idea. There's a lot of earning potential with the end of the world. But we're talking about making a significant investment based on a hypothetical. How can you guarantee results?
I've seen arguments that he's just playing nice to get information out of them, though I don't see anything to support this other than cope, that they totally didn't ruin anything, even though this show effectively damages the entire franchise. Admittedly, Bethesda and Amazon may be able to salvage this if they follow this line of logic, but the portrayal in the show clearly tells us that he's on board. As mentioned earlier, however, the first comment Host makes is labeled as being sarcastic, while the second comment immediately after is playing nice to get information. This doesn't work, because if you're trying to get information, why would you ruin that by being sarcastic about their Grandmaster plan? As I said earlier, it's stupid to tip your hand with obvious sarcasm while trying to convince someone you're interested in their idea. Regardless of that counter-argument, nearly every other aspect of the franchise they touch in this show is fucked as a result, which gives me no good reason to give them the benefit of the doubt on this one single aspect. Seriously, why would they get this right when they get everything else wrong? They couldn't even get the time of day when the nukes dropped correct, nor could they get the location of Shady Sands correct, but this is the one single thing they fucking nailed? Bullshit! As to the point of Vault-Tec dropping the bomb, the fact he makes no reference to this is fucking weird. In New Vegas, he tells you that he had determined nuclear war was inevitable, and even calculated when the bombs would drop, though he was off by just 20 hours.
By 2065, I deemed it a mathematical certainty that an atomic war would devastate the Earth within 15 years. Every projection I ran confirmed it. I knew I couldn't save the world, nor did I care to, but I could save Vegas, and in the process, perhaps save mankind. I set to work immediately. I thought I had plenty of time to prepare. As it turned out, I was 20 hours short. On the day of the Great War, 77 atomic warheads targeted Las Vegas and its surrounding areas. My networked mainframes were able to predict and force transmit disarm code subsets to 59 warheads, neutralizing them before impact. Laser cannons mounted on the roof of the Lucky 38 destroyed another 9 warheads. The rest got through, though none hit the city itself. A suboptimal performance, admittedly. If only the Platinum chip had arrived a day sooner. The Platinum chip was printed in Sunnyvale, California on October 22nd, 2077, the day before the Great War. It was to have been delivered by courier the following afternoon, but by then, the world had ended. The chip contained vital software upgrades, but not just for my Securitrons. Every aspect of the missile defense grid would have been upgraded too. Given that I had to make do with buggy software, the outcome could have been worse. I nearly died as it was. Software glitches set off a cascade of system crashes. I had to take the Lucky 38's reactor offline, lest it melt down. For nearly 5 years, I battled power outages and more system crashes until I finally managed to reboot my data core with an older version of the OS. I spent the next few decades in a veritable coma, but I survived, obviously, and eventually thrived.
If he knew Vault-Tec dropped the bomb, why would he make no reference to this at all? Either for the fact that he had direct information, or the fact that a company would nuke the entire world. Again, I don't believe there's any valid defense for this. This also amounts to Host taking blame for something he had no fault in. If he were inclined to be a liar, he could say that he discovered Vault-Tec's plot to start the war, and did what he could to prevent it, but the Platinum chip arrived too late. He gains nothing whatsoever by concocting a story about personally making slightly flawed calculations just to cover for Vault-Tec. Remember, this is a very egotistical man. He wouldn't take blame for something he did not do. Worse yet, if this was Vault-Tec's plan, they should still be a consideration in the present day, and they are not. Further, going back to the meeting at Vault-Tec HQ, we need to remember that Host asked how Vault-Tec could guarantee results justifying any investment he might make. Barb doesn't actually answer that question, instead saying, "We will drop the bomb ourselves." That would start a nuclear holocaust, sure, but it wouldn't guarantee that the vaults will achieve what they're supposed to. If you ask how much mileage the new car you want to buy will get, you're not going to be satisfied by, "Turning the key will start the engine." But House just stops asking questions. I've seen people argue that Vault-Tec didn't actually drop the bomb, that it was just an idea they had, but this doesn't hold up when you consider that this is the key moment the entire first season is leading up to. This is one of the 3 big reveals we get all around the same time in the finale. If Vault-Tec didn't actually drop the bomb, then this reveal is much less meaningful. Yes, it still has impact on Coop as a character, but otherwise it doesn't really impact anything else in the universe at that point. It would be like the equivalent of a character saying they're going to kill someone, but then their target dies in some other way, making the intent of wanting to kill them have much less significance. Wanting to do something horrible and actually doing it are 2 very different things. But most importantly of all, the show reaffirms that Vault-Tec did in fact drop the bomb.
People who will inherit the Earth after we've wiped the surface clean.
We wiped the surface clean.
Bud, in the present day, is still talking about wiping the surface clean of human life, which more than implies that Vault-Tec did, in fact, drop the bomb. And drop the bomb might actually be a misnomer, since all of the nuclear detonations we see at the start of Episode 1 are ground bursts with no evidence of a missile being involved. Vault-Tec didn't need any missiles in order to set off the attacks within the United States and trigger a full nuclear response. They had a fleet of vans.
Good morning! Vault-Tec calling.
Who'd notice? In fact, rather than adding to the world, this reveal only damages it immensely. We've already been over why this plan is stupid in the first place, but now it is going into the lore of the series and fucking it over quite possibly beyond repair. Regardless of whether Vault-Tec dropped the bomb or not, the fact that this exists as part of official canon now establishes Vault-Tec as being stupid far beyond reason. They've been turned into ridiculous, poorly written cartoon villains. Further, if Vault-Tec did drop the bomb, then this effectively retcons and undoes the entire theme of the franchise as a whole.
War. War never changes. War never changes.
War. War never changes.
From the very beginning, Fallout has largely been about the conflict inherent to human nature, and this is something Bethesda has never truly understood. War never changes ends up being little more than a cool-sounding tagline in the Bethesda games, as opposed to the driving force behind most, if not all of the major events and conflicts within them. Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas are largely about different factions rising from the ashes of the old world and fighting to survive, with some fighting for control thinking they know what's best to progress and rebuild society. The Master wanted to turn all the humans into his master race of super mutants to eliminate the differences that cause conflict, keeping everyone under the banner of the Unity. The Enclave wanted to wipe out everyone they considered to be mutants, which was effectively everyone but themselves. Caesar's Legion believed the way forward was controlling people under a dictatorship that focused on the collective surviving at the expense of the individual. The NCR is a nation that emulates the old world government and democracy. We don't get that kind of nuance in the Bethesda games, with Fallout 3's version of the Enclave being contradictory cartoon villains, and almost nothing they do makes any sense. Colonel Autumn wants a water purifier so he can provide fresh water to the people of the wasteland because he still considers them citizens, whereas Eden wants to do the same thing as the Enclave in Fallout 2 and just wipe them all out because they're mutants, with seemingly no plan beyond that. In Fallout 4, the Institute creates synths and they kidnap and replace people with them, and even use them to assassinate their enemies, and they also turn people into super mutants by the boatload, making the surface even more dangerous, only to then look upon the lack of progress on the surface as a failure of the people up there to rebuild. This isn't even counting the absolute tidal wave of other problems the Institute as a faction have. It is nothing less than an objective fact that Bethesda's Fallout games are nothing more than post-apocalypse wasteland theme parks with little substance to them. They provide wide open spaces with a large amount of generic dungeons with no reason for existing, and plenty of enemies to shoot until they stop moving, and occasionally some given reason for activating an object in the world or talking to an NPC. This is in a franchise that is largely about conflicts between different groups and choosing how those conflicts should end. This was very much a core aspect of Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas. Fallout 3, on the other hand, forces you to side with the good guy Brotherhood of Steel against bad guy Enclave, and very few, if any, side quests that have any real conflicts going on that can be solved without violence. In fact, in Fallout 3, one quest you could solve peacefully ends up resulting in an off-screen genocide, thus proving the supposedly horrible racist people within Tenpenny Tower were completely in the right for not wanting to let the ghouls in. Further, Fallout 3's idea of a deep moral choice between two sides is whether you decide to nuke a town full of innocent people or not for no good reason. In Fallout 4, the most nuanced conflict we get outside the main story is that of a drug dealer wanting money he is owed, and this is a quest that can be solved in under a minute. We also get the USS Constitution quest, where robots are trying to fly a ship to the sea so they can go to war against the Chinese, while some scrappers want to kill the robots and scrap everything from their ship. What was a chance to have an interesting conflict ends with the scrappers randomly deciding to betray you should you help them, thereby making the whole choice to help them irrelevant and a waste, especially on future playthroughs. As for the main story, the choice comes down to whether you want to side with the bad guys or nuke your son as well as the wasteland again, despite the fact it makes no sense for any of the three other factions to destroy the Institute when taking it over would be far more useful to them. What I'm getting at here is that Bethesda does not have a good track record with this series to anyone who is actually paying attention, and, as mentioned, the line "war never changes," referring to the conflict inherent to human nature, largely falls by the wayside in favor of these games being little more than shooting galleries with awful writing, whereas this line actually meant something to the originals in New Vegas. It was the core theme of the franchise. This show turns that line into a fucking marketing pitch to sell nuking the entire planet so they can win the game of capitalism. They have retconned the very core of this franchise to push the message of capitalism bad in the most stupid way I've ever seen. Just to reiterate, nuking the entire planet helps no one at all, especially not Vault-Tec. There will always be factions. To think otherwise is stupid. Additionally, much to the dismay of the utterly insufferable people who spam the phrase media literacy anytime a discussion about media comes up, so they can twist every piece of entertainment to be propaganda for their insane commie beliefs, the creator of Fallout himself has come out and said outright that Fallout was never a critique of capitalism, echoing what Chris Avellone had said in his own review. Shock horror, the game that starts out every entry talking about the brutality of war and human nature inevitably leading to conflict, was secretly about the brutality of war and human nature inevitably leading to conflict. Who would have fucking thought? Fact is, Bethesda has never had respect for the lore and they never will. They constantly change things on a whim, because it's easier to let their writers do whatever they want, rather than have any kind of standard. They shit on the lore time and time and time again. The only thing that's shocking this time is just how much damage they've done with this show. This honestly feels malicious. And yes, I know Bethesda didn't write this, but they did approve of it. Reminder that a vast majority of established lore has been destroyed or changed within this show. The lore is the backbone of franchises like this. It is the foundation the world, stories, faction, and characters are built upon. When that foundation is in flux and can change at a moment's notice, you are damaging the consistency of the franchise as a whole. An example I will always reference is Kid in a Fridge from Fallout 4. In Fallout 1, you get a bad ending if the ghouls die because their water pump isn't fixed. They die of dehydration. In Fallout 4, Kid in a Fridge survives 200 years inside of a fridge without food or water or air. Keep in mind, Fallout 4 contradicts itself with this a few times as well. What might seem like a minor thing to some people, this is huge because it changes our understanding of how ghouls function. In the next Fallout thing that gets released, will they need food or not? Well, as Amazon's Fallout showed us, it is just as inconsistent and stupid. The ghoul is buried for 30 years and gets dug up only once a year to have a body part cut off, yet he drinks water and resorts to cannibalism because it's necessary to survive. So, which is it? Hell, this entire section of this video is dedicated to all the lore issues I found within the show. This entire section is about the examples of how Bethesda doesn't give a fuck, and I'm not done yet. Not by a long shot. I have tackled some pretty big ones here, so let me rapid fire a few smaller ones. What the fuck is up with this meat grinder leg prosthetic? Nothing like this existed before, not even in Bethesda's ridiculous Fallout games. Part of the problem with the entire pre-war world being turned into a joke through items like this existing is that it becomes hard to take the setting seriously at all. We're apparently just supposed to believe that everyone pre-war was hyper-incompetent and everything was awful. The anti-feral ghoul juice is an invention of the show. No such thing was shown or mentioned to exist previously. If this is necessary to prevent becoming feral, then how did any ghoul met previously in the game survive all this time? This also raises the question of how such an extremely specific medicine was discovered in the first place. We're talking about people losing their minds completely, and this could just magically stave it off infinitely, as long as you take it regularly. Keep in mind, this had to be created after the war too, because there's no known instances of pre-war ghouls being widespread or widely known. Also, the ghoul taking bullets to the back makes even less sense in context. Remember that ghouls are just extremely irradiated humans. They can die as easily as a human can. They're not zombies, and they're not bulletproof unless you shoot them in the head, which actually makes this even more weird. Fallout 3 had a quest called You Gotta Shoot 'Em in the Head, where a ghoul who has an issue with people being racist towards ghouls wants these targets killed by shooting them in the head, because these people supposedly act like ghouls are zombies, and will only go down with a headshot. Now he does have an ulterior motive, but the point remains that this quest goes out of its way to make a point about needing to shoot them in the head being nothing more than a myth. Remember, this is Bethesda lore that Bethesda's show is contradicting. Additionally, why do ghouls look like Walking Dead zombies now? Again, they were horribly irradiated humans, but they were never outright zombies, though Bethesda clearly likes treating them as such. Further, what the fuck is up with this magic healing factor juice that apparently turns Thaddeus into a ghoul? And why is the evidence for Thaddeus being a ghoul the healing factor? This is a new invention of the show, and I don't know why it exists. This absurd healing absolutely strays onto the territory of just magic, because that's the only way this can happen. Hydra in New Vegas heals crippled limbs over time, but it's also made from critters only found in the New Vegas area. This could be something made from ghouls instead, but it's never explained. As mentioned earlier too, how is having a healing factor evidence of being a ghoul? Most of these guys are missing their noses, and are clearly physically damaged. Hell, if ghouls have a healing factor, then why is Lucy's mom still a skeleton? This is just utter nonsense, and it feels like it was done to boot Thaddeus out of the show without killing him, so Maximus and Lucy can get the head with no effort or trouble now that they've finished their side quest. The weak point of power armor is also an invention of the show. This just exists purely so the ghoul can take out the Brotherhood, so they don't ruin the moment with Lucy and her father at the end. If such a flaw existed, it would have been discovered a long time ago in the games. Further, power armor locking up without the fusion core is also a lore break, once again, to Bethesda's own lore. Bethesda introduced the fusion core in Fallout 4, and if your power armor ran out of power, you'd still be able to move and walk around, just more slowly than if it did have power. Further, if you managed to pickpocket the fusion core out of someone else's power armor, they'd either get out on their own or be ejected. It's not clear which it is. Either way, there's no reason Maximus should have been locked inside. Another thing worth mentioning is the shifting abilities of the power armor. I didn't like that Fallout 4 introduced flying and power armor, because it just did not seem practical. It would be like strapping rockets to a tank to allow it to fly. It just doesn't work. Now, according to the show, Power armor can just fly like an Iron Man suit. Worse yet, despite the show contradicting itself on this matter, power armor now also just grants incredible strength not seen before. I've always assumed that an unarmed person in power armor can do immense damage to a regular human, just due to the nature of power armor essentially being a mech suit, but it becomes absolutely cartoonish that power armor can give enough force to a kick or a throw to collapse a building, or to launch a cinder block into the distance. This effectively means that as long as you can get a hold of something solid enough, you can turn it into a deadly projectile. A handful of gravel would be like buckshot if you threw it at someone. Yet another contradiction with Bethesda's lore is the Gulper, a creature of their own invention in Far Harbor. This is what the Gulpers looked like in Far Harbor, an entirely different creature than what's in the show. While not a retcon on its own, the existence of a picture of President Kimball during the Blood Cult ritual in Vault 4 implies that he died when Shady Sands was destroyed, further strengthening the implication that it was the capital and happened during New Vegas, as the credits of Episode 8 show that the NCR assaulted the Strip, implying that House's ending is canon, and he estimated that Kimball would be thrown out of office for the failure of the Mojave campaign. This is the guy who calculated the bombs dropping to within 20 hours. I think his predictions are a safe bet. Vault 33 shows that they need an elevator to access the vault door. This is the only time this has been shown to exist in this format, as well as this drawbridge design to reach the door itself. This is likely done to facilitate Lucy's escape, both in preventing anyone else from getting to the door too quickly, and to have a gap between the console where she's at, and the rest of the vault, so no one could forcibly restrain her. The show also establishes the origin of Vault Boy's thumbs up pose, which is just dumb. This is one of those things that didn't need an origin, and everything about it is just really dumb. Coop is doing his photo shoot in striking poses, only to stop and suggest doing a thumbs up, as if it's something special. In universe, it shouldn't be anything unique or special, and there's no reason to draw attention to it. Also, this isn't even accurate to the actual pose that Vault Boy typically has. Vault Boy has his arm outstretched, whereas Coop is holding his hand close to his chest. This is nothing more than the writers inserting their OC into a part of the lore that wasn't clearly established, and quite frankly wasn't important enough to ever show. Vault Boy was fine as it was, because the natural assumption is that he was nothing more than the creation of a cynical marketing department, trying to appeal to people, with a friendly-looking cartoon mascot, and that it was ironic due to the world and setting, especially given the nature of vaults being used to conduct inhumane experiments on people. But since it was never written down how he was created in universe, I guess it's just an opportunity for Amazon to shove their OC into the role of being the original Vault Boy. Over the past several years, I've noticed this obnoxious trend with certain franchises, where new owners go into the lore and try to tell new stories, or over-explain things in the background lore and history of these franchises, and it often ends up being bad and out of place. Now, this isn't inherently a bad thing. It is possible to tell stories that take place during historical times in fictional settings, but the problem is that it's often done without respect to the source material, with a good example of this being Rings of Power. You have a lot of backstory and history of Middle-earth that exists and details certain events that have happened, but they don't follow any characters as a traditional story would, and there's empty spaces that opportunists will take to shove their own creations into this existing setting, or alternatively, leaving their mark on this setting by changing what is already there. Again, using Rings of Power as the example of this, Tolkien never explicitly stated that Galadriel wasn't a warrior, so now in Rings of Power she is a warrior. I despise this kind of writing, because it doesn't seem like it's done with any genuine interest in the source material. It seems as though it's done by people who want to selfishly make their mark upon someone else's beloved and highly respected work, with no respect for that original work they're bastardizing and shitting on in the first place. I feel like this is one of those cases in Fallout, where they're going into things we don't need to know, or are otherwise completely unnecessary to explain, and showing us what happened there anyways, thereby putting their OCs into these historical events, regardless of how pointless or stupid it is. All of which also wastes showtime which could otherwise be spent telling a better story with the elements that are supposed to be important, such as the Brotherhood's history and motives. We've never seen augments like this before, and this just seems like it's weird for the sake of weird. Likely to appeal to the whole capitalism bad messaging, this show pushes the idea that vaults were made to protect the rich.
The vaults were nothing more than a hole in the ground for rich folks to hide in, while the rest of the world burned.
When in reality, most of the vaults were horrible experiments which resulted in the deaths of most, if not all of the residents, and oftentimes the vault population was selected based on what was convenient, or what was useful to what experiments were being tested in the vaults. In fact, the show itself supports this, when Coop says he can just buy his way into a vault, and his wife says she wants her job at Vault Tech to ensure she gets into one of the good vaults, heavily implying that even if Coop could buy his way in, him and his family would have likely died horribly. But when Barb talks about the good vaults, this is before the HQ meeting, so Vault Tech also deliberately has bad vaults and she knows it, when she says that the program is supposed to be all about coming up with the best form of society, all of which goes against the games themselves, where the vaults were never meant to save anyone as a running theme. Suddenly they are, except when they're not. Because reasons.
You know what folks up here say about the vaults?
What?
Fuck the vaults.
This has never been a thing before now. The overuse of oldies music is obnoxious and tone-deaf. It feels like every well-known song, or close to it, was essentially spammed throughout the entire show, to the point I'm shocked Butcher Pete wasn't playing when Lucy learned her mother got nuked by her father. There have been in-game radio stations since Fallout 3, and I don't have a big issue with that, but originally the oldies were used as one song at the very start of the game, and all other music fit the tone of the world, often sounding grim, dour, and depressing, or alternatively, tribal or intense. I even think some of the music from the original games would have fit well for establishing tone in the show, at least if the show wasn't full of unfunny jokes. The show makes a brief mention of the Enclave, and while they don't look like the Enclave, it's kind of weird they're still around. I don't know if they'll play a role in Season 2 or not, but at this point, it feels like it's just a member berry. While the Enclave should be non-existent and entirely wiped out at this point, I'm just gonna come out and say I don't mind them reappearing. I do really like them as a faction, and would like to see more of them in the franchise. The obvious caveat being that they're done well. They were not done well at all in Fallout 3, and I don't expect Bethesda to ever do them justice, much like the rest of the franchise. The newly invented lore of feral ghouls hating chickens is really fucking weird, especially given the fact the feral ghouls seem to attack anything that isn't a ghoul. Why is Bud in a fucking Roomba? I talked about how this didn't make sense earlier, but this is worse in context of the rest of the games. There are numerous ways shown to keep people alive for extended periods of time. Maybe House's life support system was one of a kind, but the robot brains exist, which are described in lore to use brains grown in a lab, except once again Bethesda's own lore introduces robot brains that have human brains in them in Vault 118 in Far Harbor. I don't actually have a problem with that on its own, but it raises the question, why would he choose to be in a fucking Roomba? Also, even if House's system is one of a kind, his Roomba can enter a docking port to activate systems in the vault. Why did he not just do that? Have himself be built into the system itself? There is no reason whatsoever to be a fucking Roomba. The show calls the fiends cannibals. They are not. They are extremely violent drug addicts. It's also questionable as to why they're here, and as to how they still exist. Titus makes a comment about the Brotherhood collecting toasters, which is ridiculous for a Brotherhood member to say. This is the kind of thing someone would say to insult the Brotherhood, and I don't see someone getting as far as Knight and disliking the Brotherhood to the point of saying something like this. There's also been a bunch of arguments appealing to game mechanics, and this is some of the worst argumentation I've ever seen. There's people justifying extreme convenience by saying characters just have 10 in their luck stat, and this is so inane and stupid. Yes, Lucy listing her tag skills at the start of the show is a neat little nod to the game mechanics, but you shouldn't go trying to justify or canonize game mechanics as part of the world. This should really go without saying, but character stats exist because they need to in order to determine certain attributes of the characters within the world, especially in RPGs. Skills and special are nothing more than numerical representations of a character's ability. Luck more so leans towards being exclusively a meta thing, as luck isn't really an inherent attribute people have in real life that can be raised or improved. A person in real life who wins the lottery has no more inherent luck as a person than any other person does. To argue anything in the show is based on someone's luck stat being 10 is essentially giving up on making any rational or reasonable argument. Besides which, Bethesda has put all the main characters into their Fallout Shelter game, complete with special stats. They're all between 3 and 7. There are no Luck 10 characters in the show. Similarly, people cite Idiot Savant as though this explains why Maximus fails upwards, apparently failing to realize that this is a stupid and lame excuse, but also doesn't even make sense based on what Idiot Savant does. The perk essentially has a chance to grant bonus experience whenever you do something that grants experience, such as killing an enemy or completing a quest. In order for Idiot Savant to proc, you need to succeed at something, and even then that grants you level ups, not advancement in a faction, nor does it allow you to just win situations. On the point of game mechanics being treated as though they're real in the world, what the fuck is the deal with Stimpaks? They can save a man from death. They can heal a stab wound to the gut, to the point you can just go gallivanting through the wasteland. Yeah, I'm sorry, those staples ain't holding with the adventure she goes on. And they can heal a dog from being stabbed, to being perfectly fine again in an instant. But at the same time, they can't heal Dane's leg getting fucked up by razors? They can't heal the wound Maximus takes from the fiends? See, I always viewed Stimpaks as nothing more than a game mechanic, and not actual serious lore that can heal dire wounds, or even save someone's life without further treatment. And similar to how in Final Fantasy, a Phoenix Down can revive you in battle, but it can't revive a character who dies in the story, because it is simply a mechanic to account for when a party member gets knocked out in battle. The fact that Stimpaks are just treated like magic cure-alls, but isn't used in situations where it would make sense to use them, is kind of insane. Like the residents in Vault 4 want Lucy and Maximus to stay, so he can heal up properly, but why would he need to if Stimpaks are this effective? Fact is, trying to justify game mechanics in-universe is fucking stupid, and it should only ever be done with things that make sense to exist within the universe that characters acknowledge. Perks and skills and special are just game mechanics. They're meta information that should never have an impact on the canon universe or story itself. If someone were to say that the courier survived being shot by Benny because they had 10 luck, I'd call bullshit on that too, because that's fucking stupid. Not to mention that Lucy's tag skills don't seem to have any real effect on situations either. She has speech, but blows every attempt to use it. She only ever uses guns to shoot tranq darts, and when has she ever used science? On Wilzig's head? There's no indication that game mechanics mean anything in the show, except for member-berry purposes. Moreover, you only get 3 tag skills, or 4 with a perk, yet Lucy lists off repair, science, speech, fencing, which the equivalent would be melee in the games, phys ed, which shows her wrestling, which the equivalent would be hand-to-hand, shooting, and gymnastics, which doesn't have an equivalent in the games. If we're really running on the idea that these are her tag skills, then she has 6 tag skills, or 7 if you include gymnastics. I feel this point should be self-explanatory by now. The MacGuffin of the whole show so far is this cold fusion device that can, according to the show, provide limitless power, and Vault-Tec bought it because they didn't want it getting out because they couldn't make money off of it. Now, regardless of how immensely stupid that is, this also just isn't true according to the games. The Gex had cold fusion as part of their system to help people rebuild in the post-apocalypse. In fact, speaking of the Gex and Vault-Tec, Let's get back to them to wrap this section up. Now, I already went over how this plan to kill everyone was idiotic, because factions of people always form no matter what, and that there would surely be survivors from some of these vaults. But worse yet, there are control vaults with no experiment that are intended to actually keep people alive, and further compounding the issue is the existence of the GEC itself. The GEC is a device specifically made for the purpose of rebuilding in the post-apocalypse. According to Fallout 2, each vault was supposed to receive 2 GECs. However, Fallout 3 contradicts this, as many vaults lack a GEC. This could be explained away as not wasting resources on experiment vaults, but that excuse goes out the window when the one you acquire in Fallout 3 comes from an experiment vault. Regardless, it is a fact written in stone that GECs exist and were distributed to at least some vaults, including Vault 8, which established the town of Vault City, as well as, you guessed it, Vault 15, which established Shady Sands. So if it's Vault-Tech's plan to wipe everyone out because time is the greatest killer, then why would they go out of their way to provide numerous vaults across the country with GECs so they can rebuild society and therefore become the very competition they intended to wipe out in the first place? Yes, as utterly and irredeemably stupid as Bud's plan was before, it gets exponentially worse when you include the game's lore. In fact, this gets even worse when you consider how many vaults that have GECs that are close to LA in the first place. Now, some of this information comes from the Fallout Bible, so take it with a grain of salt, but as I understand it, this is considered canon until Bethesda says otherwise. But as you've seen so far, everything established in the original games is canon until Bethesda says otherwise, including the entirety of Fallout 1 apparently. First off, there's Vault 8, as mentioned, who are set to return to the surface only 10 years after the war. Vault 13 has conflicting explanations, with Fallout 2 saying that the vault was to remain closed until the Enclave needed the subjects inside, and the Fallout Bible says it was supposed to be closed for 200 years. Further, there's Vault 3 in the Mojave, which was also a control vault, though its residents were wiped out by the Fiends. Vault 15, on the other hand, was an experiment vault, and was expected to fail, but was still provided with GECs, and was set to open 50 years after the war. So Bud's plan, which was already monolithically stupid, is made worse by the fact that vaults were provided with GECs to start rebuilding civilization, and some of these opened up early on, but this is made worse still by the fact that a few of these were set up in his own backyard, or near enough to become another faction to deal with should they survive. It genuinely feels like all this is just a really bad excuse to destroy the NCR, wipe out anything established on the West Coast, and do away with the concept of factions conflicting with one another. Bethesda tried doing that, and it was dog shit. New Vegas is beloved by fans, and Bethesda's Fallout games keep getting compared to the originals, and New Vegas. So I guess it was just time to completely obliterate anything of value that those games held, so the franchise could finally be fully supplanted with Bethesda's shit-ass bootleg Fallout from Wish. They say don't attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity, but how the fuck else can you explain what's been done here? This feels malicious. Nearly everything has been changed, overwritten, or destroyed. Any amount of seriousness this franchise had has been completely undermined and destroyed to the point that people claim the franchise was never serious, with everything being turned into a goofy, unfunny joke. And there's an immense amount of historical revisionism claiming that Fallout was always mainly about wacky comedy, and that a serious and grounded Fallout wouldn't be Fallout. Any serious lore and world building gets changed or recontextualized, or retconned or destroyed on a fucking whim. Factions change radically between games, and the biggest faction gets wiped out off-screen. There's no consistency to the world or lore or factions. Fallout has just been reduced to a vague post-apocalypse themed bowl of slop, where every major element of the franchise exists in a constant state of flux, because all that matters is what the current writers want to do, with no fucking regard for anything that's come before. Unless they get into trouble with any fans left remaining that are willing to call them out, then they contrive an excuse and ignore the criticism and keep on fucking this franchise into the fucking dirt. I'm getting to the point of utter exhaustion constantly pointing this shit out. On the subject of maliciousness, I get the very distinct impression that the Blood Cult in Vault 4 is meant to be a not-so-subtle shot at the fans of the West Coast games. Bethesda's Fallout games are utter dog shit, and when criticizing them, many fans refer back to the originals in New Vegas, as they were generally well written, and they were leagues above anything Bethesda has done, and much like the Bethesda fanboys do in any discussion, they perceive these fans to be cultish and obsessed, rather than engaging in good faith and understanding that the fans of the West Coast games just want good fucking Fallout games again, that are well written and consistent with the original games in New Vegas. But no, instead we get a cult of insane people obsessed with Shady Sands, who strip naked and put blood and the literal ashes of the dead on themselves, because they believe this will somehow bring back Shady Sands, and I absolutely believe this is meant to be a malicious and hateful representation of the fans of the West Coast games, who want the franchise to return to its roots and be good again. Why the fuck else does this absolutely bonkers insane scene exist? Yes, they have an image of Moldaver, but that doesn't end up connecting to anything, they just fucking have it. It also makes no sense that they would exist to avenge Shady Sands, but have no idea who to avenge it against, since Moldaver apparently never tells them about Hank or Vault-Tec, despite leading a small army to go get Hank at the start of the show. This show answers the question of who dropped the bomb as well, a question that never needed answering. Once again, the point of Fallout has always been the conflict inherent to human nature, the morality of the post-apocalypse world, and society rebuilding in that post-apocalypse. It never mattered who shot first when both sides were horrible and corrupt. It never mattered who shot first because that conflict is over, and even if the remnants exist of the governments responsible, they're a shadow of their former selves, and in no shape to continue their war. More to the point, everyone responsible for the war should be dead by the time the first game takes place 84 years after the bombs dropped. This is one of those questions that should never have been answered because learning the truth 100 years after the fact is meaningless when everyone responsible is dead and gone, and knowing who shot first doesn't impact anything present day in the timeline, as it's now about new factions and civilizations rising and conflicting with one another. Who shot first is about as relevant as who killed JFK to the people of the post-apocalypse. But worse than that, this has been answered. 3 times in fact. In Fallout 2, President Richardson will say that the Chinese started dropping the bombs first. Now he is a dubious source, as he's not only a member of the Enclave, but he's also a politician. But the creator of Fallout himself, Tim Kaine, has said outright in an interview that it was the Chinese that dropped the bombs first, because the USA wouldn't stop experimenting with the FEV. Finally, Fallout 4 itself, Bethesda's last mainline Fallout game to date, has terminal entries confirming the Chinese launched the missiles first, with the US changing its DEFCON status in response. Now again, I'd have far preferred for this to never be answered, purely for the fact that what matters is that the bombs dropped at all, not who did it first. But now that it has been answered, that should remain consistent. I am vaguely aware of the fan theory that Vault-Tec dropped the bomb prior to the show, but I never took any stock in this theory because everything in lore prior to the show contradicts it. Now the show has gone and confirmed that it was Vault-Tec for the most stupid reason conceivable, and it contradicts what has been established. Speaking of Tim Kaine, one of the weird cope defenses going around is to counter criticism by pointing out that he liked the show, as if this is supposed to mean anything. I know this is a bit of a tangent and not actually related to any particular problem with the show, but I feel like this really needs to be mentioned because it's honestly pathetic how often this comes up in an attempt to counter or dismiss criticism of the show. The fact that Tim Kaine liked the show does not in any way nullify or negate criticism against the show. First of all, someone can like something despite the flaws it has. Secondly, death of the author. It doesn't matter if Tim Kaine likes the show, if it has obvious problems to criticize. Those problems don't just evaporate because he said he likes it. People are improperly invoking a form of word of God here, as though Tim Kaine both were still the IP's owner and actually saying things in defense of specific problems. He isn't. Word of God also only applies to things an author left ambiguous, in which they thereafter clarify, such as J.K. Rowling's declaration of Dumbledore being gay. It's not a license to ass-pull. It's also worth noting that Vault-Tec's plan is basically an exceptionally stupid version of the Master's plan. Effectively, both want to eliminate groups, because that causes conflict, but the Master, while his plan was absolutely flawed, at least had an intelligent design behind it. The Master's plan was different for the fact that he wasn't seeking to eliminate everyone, but to turn them into his master race of super mutants, where the differences between average humans would no longer exist. He also has the excuse of being a bit mad and overzealous due to his exposure to FEV, turning him into an abomination, as well as him outright absorbing several people, mutants, and even computers outright. Whereas Vault-Tec's plan is to eliminate everyone on the planet who isn't them, to bring about world peace, and so there would be no competition, so they can win the game of capitalism. The whole plan is malformed from the outset. The Master wanted to replace humans by turning them into something else. Vault-Tec wanted to kill everyone that isn't them. I also want to touch upon Vault-Tec one last time. The show tells us they own half of everything. I don't know if this is hyperbole or if it's meant to be taken seriously. Regardless, this absolutely raises the question of how did Vault-Tec get this big in such a short amount of time? I'm not exactly sure when Vault-Tec formed as a company, and search results are returning information from Fallout 76, but the point is that they're not a super old company. This raises a question. Are they a new company, or are they a subsidiary of another company? If they're a new company, then to both become the single biggest company in the world and gain control of half of the companies in the world in such a short amount of time is insane and unbelievable. This would require them to have success and profits beyond what should be possible for pretty much any product that could ever exist. If Vault-Tec earned enough money to buy half of everything, then they already won the game of capitalism without nuking the entire planet. Once again, their stupid and absurd plan is made even more ridiculous when you have more lore and information about the world. If they're a subsidiary of another company, however, why is it phrased as Vault-Tec owning half of everything? Because everything they own is technically owned by the parent company, so it would be the parent company that owns half of everything, even if it is still technically true that Vault-Tec owns half. On that note, Wilzig claims that a cyanide tablet is the most humane product Vault-Tec ever created, but that can't be true if they own half of everything. But worse than that, they have functional fucking vaults that are genuinely meant to keep people alive, with no horrible experiments. This feels like the show trying to demonize Vault-Tec, which they absolutely do not need to do, in order to foreshadow them being cartoonishly evil for the finale. Like everything else in this show, it's stupid, unnecessary, and out of place. One final thing to mention is regarding the Brotherhood logo, and this might seem like a petty complaint, but it actually kind of implies a lot. Now, more likely than not, it was just a mistake by the production team, but this is worth mentioning regardless. Different chapters of the Brotherhood have different logos. In particular, the West Coast Brotherhood has the large gear on the left, whereas the East Coast Brotherhood has the large gear on the right. This show exclusively uses the East Coast logo, including when Maximus saw a Brotherhood Knight when he was a child, implying that the East Coast Brotherhood had moved back west prior to the destruction of Shady Sands in 2277, which is weird because Fallout 3 takes place in 2227. This is just yet another contradiction. This is just a quick fire round of as many of the absurd conveniences and coincidences as I can find in this show, and just to make clear, by absurd conveniences, I mean things that are incredibly unlikely. It is not an absurd convenience that Lucy had a glass pitcher in her kitchen with which she used to save herself, but it is an absurd convenience that Maximus and Lucy met each other perfectly in time for them to save each other's lives, when both would have died otherwise. Let's begin. Since I already mentioned it, it is convenient that Lucy and Maximus met each other just in time to save each other's lives, as Lucy was suffering from radiation poisoning, and Maximus was about to get eaten by rad roaches, and neither had the means to save themselves. This is exacerbated by the fact that Lucy is tracking the head, which was taken away many hours ago, so this meeting should almost be impossible. It is an absurd coincidence that Wilzig happens to randomly stop at the same cave that Maximus and Titus pass by when they're going off mission. Keep in mind that this is only several hours after he happened to meet the other main character. It is absurdly convenient that Lucy woke up before she was harvested for organs. It is absurdly convenient that her legs were not restrained. And finally, it is absurdly convenient that she managed to kick the robot's saw blade into her restraint, freeing her without injuring her at all. It is convenient that none of the 3 initial ghouls went for Lucy when she was the closest target. It is convenient that the Gulper decides to attack Maximus pretty much immediately. It is convenient that the Gulper only grabbed the head and not Lucy in her entirety, as it clearly has that capability. It is absurdly lucky that neither Norm, Lucy, nor Hank got seriously injured or killed during the raid on Vault 33. When 2 of these people are the children of Moldaver's zombie wife, and the 3rd character is necessary for her plan to succeed. It is pretty damn convenient that Lucy and Maximus just happened to stumble into an incredibly open and non-hostile faction that had no problem taking them in as guests when Maximus was injured and needed to be healed. This was literally the first place they checked for supplies too, by the way. It is convenient, at least as far as the overall narrative goes, that Lucy just so happens to pass by the ruins of Shady Sands, considering her father nuked this city, and this is a big reveal to her. It is convenient that Betty just left the door open to her office so Norm could hack her computer. It is astronomically convenient that with no direction on where to go when leaving the vault, and traveling for over a day, Lucy just so happens to have met Wilzig and made it all the way to Philly, where she meets him again, with no direction whatsoever except from a guy who lives just over the hill from the town, only to end up trusting his mission to her to bring his head to the one person in the wasteland she wants to find, with the head being the one bargaining chip that Moldaver is going to be interested in. It is convenient for Moldaver and the Raiders that the residents of Vault 32 were already long dead, or else her ridiculous plan wouldn't have worked. It is convenient that the ghoul collapsed seconds after Lucy went into the Super Duper Mart, because if she ran away from him, he wouldn't have been saved and he would have gone feral. It beggars belief that Wilzig and his dog can shuffle along in front of a machine gun turret without getting so much as a scratch from the hundreds of bullets it expends trying to kill them. It is absurdly convenient that the residents of Vault 4 were both able to find Maximus's hidden power armor and bring it to the vault for him. It is astronomically convenient that Thaddeus met the chicken fucker who gave him a magic cure-all and gets turned into a ghoul, so he'll just give up the head without a fight. It is convenient that Thaddeus misses all of his shots towards Lucy and Maximus, and it is further convenient that they arrived before the Brotherhood did, especially given the fact it took Thaddeus all of 10 minutes to get flown to Maximus in Episode 2. I decided to combine these 2 sections because while a lot of the dialogue is just plain awful, a lot of it ties into the humor element as well. However, some of the dialogue is just awful on its own. Starting off...
After 10 years of cousin stuff, I'm definitely excited for the real thing. Messing around with your cousin, it's all well and good for kids, but it's not a sustainable long-term sexual practice, you know?
I can't tell if this is meant to be a joke or not. It establishes that the vault population is low, however they repeatedly bring it up and it just makes things uncomfortable.
Get that jelly mold out of here!
Is this supposed to be a joke because he's a fat man and he cares about the food and not the people during the slaughter?
I can't take this shit no more, man.
Are we supposed to take the scene full of brutal death as a joke? The music playing and the constant slow motion certainly doesn't help establish a serious tone.
Well, well, well. Why, is this an Amish production of the Count of Monte Cristo, or just the weirdest circle jerk I've ever been invited to?
Yeah, okay, Deadpool, funny joke.
Well, you know what? The young man Woody interrogated this morning? He left an impression on me.
That is the gentleman who showed me his butthole.
Yes, but what I took from that is a desire to communicate, to reach out across the cultural divide.
Hate! As you can see, the dialogue gets really fucking insufferable and stupid beyond any reason.
Regular boys can get angry and they'll just pee on the wall.
What the fuck does this mean? I am still in complete shock that this was a real line that exists within the show. When everyone in Vault 33 is split between people staying and going to Vault 32, Chet gets sent to 32. Norm asks if he's going to forget everything they saw, to which Chet says that he will, leading to this interaction.
You're a coward. You know that, Chet?
We all are, Norm. That's why we live in a vault.
Once again, this feels like a line the writers thought was profound, but it's really just stupid. No, you're not living in a vault because you're cowards. You're living in a vault mostly because your ancestors took shelter here from the nuclear fire that engulfed the Earth, and you continue to live here because it's safer currently in the vault than it is outside. That's like saying it's cowardice to live in a first world country rather than going on vacation to fucking Somalia. Doing things that don't put your life at risk isn't inherently cowardice.
You'll never find out. Oh, he's gonna find out.
This is the kind of thing people mean when they say something has Marvel humor in a derogatory fashion. The humor in the good Marvel movies tends to fit in with the scene and characters, whereas the worst jokes that have become notorious in criticism come across as though they're low-effort spam, much like this one is. I sure hope the bad thing doesn't happen. Then the bad thing immediately happens.
You wanna have sex?
This one just comes right the fuck out of left field. Nothing about her gave the impression that she just fucked some random dude she's known for less than a day just like that.
You mean use my cock?
Yeah.
I don't know, that weird thing could happen.
What weird thing?
Well, it's just for some guys, not me. But for some guys, you know, when they make it move, it gets all big and hard like a big pimple and then it pops.
My life. What the fuck is this dialogue? Were the writers in competition for writing the worst dialogue they could? How does this full-grown man not know anything about sex or human biology? The first episode showed another recruit masturbating under the blankets. Then sometime later we get this gem.
You wanna make my cock explode now?
Hate! Hate!
I'm not a communist, Mr. Howard. That's just a dirty word they use to describe people who aren't insane.
Stop it. Get some help.
Ah yes, the line said by the absolute monster that the show desperately tried to recontextualize to be a good guy and gave a heroic death. I said it before and I'll say it again. The writer's intentions couldn't have been more clear. There isn't even subtlety. It's literally just, communism good, everyone else dumb and insane. Cooper Howard got called a fascist for saying that communism ends in breadlines, but that's probably the one single realistic and accurate thing this entire show has said or done, in any capacity. How about this moment?
Goosey McLean.
Oh, no, it's Lucy.
Nope. It says Goosey.
You see, it's funny because he only has one eye, and, they're glasses meant for someone with two eyes. We also get this weird moment, and I don't even know what the intention was here.
I grabbed a moldy one.
What is even the joke here? Is it really that he has a bunch of cups and just grabbed the wrong one? I've already gone over how bad Thaddeus's dialogue is when we're getting his backstory, both him working as a shitter, and how he beat up Maximus. I still don't know if the shitter dialogue is meant to be comedic or not. It's too stupid and ridiculous to be serious lore, but at the same time it's not presented as a joke. How about this hilarious moment?
Young lady, come back here right away!
That didn't work.
The world has truly never seen comedic genius such as this. To round out this video, I'm going to talk about the characters of the show one last time. While I've covered them throughout the breakdown as the story progressed, I think it's useful to take an overview of them. Now I have to state up front that I don't have a problem with any of the actors in this show, due to the fact that some people will inevitably take this as an attack on them, when all I'm criticizing here are the characters. I don't think it's necessarily fair to judge an actor's skill or talent based on poorly written work, where their characters are inconsistent, and they don't have a good chance to show off what they can do as actors. With that out of the way, I don't find any of these characters compelling or interesting at all. The main cast range from boring and shallow to irredeemably evil in a way I don't believe the writers intended. The best characters end up being Wilzig and Thaddeus because they didn't have a whole lot of screen time with which to ruin them, and even then they don't come out entirely unscathed, and they're tertiary and secondary characters. Wilzig, with what little we get of him, appears to be a generally good person, saving a puppy from incineration, giving advice to Lucy which she doesn't take, and even going so far as to give his life for a cause he appears to truly believe in. He made the ultimate sacrifice for this cause. Unfortunately, the cause he died for is a poorly written contradictory mess, and he isn't even given respect in the final moments of the show. But a Walking Dead zombie gets more respect and credit for this achievement than he does, but that's all been covered by now. Where Wilzig loses points is in risking his own life sitting at Lucy's campfire, as he knows this is dangerous and takes no precautions, and he kills himself before fully explaining what Lucy needs to do. Wilzig, unfortunately, is little more than a plot device made purely to get the MacGuffin into the show, so all of our main characters can search for it, and he's written out of existence within the same episode as soon as his job is done. In a better written show, I'd have liked to see his character get fleshed out and have something done with him. Moving on to Thaddeus, this is clearly a character out of his element. He doesn't seem to be a bad guy for the most part, but he isn't exactly clean either. Arguably, the worst thing we actually see him do is his participation and self-admitted encouraging of hazing Maximus. Aside from that, he threatens to con-man chicken fucker without knowing he's not a good person, and he recklessly shoots towards a person he doesn't know in an attempt to kill Maximus, who he rightfully believes to be an active threat to his life. These are all obviously marks against his character, however he makes up for it with how he's characterized elsewhere for what little we get of him. While initially he seems fearful of who he believes to be Titus, after that he comes across as someone eager to do his job well, even if he is still fearful of not Titus. Part of what won me over with Thaddeus was simply down to Maximus apparently motioning to kill him, and generally being abusive towards him. But what really sold me on the character is when he expressed remorse when he believed Maximus to be dead. Once again, very little was done with him as a character, and I'd have liked to see a better writer do something with him, as I do think there's potential here. Much like Wilzig, there's a point where he becomes nothing more than a plot device to keep the MacGuffin out of the show for a couple episodes, so Lucy and Maximus can go do their side quest in Shady Sands and Vault 4, and as soon as they're done with that, he's unceremoniously shoved out of the show. Next up is Maximus. How do I feel about Maximus?
I think you should die. I think I should kill you. I've been thinking about it a lot. Yes, I do want you to die. I don't really care if it's painful or not. I just don't want you to exist anymore.
I've gone over the issues with Maximus a few times already, but for the sake of completeness, I'm doing it once more here. Maximus is an immensely frustrating character to witness stumbling through a story, almost exclusively taking every stupid and evil option available for no good reason, and ends up benefiting from constantly screwing people over, and never once facing any real consequences for his actions. A character being evil on their own isn't even the problem. There's plenty of villains and evil characters who are likable and entertaining and even endearing. The problem is that the show itself doesn't seem to think Maximus is a villain, and the choices he makes doesn't seem to align with what he's supposed to be as a character. Unless he's supposed to be an insufferably irredeemable idiot. Most characters have some kind of goal or purpose to what they do. This is what drives them, and how they handle situations informs us of who they are as a character, and this obviously goes for both good and evil characters, and everything in between. In fact, every action a character takes can tell us something about them. With Maximus, I genuinely do not know what he wants, what his goals are, or even his allegiance. This is a character who supposedly wants to be heroic and help people, but he almost exclusively acts in his own self-interest, and even in one of the 2 times where he doesn't, he has to be talked into doing the right thing. Genuine question. What does Maximus want? He wants to be with the Brotherhood, but lies to, betrays, and subverts them constantly. His goal is to get the head, until he meets Lucy and wants to help her. He wants to be a part of the Brotherhood, until he gets a taste of the nice life and doesn't want to leave it, and further wants to get into Lucy's vault, in more ways than one.
Oh, behave.
So he betrays them again for the sake of Lucy, only to betray her to save his own skin. This is a character with no direction, no purpose, and yet, He's a main point of view character, and he's a horrible human being. He's driven by stupid and oftentimes impulsive choices, letting Titus die, attacking Thaddeus, attacking the residents of Vault 4, and all throughout he is getting rewarded and advanced for his constant fuck-ups or perceived crimes. The Brotherhood suspect him of injuring Dane, and he even outright admits that he wanted it to happen, only to be given Dane's role as squire to Titus. He lets Titus die and takes his armor. He gets involved in situations he has no knowledge of, and prevents justice due to his own stupidity. He injures innocent people with no consequence. He betrays the Brotherhood only to be forgiven, put on mission, and granted the rank of Knight, literally just because the writers wanted it. It is frustrating, seeing an abhorrent character getting rewarded, getting undeservedly up-jumped in rank, and worst of all, not only does he never face any real consequences for his horrible actions, but he's oftentimes rewarded for them. It's frustrating that no one even acknowledges that he's an evil person. Again, the show itself doesn't treat him as though he is. I genuinely hate this character, and I don't know why they would write a character this insufferably stupid and evil. Cooper Howard is pretty straightforward in the pre-war era. He seems like a generally decent person who wants what's best for his family, and expresses remorse and concern when his friends in the movie industry lose their jobs. He also has little tolerance for commies, which is always a good thing. I can't really say much more about this version of Coop, however, because he largely comes across as a generic morally good family man. Most of his scenes feel like filler, padding on a show that is already mostly padding. Having scenes with him both past and present is an opportunity to do something interesting, to show how he's a completely different person now, while also showing interesting aspects about the world before the bombs dropped. But we don't really get this. Sure, there's an attempt, but it's not a good one. Most of his scenes are superfluous and unnecessary. The only two scenes of note are the one at the start where the nukes drop, and the big reveal that Vault-Tec wants to kill everyone on Earth. The Ghoul, on the other hand, is a vague mystery and not in a good way. He feels like a generic antagonistic bounty hunter character and doesn't really get past that. The scene where he reflects on his past life doesn't seem to change him much, as he's just as brutal and merciless as he was before. He only has a positive outlook towards Lucy now. I don't know what his motivations or goals are for most of the show. He wants the head, probably because he's a bounty hunter and wants the payout. But then we get this last minute plot point of him wanting to find his family.
I want my family back.
Okay.
Give me back my family.
Get off me!
I want my family back.
Even though last we saw his daughter was with him, and last we saw his wife, she said Vault-Tec should drop the bomb, wiping out 99% of humanity. He went from a brutal killer, who even kills people who helped him, to momentarily sad, to a brutal killer again, to someone who suddenly has the larger goal of finding his family, with nothing to build it up, and nothing to imply they are even available to find. It ends up feeling like a sucker punch, because it really just does come out of nowhere, and because I've done so little with him, I just don't have any investment with the character at all. Hank McClane is portrayed in the first episode to be someone who cares deeply about his family. While we don't get a lot from him in this first episode, we are shown he's willing to both kill for his daughter, as well as sacrifice himself and others for her, only for the final episode to recontextualize him into a cartoonish monster who nuked an entire city full of people. It's unclear if he did it because his wife ran away, and Vault-Tec's plan was just the excuse, or if he was a true adherent to Vault-Tec's absurd plan, and it was just a coincidence that his wife got caught in the blast. Either way, the potential he had in episode 1 was destroyed to make him a cartoon villain in the final episode, and it's just disappointing that like all the other potential this show might have had, this too got cut short for no good reason. There are effectively two different Hank McClanes, and we're just supposed to believe that they're the same person. Lee Moldaver is recontextualized by the end of the show to be a heroic person, despite being both a communist and a mass murderer, but I repeat myself. Her whole goal is finally activating cold fusion after over 200 years, only to power a dead city, and she's given a heroic death. We're also told she cared deeply about Lucy's mother, Yet she conducted a brutal raid on Lucy's vault, resulting in plenty of innocent people getting killed, and nearly both Lucy and her brother killed in the process. Much like Hank, the show has two different versions of Moldaver, and we're just supposed to accept that both versions are actually the same person. There's a heroic, self-sacrificing humanitarian who cares about helping people, and cares about her zombie wife and her family. And there's the brutal raider who has no care about the savage and unnecessary loss of innocent lives, including potentially the lives of her zombie wife's children. Remember, Lucy got sent off to be alone with one of these fuckers and he tried killing her. The show writers seem to think that you can just completely recontextualize a character on a whim, that by just revealing that they're the total opposite of what you thought, as though it's a twist, makes perfect sense and will resolve all actions in the past, despite those actions being totally contradictory to who they're revealed to really be. It's a cheap and awful writing trick to essentially reset a character completely, so you can surprise the audience and so the character can fulfill whatever role you need for them at the time. Hank is a good guy, and the evil Moldaver kidnapped him, so Lucy goes on a quest to rescue him, only to learn that the heroic Moldaver kidnapped the evil Hank so she could do something good. The worst part about this is that you can have such a role reversal if it's set up properly, and if the characters remain consistent both before and after the reveal. The way it's done here is more like a switch was flipped between episodes, and they're just in their new positions now, and you just have to accept that, regardless of how little sense that makes and regardless of how disappointing it is. Another thing I want to bring up is how the show treats Moldaver early on, as though she's a force to be reckoned with. People seem to fear her, with Ma June in particular changing her attitude completely towards Lucy at the mention of her name. Yet the show treats her as though she's a wonderful person who is out to help people. This isn't the kind of reaction a good person gets when their name is dropped. Then there's Lucy. Honest to God, I find this character to be so bland and uninteresting, I completely forgot to write anything for her in this section, and had to stop recording to write this in at the last second. Much like many events in the show, Lucy is a case of the writers wanting their cake and eating it too. They want a pure, innocent, naive Vault Dweller character being thrust out into the wasteland and adapting to survive in the harsh world outside of the vault, but then she lives through numerous brutal and horrifying events, only to have her personality reset between scenes and episodes. The attack she survives through in her vault should be more traumatizing to her than even what most wastelanders would have to deal with in their lives. She goes outside to get startled by a tumbleweed, and is so nervous about dealing with outsiders that she pulls her gun on a random dude, but then she's all plucky and naive again in Philly when she deals with Ma June, and eventually the Ghoul, after he slaughters at least half a dozen people. She almost gets killed, sees a man's leg go through a meat grinder, and has to cut off his head, but then she's all innocent again despite carrying around a severed head and even petting it. By the end of the show, they seemingly want us to believe that she's made some big change, but in all reality, they've neither earned that supposed change, nor does it make sense. She survives the Super Duper Mart and gives the Zombrex to the Ghoul, citing her golden rule, only to need convincing to save Maximus in her very next scene, when he's been the most helpful person to her, having saved her life. But we're supposed to believe she's changed because she had the mind-numbingly stupid idea of putting a grenade into Wilsig's head to use it as a weapon against Moldaver? Lucy ends up feeling less like a character, and more like a vehicle for the story to progress, more so than any other character in the show. At the time of its release, this show is being hailed as one of the best video game adaptations ever made, comparable to the likes of Arcane, which is quite possibly the most insulting thing you could ever say about Arcane, aside from mentioning the fact that it is based on League of Legends. I had heard a lot of good things about Arcane for years, and only decided to check it out when making this video, due largely to the comparison made between Fallout, and I'm not sure you could have put two shows next to each other that are more different if you tried. Arcane is an absolute masterwork of narrative, world building, and characterization, featuring a wide cast of characters, each with their own loyalties, morals, goals, and motivations. Not once during my watch-through did I ever have to consider the writer's intentions because of lazy or bad writing, nor was I ever taken out of the experience by any of the events or character choices. Nearly everything that happened made sense from the perspective of each character. Even their bad decisions made sense for who they are and what they want to accomplish. Not once was I left questioning what anyone's goals or motivations were, and it was genuinely satisfying seeing these characters grow and change, and interact with one another, and even be shown to have more depth to their character than I thought. The writing is so tight that I could likely do a video longer than this one praising the show. Fallout, on the other hand, is fucking abysmal with hardly any redeeming qualities. The entire plot of this show relies on absurd convenience, the stupidity of every single character involved, and the audience not thinking about the events at all. Scene after scene, episode after episode, it's just a non-stop deluge of some of the most absolute god-awful writing I've ever had the misfortune to endure. The rules of how things work are constantly changing to accommodate what the writers want at any given moment, and everything happening for no other reason than the convenience of the plot really makes for an unsatisfying story, especially when you add in all the painfully unfunny humor and awful dialogue. Characters fight each other with intent to kill, yet never take any actual kill shots when they're available to each other. Characters don't have to face any real consequence for their actions. The show arbitrarily avoids telling characters basic information necessary to understanding the situation they're in, for no reason, and every event and the whole entire plot itself seems to be propelled entirely by cartoonish stupidity and ridiculous levels of convenience, and worst of all, Fallout seems to actively despise the lore and world that it is built upon, that it is pillaging and destroying, to build this mockery imitation with no substance or depth of any kind. If I were to drill down to a possible explanation for this, it might be Hollywood networks of people who get into positions of power, then push to get their friends who have no experience hired, so they can get a foot in the door of the industry. This is not even a theory, but something that more and more successful creatives in the modern media actually say is the real story behind their big break. Many IPs are inundated with people for whom big budget production is actually their first real project. In such an environment, the idea matters more than the execution of it. If you can get your concept past a pitch meeting, no one seems to care how you actually put it together. There's no craftsmanship, only gimmickry and snappy patter to distract the audience from the fact that you don't really know what the fuck you're doing. Because the same people who hired you as a friend will also cover for you as a friend. Not to mention, in order to cover their own dumbass for hiring a friend instead of a professional in the first place. As a result, anyone working on an established IP with intricate lore is incentivized to dismiss and mock the lore as unimportant. It takes time that they don't have to learn and incorporate it. Lore gets in the way, so you let the past die and kill it if you have to. I'm not familiar with the lore of League of Legends, but I never once got the impression that Arcane was being disrespectful to the source material. I never got the impression that someone's OCs were being inserted into the universe to leave their mark on it, rather than trying to tell a genuinely good story with respect to the source material. Arcane took the time to show and explain how their universe works, so any potential new audience can understand the world they're viewing. Where Fallout constantly disregards and retcons its own lore, Arcane shows consistent events and characters, even if they have conflicted feelings on what's happening around them, whereas Fallout cannot stay consistent with itself at any given time, let alone remaining consistent with the games that it is pilfering from and shitting on. Arcane is clearly a passion project with a vision, where literally every frame is a painting, and great care was clearly taken in the writing to ensure that a coherent, cohesive, and consistent world was crafted, whereas Fallout is an inconsistent mess cobbled together from disparate tropes, plot elements, unfunny jokes, and fucking member berries, with no actual goal or point or care for anything that happens on screen, and it's done all to push the most stupid possible capitalism bad message that I've ever seen. Arcane portrays a beautiful world, and tells the stories of a diverse set of characters, in terms of their beliefs, morals, and goals, some of which are tragic, whereas Fallout portrays shallow iconography and imagery being spammed at you for nothing more than brand recognition, and tells the story of a bunch of morons with no clear goals or purpose, stumbling their way to the finish line of something that was meant to be nothing more than a product that clearly wasn't thought out at all, that had no vision behind it, that had no goal aside from pushing a bad message poorly, that pushed their OCs into a setting that did not need them, that explained things that didn't need to be explained, that retconned lore at every given opportunity, that shit upon any other lore they touched, that didn't have the slightest amount of respect for the source material, even including Bethesda's own lore. There is more good and consistent writing and characterization in 5 minutes of Arcane than there is in the entirety of Amazon's Fallout. If the quality of writing fiction were to be placed on a spectrum, Fallout and Arcane would represent total opposite ends of the spectrum. To say Arcane, this masterwork of art, is in any way comparable in terms of quality to Fallout is an insult to everyone who worked on Arcane. It's like saying filet mignon is just as good as raw sewage. Quick note on that, I wrote and recorded all of this, and had planned to have this video released before Season 2 of Arcane came out. In fact, copyright hell delayed this video by about 2 months. None of the praise I've just given to Arcane Season 1 applies to Season 2, aside from the praise towards the art style and animation. Season 2 is hot garbage and should be avoided. Season 1 can be watched in isolation if you're fine with the cliffhanger ending, and it really is worth watching. In Fallout, every event that occurs is based entirely on writer convenience. The power of weapons, armor, and even groups of people shifts on a whim to whatever allows the writers to do what they want in any given scene. The power scaling even shifts within singular episodes. Power armor can't protect you from a bear slapping you and throwing you 2 feet, but it can protect you from slamming into the ground propelled by rockets. When fighting Maximus, the Ghoul apparently just forgot the power armor weakness that he knew about pre-war and later exploits in the final episode to kill several Brotherhood Knights. The main cast consists of an evil idiot, a character who succeeds because everyone else around him is stupid, a character that seems to have no goals or morals until it's suddenly convenient for him to have them, and a character that flip-flops between being a poor naive girl who has never faced any brutality, to someone who is apparently so desensitized that she can just pet a severed head, or is unfazed by the extreme gore and mass murder that just took place in front of her eyes. None of them grow or change, none of them learn any lessons, and none of them face any challenge that isn't superficial. Generally in stories, we like to see our protagonists face challenges or overcome obstacles. We like to see them face difficult choices and try to do the right thing. They have to train, learn skills, adapt, survive, improvise, bluff, plan, sacrifice, overcome insurmountable odds, or beat an opponent tougher than themselves. A character who has to work for their victory or to achieve their goals is satisfying due to the challenge and effort it takes, because we as the audience know that few things in life are easy. We root for these characters to succeed against all odds because we can see their hardships, we can empathize with their struggles, we like to see them learn and grow, and there's generally a through line for the events we see. There's a logical reason for why things are happening in-universe. When you don't have any of this cohesion between characters, events, and plot elements, it becomes less about telling a story, and more about placating the audience with special effects, set pieces, and member berries, and praying to God no one pays attention to what is actually happening on screen, or thinks about it for more than a few seconds. It has become a disappointingly common sentiment on the internet that such arguments are nothing more than nitpicking, that focusing on this stuff doesn't matter, or that you're overthinking it. But the fish-out-of-water character is such a common trope in fantasy and science fiction for a reason. It is necessary to explain to the audience how core elements of the world work, and the easiest way to do that is by having a character who is uninformed about the world, or placed in the situations they're unfamiliar with, and the other characters explain the gap in knowledge to both the fish-out-of-water character and the audience at the same time. The audience having an understanding of the world is a vital part of their enjoyment of a piece of fiction, because understanding the rules and why characters are making the choices they do means the audience understands everything that's happening on screen and why these events are taking place. When the rules that are established don't matter, everything changes on a whim based on what the writers want in a given scene, rather than laying down the rules about how their world, weapons, armor, and other tools work, and crafting the story within those rules. The power levels, effectiveness, and abilities of characters and items are in flux, and there's no way to accurately judge the threat to our heroes or the situations they're in. This does immense damage to the stakes, because the audience now has no understanding of how well equipped any group is, when the effectiveness of their equipment is variable for no reason. When you give a character a shotgun, you have a general understanding of what can be done with that, but if that shotgun, shooting buckshot or slugs, does no damage to a normal human at point-blank range, despite having been used to kill a dozen other characters previously, this will take an audience out of the experience, because they have conflicting information that they cannot square away. Generally, the more common and more egregious the problem, the more people will be taken out of the experience and end up finding it unsatisfying. As I said way back at the start, as humans we're practically hard-coded to look for logic in the world around us, to understand why things happen, to figure out cause and effect, and there's a great many works of fiction that take painstaking effort to ensure that everything in their world, no matter how absurd or unrealistic it may get, still has that cause and effect, still has those reasons for characters making choices and events playing out. There's still a through line that makes sense. When that sense of logic and understanding is broken, oftentimes our immersion and investment in what we're seeing on screen is ruined. We start getting annoyed. Now this doesn't always work this way, of course. This is more so a generalization. There's a lot of people who are so personally invested in a franchise or a brand that they'll take whatever is produced, as long as it contains all the right imagery. Further, there are people who are wowed by special effects as well, and in many cases, this can effectively trick people into not thinking about the actual narrative at all. There's two things I think saved this show in terms of public perception, and that's the fact that they made it superficially look like Fallout, and that it was dumped all at once as opposed to having a weekly release. The Halo show received intense criticism, deservingly so, across its 2-season run for being generally awful, but I suspect the critical point of failure was showing Master Chief's face. This was a highly contentious point for nearly everyone who is a fan of Halo, or even had passing interest in the franchise, so to just casually show his face and constantly have the helmet off likely made it so more scrutiny was put onto everything else as a result, and people saw it for what it was. Fallout has no such golden rule, especially under Bethesda's custody. As long as it looks enough like the last Fallout game everyone played, it was likely going to pass the smell test for many people. Red Letter Media may have pulled up the ladder recently, but they were spot on when Rogue One came out, and they mocked people getting excited over seeing recognizable iconography.
ATSTs, ATS Star Destroyers! I'm gonna come!
It broke new ground!
It's very much a similar situation with Fallout, where as long as that iconography is there, as long as all the things they remember from the previous games are there, even if they are entirely shallow or superficial, then a large part of the fanbase is just going to eat it up and praise it, regardless of the actual quality of the content. As for dumping it all at once, earlier this year we saw the same tactic used by Disney to get by the disastrous Echo show as soon as humanly possible. The binge model for shows has been around for about a decade now, and it's been proven that such shows generally have a much shorter shelf life in public discussion, regardless of whether they're good or bad. A show that is released weekly for 8 weeks or longer is an ongoing event. People have time to think on the events that happened in the latest episode, and theorize on what will happen next for a week, until the next episode is available. People talk amongst their friend groups, and in the age of the internet, people do streams with friends talking about each character and event, and the minute details, often looking forward to, or dreading, the next episode, depending on whether they like it or not. Due to these factors, these weekly release shows stay in the public consciousness longer. This is a big part of why shows like Star Trek and X-Files and others are such cultural icons from before the internet was widespread. These are shows that would run weekly episodes with seasons 20 to 26 episodes long. They'd often be running for half a year. A show dumped all at once has the approximate shelf life of about a week or two. It becomes less and less relevant to talk about a show that was released all at once, weeks, or even months after its release. This video itself, despite taking months to make, is almost certain to not do nearly as well as it might have otherwise if it were released within a couple weeks of the show being released. Due to the binge model, there's little to no time to think about the events that happened in the last episode, because the next episode is already starting. There's no time to chew on anything and get a feel for the show, or recognize any potential issues that you didn't catch in the moment, and the takeaway most people will likely have are the bigger and more shocking events in the series as a whole, as opposed to all the elements that don't work, all the inconsistencies and plot holes and other problems. A lot of people can be easily entertained and miss the big flaws in a work until they have time to think about it afterwards. This is why you sometimes hear people comment the fact that they enjoyed a movie in the moment, or had a higher opinion of it when they walked out of the theater, as opposed to when they got home, having thought about it on the drive back, or even a few days later when they've had a lot more time to think about it. When you consume 8 hours of television over the course of a day or two, you're going to forget many details and events that occurred. And speaking of Halo, by the way, I'd argue that even that god-awful show is still better than Amazon's Fallout. It's poorly written, it disrespects the source material, it turns Master Chief into a fucking basket case, and every character is an utter moron. But at least they had the decency to set it in a separate timeline, and despite all of its many flaws, it is still not as bad as Amazon's Fallout. This show is about as far away from Fallout as you can get, without adding elves, gnomes, and magic to the setting, the last of which Bethesda has done, by the way. This show genuinely feels like it was made with malicious intent, due to the fact that every piece of lore they touch, or even stray close to, is damaged, retconned, or outright destroyed. They continued Bethesda's trend of taking the dark and grim setting of Fallout, and turning it into a goddamn clown show, with no restraints whatsoever. Few serious moments are ever given the chance to breathe, with many being undercut and ruined by really bad attempts at humor, and this show comes off as though it was a bad comedy, with a few serious moments sprinkled in, as opposed to a dramatic story with occasional humorous elements. The first Fallout portrayed a very dark and grim world, where people are struggling to survive, and society is just starting to rebuild. While it did have some humorous elements, they were very sparse, or were dark comedy, such as some of the more exaggerated kill animations. Fallout 2 is largely similar, with a serious main story and world, though there were a bunch of pop culture references in the random encounters in the wasteland. Fallout 1 had encounters like this too, but they were far more restrained than in its sequel, where Fallout 2 would have references to Monty Python, Doctor Who, and Star Trek. Now these are obviously just Easter eggs and not part of any serious lore. The closest you get to serious lore being a bit too silly was in The Hubologists, a parody of Scientology, in which its members wanted to go to space. Though a key detail of Fallout 2 is that society had rebuilt more. It's a new world rebuilding from the ashes of the old. It didn't stagnate like the worlds we always fucking see in Bethesda's games. Between these two games, you deal with kidnappings, murders, drug addictions and dealers, crime families, genocide, racism, rape, among other things, and the general way of life in the post-apocalypse. To imply these games, especially the core story content of them, were anything other than serious is nothing less than outright dishonesty, and I've called out YouTubers for propagating this myth before, such as Norte, who has a YouTube short claiming that a grounded and darker Fallout wouldn't be Fallout due to the fact that there's an extremely rare Easter egg in Fallout 1 that has talking Brahmin, or that you could sometimes get humorous dialogue from NPCs.
A darker, deadpan, grounded Fallout game wouldn't be Fallout.
Getting real tired of tourist season. No offense, but you guys are lowering the bar.
This is a case where someone is picking out the rare small bits of humor and trying to claim the entire series is like that, when it never was. I just really hate the historical revisionism you constantly have to deal with when talking about these games, because people want to defend Bethesda Fallout from any and all criticism. All of this combined makes for a really bleak future for Fallout as a franchise. It is undeniable that Bethesda has done immense damage to the lore and world building of Fallout. They've taken a fantastic RPG series, with great writing and world building, and gutted everything about Fallout that made it Fallout, in order to turn it into a goofy, unserious perpetual wasteland theme park, with no real point other than to shoot baddies, and the only thing that matters is the recognizable iconography. And now the West Coast is also just as much of a nonsensical shithole as the East Coast is. The biggest faction in this series has been obliterated, to the point they have zero presence in the heart of their own territory, and none of their settlements even get a passing mention, aside from the one that the writers decided to blow up off screen. It's all just a lawless wasteland, living in ruins and junk towns for hundreds of years, with no semblance of any kind of society rebuilding, despite that being the whole point of the franchise. Little to no care is given to the stories of these games, or the show, and people just eat it up, guaranteeing more low-effort slop from this franchise in the future. I think the easiest way to quickly show the difference in the quality of writing is to show what the towns looked like in these games. In Fallout 1 and 2, most towns were just places where people lived. They looked different due to circumstances in their creation, but they were believable as places people would live, where societies would form and grow. Even in New Vegas, a lot of the towns, or former town locations, were just places where people lived. Shady Sands, Vault City, the Boneyard, the Hub, Klamath, Modoc, New Reno, Redding, Goodsprings, Novak, Prim, Freeside, Westside. These were places where people had genuine problems that needed to be solved. In Bethesda Fallout, it's always about some kind of dumb gimmick. Megaton is a junk town with a bomb in the crater that you can blow up. Tenpenny Tower is a place full of rich snobs. Little Lamplight is a town populated entirely by children. Big Town is a place where those children go to when they get too old, and they have no skills and somehow just exist without any supply of resources like food or water to keep themselves alive. Rivet City is a place where people live on a ship and don't even utilize the space they've got. The Republic of Dave is a town with like 5 people in it, who are all doing an election to decide who the new leader should be, and they all vote for themselves. Diamond City is a place where people live in a baseball stadium and use the field for housing, instead of utilizing it for growing crops. And now Philly is just another dumb junk town, when we're well over 200 years after the bombs drop. Part of the problem in Bethesda Fallout is that no one ever makes anything new. Fallout 3 and 4 are worlds where everyone just scavenges weapons, clothing, and ammo and food from 200-year-old ruins, whereas the originals in New Vegas show people to be farming. There's a business dedicated to making new weapons, new towns are being built from scratch, and aren't made from whatever scraps of wood and metal happen to be lying around. The East Coast Fallout games portray a world that is stagnant and not well thought out at all. The new lore they build is a contradictory mess. The characters are stupid beyond belief. Nothing is happening at all. It is just a perpetual wasteland with no growth or change. Just isolated communities that simply exist through the sheer power of the writers not caring about the worlds they're crafting. As a quick reminder, these worlds are so poorly thought out that in Fallout 3, no one aside from Rivet City has any kind of food source. No one is growing crops or herding animals for food. The West Coast Fallout games portray a world that is rebuilding after nuclear devastation destroyed civilization across the world. New societies are rising. There is a logical progression to events, and great care is taken with the lore and world building to ensure that what you're seeing and what you're told makes sense for the most part. The cope defense against this point is almost exclusively to point to some kind of minor issue or inconsistency, as if these small few issues reduce the West Coast games to be as bad as the East Coast games, or as though a mistake in one should nullify criticism against the other. But now everything the West Coast had built up across 3 games has been undone. The NCR appears to be gone, New Vegas appears to be in ruins, and none of the factions or locations we're familiar with seem to exist anymore. The West Coast is now a perpetual wasteland with no society, and people living in towns made of scrap, where all the lore and world building is broken and nonsense, just like the East Coast. There's no point in even hoping for the next Fallout game to be good anymore, because the people in control of the franchise don't even care about their own lore, let alone the lore established by the originals, in New Vegas, and worse, the lore that was good has been utterly destroyed with this show, and worse yet, the majority of the people who buy and play these games now don't seem to care, or perform mental gymnastics to defend it at any cost. It hurts to say, but for anyone who cares about good storytelling, world-building characterization, and RPG mechanics, this franchise isn't for you anymore. There's no hope of Fallout being saved, because even if Microsoft takes the IP from Bethesda and gives it to someone else, they'll likely be building upon the fucked up lore that Bethesda made and ruined anyways. In conclusion, this show is complete and utter garbage. It disrespects every previous game in the franchise, including Bethesda's own Fallout games. It retcons the lore at every given opportunity, going so far as to imply the events of Fallout 1 did not happen. It destroyed a major location and faction off-screen, and for an insanely stupid reason. The story this show tells is rife with insane coincidences and absurd convenient writing for the writers, inexcusable inconsistencies. The characters fail to learn and grow, and feel directionless for the most part. The capabilities of equipment changes on a fucking whim. Nearly every event that takes place is either outright nonsense or is only possible due to the overwhelming obnoxious stupidity of every character involved. Much of this season feels like it was wasted on filler. The dialogue is awful, the jokes are worse, and this show is just a miserable, painful experience for anyone who actually gives a fuck about this franchise, or for anyone who actually cares about good storytelling. Fuck this god-awful show, fuck Bethesda, fuck Todd Howard, fuck ML Pagliarillo, fuck Jonathan Nolan, fuck Graham Wagner, and fuck Amazon. Go watch Arcane instead. It is genuinely great, and does not at all deserve the insult of being compared to Fallout. And to everyone who made it this far, thank you for watching, it is very much appreciated. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe and check out some of my other videos. I have a 14-hour long analysis of Fallout 4, with a final part on the way covering the DLC, as well as a video going over the dumpster fire that was Saints Row 2022, as well as a review of Starfield, with a full analysis in the works and other projects I'm working on. These long videos take quite a while to make, but in between I'm working on smaller projects and I stream regularly. I would also like to give a very special thanks to A British Potato for helping with a significant portion of the editing for this video. I would not have gotten this video done at this quality or speed without his immense help. He's also available as hire as an editor, and I'm going to work with him to build a library of reaction clips to have more variety in future videos. I'd also like to give a special thanks to Kelbeck for proofreading the script and providing substantial additions and fixes to it, as well as the other people who helped me with the research in getting this video completed. Finally, I want to thank Thief for providing a few additional suggestions for the script that helped improve this video. Once again, thank you for watching.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great.